Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got.
Available. Spike is just going to go down in time. This is what makes it
happen. Graced up there. Oh, Dicey. Oh my God, J-Mo, the champion of this one. Oh, Asadai! He gets the triple off the rocket as the ball.
Hello and welcome back to the North American Valorant Champions Tour. We're still in the main event here for Challengers number 1. My hold shift with me is Dust, and we're continuing on with some upper bracket matches to start the day. But a lot to go through, and first and foremost, I gotta know, Dust, how you feeling today going into the day of matches?
Dude, I'm feeling great. It's always nice to finally get into the main event here in Challengers, and now we're in the big matches to shift. These matches will determine who gets a guaranteed spot in the playoffs and who will have to drop down to the lower bracket and face elimination and have to wait until the Challengers 2 Open qualifier. So, I mean, definitely a lot on the line now. There is no more safety nets in place, really. It's all about trying to get yourself into those playoffs right away, get you a nice little month-and-a-half snooze fest until the playoffs, or, you know, at least focus on practice and getting used to, like, you know, KO coming on board and all that good stuff. You get to kind of sit back and just prep and, not have to stress of having to qualify anymore.
Yeah, that's the real big key, and I'm glad you brought that up as far as the format is concerned, because, yes, top 4 teams will make it into Challengers playoffs. Bottom 4 teams have at least secured a spot to try again in Challengers main event number 2. But we already have some results to share, at least after yesterday. If you've missed any of the action, it was an absolutely elongated day. We had some wild matches to go through just without, you know, not just the first round, but also some surprises as we went through. Overtimes galore all over the place. But for XSET, they started off their run versus Rise. It was a competitive 3 maps, but XSET still found a way to survive through.
Yeah, I mean, Rise is definitely one of those teams that kind of impressed me from the qualifiers, right? You know, kind of just bringing the team together very recently, you know, definitely having a lot of roster changes, you know, bringing on Superman like just before the event, and definitely, you know, impressed in the qualification process and came to this series against XSET, again, a team that has often been, you know, a threatening top 5 team in the region and really took them to the limits. You know, it wound up going all 3 maps. Some of the maps were very close. I felt like Rise gave a pretty good showing themselves, but again, XSET had just looked to shift a whole different gear with the addition of Zekin and Deft. They're becoming more refined as a team. They're becoming deeper tactically, and they're, you know, keeping their strengths that they've always had throughout the VCT process. Again, they're a team that has always qualified for the next step of the process on their first attempt. They've always been consistently placing, like, at worst top 8 in pretty much every tournament they attend, usually in the top 5 or so. And so it's just kind of business as usual for them. Meanwhile, on the other hand, wow, what a ride for some of these other teams that we're taking a look at here, particularly V1 getting upset.
It was tough, right? I mean, they went 17-19. Map number 1 versus 100 Thieves. Did not have a very good look on Haven versus them, and then went up against the KC Pioneers. And it looked pretty solid for version 1 to start. 13-7 on Split, and, you know, that's kind of what we expect, right? Version 1 on Split is something that we've come to see and likely love, but that's where the stop would actually be put into place, as Pioneers would actually find their way through. And then on the other front, we go back to watch what XSET was able to do here, just as we go back and forth. You know, it's just been really interesting, because I think we were talking a lot about XSET in version 1 through stage 2, as both the teams came out of I think some would say nowhere, and now all of a sudden one of them's already knocked out. And on the other hand, you've got a team like the KC Pioneers who is kind of taking that same narrative here in stage number 3, where we don't really know a lot about them outside of when they were playing under E United and kind of a couple of the collective teams before that. And now they're in a position to where they've made it at least to a chance to possibly qualify as one of those top 4 teams.
Yeah, it's really weird because like they were known as FPLC before getting picked up by the Pioneers. They bring Fraud in as a coach. There's a lot of familiar names on that team. Like I said, some former United people. You know, Odorous, obviously, formerly of Dignitas, and you can kind of go on and on about some names that you'd recognize. But that they weren't really doing that great in some of like the Nerd Street Gamers, like Summer Championship Open events they were playing in, and even the monthly they fell out like pretty early on. They did have a couple of like map wins against some notable teams. They even had a couple of decent series wins against a couple of teams you'd recognize as well, but nothing substantial. But then they upset Immortals in the qualifier. Now they've come in, they've upset our Iceland participants in version 1, and now they're in a position where they could very well find themselves in Challengers playoffs. And you know, obviously at worst they're going to have a top 6 and they're going to come into Challengers 2 directly without having to go through any type of open qualifier. So definitely interesting stuff. Whereas, you know, when we take a look at the upper side of things, I think it's a team she kind of expected, right? I don't think there was necessarily any upsets other than maybe like a couple of map losses you wouldn't have expected. But I feel like those are our top 4 teams in this bracket for sure. And some of these teams have been top 5 teams in the region for quite some time.
Well, let's take a look at our schedule as far as what's being broadcast today. Of course, I think a lot of you out there already know kind of what we're kind of building up towards, as we're going to be looking at for the mainstream 100 Thieves and Envy. But from our point of view, we will be starting things off with XSET versus Sentinels. And then the loser of each of those 2 opening matches will go up into the lower bracket. For the top side, for the mainstream, they'll be playing up against Gen G. And then here on the bottom side, they'll be playing up against the KC Pioneers. So that's what we have on the docket for the day. Just those 4 matches in total for you. Of course, back same time. Actually, a little bit earlier on for tomorrow. And of course, we'll have grand finals then on Sunday as well. So a lot to look forward to just as we get to the climactic parts. But I know a lot of people are very focused on what is going to be happening today, because this is really the make or break day. You either win, you find yourself into a position to get to Challengers playoffs, or you lose and you start to really reconsider what exactly you're going to have to do before you come back for Challengers 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we're dished up a fantastic matchup to kick things off over here on the second stream shift with XSET and Sentinels. Sentinels, of course, the cream of the crop of the region, have been considered the number 1 team in the region for quite some time, now considered the best team in the world. You know, our Masters 1 champions and our Masters 2 champions. So just always really looking hot. They're so well known for just having probably the most skilled roster man for man of any other lineup that you could really look at. Not only in North America, but again, in the world, they can go toe-to-toe with pretty much anyone when it comes to just a pure firepower. They also have some players who are just very adaptable. I think Shazam would be kind of the one that you really key in on, not only being the shot caller for this team, but being willing to make that sacrifice and take up the Sova on maps they need it to allow Tins to be facilitated as that star duelist for the team. But, you know, at the same time, Tins can pivot when he needs to as well. It's always been kind of a Swiss Army knife in his own right on what roles he can play. So, again, just an absolute banger squad. Very few banana peels have been slipped on by this team. They usually are always looking to, you know, ride it out to the top of the bracket, and definitely come in as a favorite in this match as well.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 maps that they've lost here in the last 2 weeks have been the only 2 maps that they've lost really since, like, May, or maybe even April before that. So, very talented to be sure, but on the other side of things, this XSET roster proved themselves largely throughout Stage 2. We kind of came into that stage asking the question, are they ready to compete with some of the big teams? They definitively have answered that question for us. But going into this stage, Zekin is now into the mix, one of the newer players in the roster there on the far right. He's been running that kind of flex secondary duelist and has been looking really, really solid for this XSET team because of it.
Yeah, he also will play some Sky as well on some maps. Like if we go to Ascent, for example, he's been playing some Sky instead of the Phoenix to kind of, you know, be that flex position if they want to get away from the double duelist compositions. And he's been looking very bright so far on this team. And then again, BCJ, probably one of the best Sovas in the North American region. Definitely way up there. Also very dynamic, can also play some other agents, which you might see throughout this series, particularly on a map like Split, where he'll pivot to a different agent to get off the Sova. So a team that it's interesting, man, because you know there's that expression, right, forever the bridesmaid, but never the bride. I feel like XSET is neither one of those, but they're always in the wedding party because they're not necessarily making the finals or necessarily getting like a lot of like, you know, second places or any trophies. But again, they're always qualifying for the next step of VCT on their first attempt. They're always at least in the top 8 at worst, and usually at least in the top 5 every tournament they attend. So it just feels like they just need that one little extra something, and then they will be actually really contending for trophies and contending for one of the top 3 spots in North America to actually make their way over to Berlin. They're definitely a team that is of the quality to do so when it comes to the players that they have and how talented they are. And again, I think Def is coming in as that new in-game leader for them to kind of help refine their strategy a bit and give them a bit more of a foundation to play off of. And they've also always been known to be very creative, right? They were kind of the ones sometimes pushing the meta, like when they were the ones showing off what Viper and Asher could do in tandem. So I think they're a team that you always have to account for.
And they always like to play very aggressive. That much
Yes.
we know. But one of the things, both these teams, we largely look at what's happening with the duelists, but not here today. We want to focus on maybe one of the win conditions for both of these teams, and that's in some of their utility players. So we look at our head-to-head here between both of these teams and 2 players in specific that we really feel you should be looking out for. How about Shazam and BCJ? Largely looked at as being the Sova players. I mean, obviously for Sentinels, they swap back and forth between a couple of difference depending on the map overall. But for these 2 in particular, you feel like they will be very key to this series depending on who comes out on top.
Yeah, we're showing them both on Sova because I feel like that's the agent that they're mainly playing nowadays, depending on the map, just because of the other players on their respective lineups. And they're very capable. Again, I think BCJ is a top 3 Sova in the region. I think he's right up there with Crashies and EU and some of the other Sovas who are just so good at optimizing the utility usage of Sova and getting the most value out of him. But Shazam is certainly no slouch on the agent. I mean, even back in the day when he was the primary jet of this team, he would still play Sova on a map like Bind, for instance, to free up Sinatra to play Raze or something along those lines. And so it's not as if he wasn't used to playing that agent, but now it just comes more to the forefront to facilitate 10s. And again, he is fantastic on it in his own right, definitely can have a lot of impact and just add to that overall skill ceiling of Sentinels and, be that leader as well. And also, again, you will see both of those players you saw on screen definitely flex into some other agents depending on the maps we see in this rotation. Very, capable players of being diverse and, pivoting when they need to help their teams out.
And I love the fact that both of those numbers between both players were pretty much even as we walked through it. So now let's take a look at the maps as far as how this series will unfold. I know you guys are itching to know what exactly is going to be going through, and we kind of had our own predictions to see what exactly would come through. And we thought for maybe for certainty, just because XSET has not played Haven largely throughout this stage so far, that they would take it off the table, knowing that Sentinels is so good at it. But they actually opt to band away Bind. So Haven will be our first map for us, which is great news for Sentinels fans.
Yeah, I think for XO, it's kind of pick your poison, right? Because they don't really play Haven or Bind too often, right? They haven't played either of those maps since April of this year. So 3 months off of playing any officials on Bind and Haven is certainly a pretty substantial amount. And they've also lost their last 2 games in a row on Bind. And they've also lost their last 3 games in a row on Haven. Both those maps are just barely above 50% win rates for them. So it's classically not been like at the forefront of their map pool. Meanwhile, you're in a spot where Sentinels are, I think, like damn near untouchable on Haven, man. I mean, they come in with like a near 90% win rate on the map since Tens has been on the roster. They're 22-3. They're over 60% win rate on both sides of the map, which we know how hard it is to be good defensively on Haven, yet they're still, again, over 60% win rate on Haven on that map since Tens has been on board. But Bind is a map that they have been showing that they can play lately, right? I mean, they had a close loss to Gen G, sure, but prior to that, they won it multiple times in Iceland against some of the best teams in the world. They were also winning it repeatedly throughout the qualification process for Iceland against some of the top teams in the region. They're also near 90% win rate on that map and above 60% on both sides of the map. So again, I think for XSET, what could you have done? You know what I mean? Like, I think you were in a tough spot coming into whatever Sentinel's pick was going to be, and so they just decided to pick whatever map they felt a little bit more comfortable on.
And that's one of the things, man. Now that Breeze is in the map pool, you can't just have one safe band. You need to really make sure that map pool started to become more versatile and flexible. Hey, but speaking of things, we're to send things just away for a brief, small, flexible break. And we'll be back when we're jumping into Agent Select here for map number 1, Haven, between Sentinels and XSET, coming up right after that. Welcome back, everybody. We're not going to delay any further. We're ready to go for map number 1. Again, Sentinels taking on XSET upper bracket matchup. Winner makes their way in for an initial spot at the Challenger playoffs for hopefully a shot at Berlin behind that. Loser still has a chance, of course, double elimination bracket, but I mean, I'll tell you, this KC Pioneers team who's waiting for the loser of this one will be studying up, so we'll see how things go. It is Haven, though, for map number 1. And Dustin already talked a lot about how Sentinels are going to be feeling really comfortable here. But on the other side, you know, who knows? We can learn a lot about XSET. They haven't played this map since the end of April.
Yeah, this is the first thing I was kind of wondering. You know, XSET was very well known for a double duelist composition on Haven when they did play it in the past, and it's very popular for a lot of teams to do so. And they're actually going to stick Zekken on Sky, which is something they were already doing on Ascent. So you're kind of seeing them kind of flex him away from not always have to be the second duelist, but being able to bring an initiator in when they feel like it can be very useful, which Sky can definitely be very useful. And we do see that Astra is indeed going to be in play for both teams. I know Zons have been kind of rotating between playing Omen and Astra on this map, so I didn't know exactly where it would go. But he will decide to lock in the Astra alongside Def, and this is where, again, you're going to see Aaron making that big role pivot since Zekken and Def had joined the team. Formerly a very notable Raze player, kind of pivoted into more of playing Astra, actually, when she came into the meta. But now to make room for Def to play the agent, he has been playing a lot of Sentinels and a lot of Viper. So you're going to see him on the Cypher coming into this. And other than that, I feel every player is on the agent they classically have played on this map for quite some time. So, again, both these teams are going to look to be very explosive, but I think the new thing about XSET is they're not relying upon that coming into this attack. I think with Deft on board, they're a little bit more dynamic, they have a bit more diversity, and so they can play slower, you know, mid-control style, like map pressures, or, you know, just threaten A sewers, but don't necessarily commit to it, and just be a little bit more well-rounded strategically. So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing as we kick off their attack.
Just beyond that, you know, one of the big players for Sentinels yesterday, and this was map number 3 between them and Gen G. Dapper played absolutely lights out, so I'll be interested to see if there's going to be a response here from XSET to how to deal with that very good controlling Sentinel player, which we would expect to be doing this, playing over towards the C site, and that seems to be the initial call. The big thing here is that Sentinels have gotten a double peek through A long, so they have at least somewhat cleared out the fact that there is no players hitting this initial A hit.
Yeah, for the most part, right? I mean, now that there's no longer the ability to disengage a grav well right off the bat with Astra, it is a little bit easier to pressure sewers with the Cypher solo, just caging the cross and putting a cam in sewers, and at least making you second guess whether or not there might be someone there. But as you said, with you know, Tens playing this aggressive on long A, it gives them a little bit more flexibility to rotate a bit earlier. They're going to have a very quick rotation to see if the C attack comes in. There are already 2 players towards B site. Dapper, very well known to be that C-side anchor on this Cypher. He's been doing it for a very long time, and he's very effective at it as he waits for these players to come on in.
Here comes the play, and I was going to say Pure was tagged down low in that initial pot shot for the ultimate down main. So there will be an opportunity for an even trade to come through, but Sentinels have reinforced the backside of the C site. On comes Zops. He finds 2, no problem. Even going to find a third through the outside of the Radianite crate, and Zekken really just watching all of his teammates fall in front of him has nothing to do but face his similar fate. So, Sentinels take the opening pistol, very controlled stuff, and again, Dapper gets a lot of a read off that opening spy cam.
Again, man, Dapper is one of the best seaside anchors on Haven defensively. It's one of the reasons why Sentinels are able to achieve such a high win rate on the defensive side of Haven. Normally a very tall feat to accomplish, as this map, you know, with it being 3 sides, being very spread out, you're sometimes forced either to get really aggressive for early intel or play more of a retake setup. But Dapper, again, so good at his stalling tactics, buying time for rotations, and just fragging out, cleans up that pistol no problem. And so now the save underway for XSET.
Patient coming out from the side of XSET as well, which is something that we don't typically often see. We like to see them, or at least we tend to see them get really aggressive just kind of off the rip. And there have been times in the past where even if they lose the pistol, they'll come in with a force buy, but not finding any eliminations nor a spike plant will take that point off the table.
Right.
And I'm just really curious to see how XSET are going to adjust. Is this going to be a very new patient style from XSET that we're not used to seeing?
Yeah, again, I expect with Aaron playing that Cypher and with them having the Asher, they're definitely going to be looking to do a lot of feints, a lot of just, you know, gaining some map control. You know, obviously this is one of those maps, though, where you can get away with just kind of, you know, 4 or 5 man gathering something and hitting just because the rotation is going to be so long for defenses on the opposite side of the map. So you definitely can get away with some faster attacks, which XSET are used to doing. But here you have Tens up close with the Judge, able to take BCJ and the spike down, so they already know what they're up against. There's not really any way now for XSET to pull the wool over their eyes as they just kind of get whittled down, which is kind of the expectation when you don't really have an investment going into it.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Sentinels, they do kind of heavy rotate over to try to guard the spike. It does get picked up, but there was an elimination mid-map. Spike has been retrieved, but instantly dropped again through the middle, and it's just down to 1. Second will fall, same will Aaron, and that's 10s for 3 in the round with the judge. Very convincing, controlling setups again from Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, there really was not a whole lot that XSET could say about this round, now being the one that's most important. And yeah, again, I imagine that we'll see them kind of open up with something a little bit more heavy-handed for when I'm telling how they're lining up. They're not putting their Cypher outside A early on. They're having him kind of put a tripwire down to watch the C flank, and so it leads me to believe that they're really going to be looking to get a little bit more heavy-handed over towards middle, just because of the way they're setting up their Asher and their Sky. It seems like they want to try to get out into the mid-yard quickly, maybe put some pressure on that garage area.
87% of the audience, Dust, believes that Sentinels will win this map.
Shocker.
I don't think anyone's surprised by that.
That's actually only a 1% difference between that and Sentinels' win rate on this map, which is 88%. So they line up pretty well.
Yeah. Like I said, we'll get a little bit more forward through
And that's
Garage
with, like,
this time
over 30
around.
matches played, by the way. It's not like a soft 88% win rate. That's a proven 88% win rate. As Garage has been taken by XSET. So first step accomplished. They're trying to set up the C split.
Sick has been red, though. Trying to get spammed out. Has to use a curveball to get away, and the hot hands to self-sustain, which allows BCJ with the spike to actually get onto the C side. Again, Dapper is the first defender that is here. Sick has rotated, also to try to help out. Dapper in the mix, though, is able to find one, get the Cyber Cage in play to stay alive after the initial exchange. Shazam working his way into sight will make sure they find a second. And once more, XSET completely stuffed from their initial play, and now 10's in the back. Oh, not like this! Judge comes around the corner for 2 more, and now Dap has to wonder what exactly do you do from here.
Get into the fetal position and kiss your butt goodbye, I guess. I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. He does not have spike possession. He does not have time. There's really not a whole lot of hope for him in this one. And that just boils down to when this map is so large and you're an attacking team and you have no presence on one side of the map and your first attack kind of starts to fold and you're being forced to pivot, you can never do so safely because you never know who's waiting on the other side. And with Tins being such an aggressive player, he will, not fear pressing up along A and getting in. Because when they put that recon on C site, XSET knew they couldn't keep coming to C. There was too much of defense in place. They had to rotate somewhere else. Unfortunately for them, since they left A, unmanned for so long, Tins was able to get in behind, be that flank, and make sure they never really could back out. And now they come into this with just some Sheriffs, a couple of Spectres. So, not a whole lot to work with. They might try to get this orb at long C and set something up with that, but that's about it.
Yeah, the bonus being successful for the defense, though, puts Sentinels in such a comfortable position off the rip. Curveball even coming through. That's actually going to stall a number of players from XSET who are pushing very aggressively through Garage, but Nebula will make sure the play can still stay alive. Once more onto Dapper. Trapwire, able to find one elimination for Free. Sick also the mix with Zombs, but it will be a pinstripe kill feed for a time until XSET with the pistols will actually turn things around, win this site, and also beyond that, collect some weapons to play with.
Yeah, they're doing great. They keep the Spectres in play. Now they've picked up a couple of Phantoms as well. They've got full control of the site. They have a 3-on-2. The only person with low health is Pure, who has been darted and is now being run down. Aaron, though, saves him from long C, putting Shazam in a very tough situation here. He is kind of boxed in as well, doesn't really have an escape route. He was committed. Pure catches him on the stairwell, and so, wow, even with low weaponry, XSET able to just kind of brute force their way through that C side, get some efficient trading, and make things happen. So,
yeah,
props to them. Another storyline I wanted to throw out there, if you don't mind there, Mr. Shift, is these two teams have not played each other in about 5 months. They haven't played each other since Stage 1 of VCT. However, back then, Sentinels beat XSET in both Challengers events, and they 2-0'd them both times. And then
what were the maps
one
there?
A lot of hope for him in this one, and that just boils down to when this map is so large and you're an attacking team and you have no presence on one side of the map and your first attack kind of starts to fold and you're being forced to pivot, you can never do so safely because you never know who's waiting on the other side. And with Tins being such an aggressive player, he will, not fear pressing up along A and getting in, because when they put that recon on C site, XSET knew they couldn't keep coming to C. There was too much of defense in place. They had to rotate somewhere else. Unfortunately for them, since they left A, unmanned for so long, Tins was able to get in behind, be that flank, and make sure they never really could back out. And now they come into this with just some Sheriffs, a couple of Spectres. So, not a whole lot to work with. They might try to get this orb at long C and set something up with that, but That's about it.
Yeah, the bonus being successful for the defense, though, puts Sentinels in such a comfortable position off the rip. Curveball even coming through. That's actually going to stall a number of players from XSET who are pushing very aggressively through Garage, but Nebula will make sure the play can still stay alive. Once more onto Dapper. Trapwire able to find one elimination for Sick, also to mix with Zombs, but it will be a pinstripe kill feed for a time until XSET with the pistols will actually turn things around, win this site, and also beyond that, collect some weapons to play with.
Yeah, they're doing great. They keep the Spectres in play. Now they picked up a couple of Phantoms as well. They've got full control of the site. They have a 3-on-2. The only person with low health is Pure, who has been darted and is now being run down. Aaron, though, saves him from long C, putting Shazam in a very tough situation here. He is kind of boxed in as well, doesn't really have an escape route. He was committed. Pure catches him on the stairwell, and so, wow, even with low weaponry, XSET able to just kind of brute force their way through that C side, get some efficient trading, and make things happen. So,
yeah,
props to them. Another storyline I wanted to throw out there, if you don't mind there, Mr. Shift, is these two teams have not played each other in about 5 months. They haven't played each other since Stage 1 of VCT. However, back then, Sentinels beat XSET in both Challengers events, and they 2-0'd them both times. And then only one map did XSET even get double digits. Oh, Haven and Split.
Exactly. Those are two of the three that we have here. So history very well could repeat itself. Yeah. But I'll say this much. For XSET, that is an absolutely incredible timing off of a Thrifty. Things starting to look dire. And you have to give credit, I think, just the utility placement to get C Garage and make sure that Dapper's tested from 2 lines of sight and not just the same normal 1 through long.
No, I couldn't agree with you more there, Shit. I think that was a really good multi-pronged attack there from XSET, making the most out of what they had. A little early Hunter's Fury here from Shazam is starting to penetrate through a lobby here, try to get some intel. Does get a couple of tags. It's a bit of a read, but we see that XSET are looking to use those Seekers to get into this B site. Pure being the tip of the spear, smokes are up, but Gravels are countering to slow XSET down a little bit, but they're still finding entries, but again, it's ball of time for Dapper to rotate.
That's dangerous news because he has a neural that finds a second elimination. He's going to spam through the Nebula for a third. Also knows, of course, that the fourth is nearby. Small juggle of the weapons, but Tens will beat Dapper to the punch to find the spy versus spy battle of both the ciphers. And that will mean that Sentinels go up 4-1. And realistically, you thought for a second that XSET had avoided a lot of the initial damage. The Seekers very well could have given them the information of how they wanted to break through B, but like you mentioned, Dapper, quick on the rotation, comes through, and he's now 6-2 through just 5 rounds.
Yeah, that was basically the chess match of the two Astros placing their pieces on the board, right? And you got stars going all over the place. Yeah, they had the smokes on both links, and they had the Seekers to get in B site, but again, that Gravwell from Zombs slowed their entry into B to allow Dapper to rotate, and he was able to pop off and really shut that thing down. And we're back onto another full buy versus full buy. XSET this time looking to test the waters at A little bit more heavy-handedly, sending Depth and company forward through long immediately, just kind of leaving Aaron as a flank watch behind.
The execution looks like it does want to go through on the more standard XSET timing, but is right because Tens is up top, but he actually swapped over to the pistol for a second, and that gets him a little bit caught off, or does it? Finds 2. A little bit of damage into Zekin, but the exchange will be even, and with that, XSET will be able to get the plant off no problem.
Trailblazer sent through the low side as well here from Zekin, already picking up on that retake point. Aaron under heaven. Owl Drone's going to spot Dapper and dart him and force him back. Otherwise, he would get spammed or shock darted. So they're really slowing down the progression of this retake and setting up their chances to win very high.
Cosmic Divide, though, comes through. Sentinels looking to bridge their retake. And Aaron's going to be tagged by Spot Game. He's going to be out of the play for a time, but the Hot Hands will actually try to clear some players away from this early corner, but it doesn't actually give as much clearance as I think Sentinels were initially expecting. It is just now down to the Dapper. 1v2, knows that Aaron is below. Gets on top of the boxes, finds the first kill. Does he know where the second is? Sees him, but just a touch too late. BCJ with the Sheriff on the secondary comes out of the holster, finds the elimination, and gets XSET their second round.
Yeah, I think XSET just caught a great timing there, Shift. I mean, just being able to get up along A when Sentinels were still actually droning into sewer. So they did not have a read on how quickly XSET got to the top of long. And it really caught Shazam off guard there. Tens able to get a couple of kills and at least give them a fighting chance. But XSET, again, able to get a good Trailblazer through the lower side. Get a good read on the timing. They also darted Dapper off A Heaven very early on. And that Cosmic Divide, just didn't really hurt XSET a whole lot because they were all playing inside side anyway. As we are going to see XSET look to put some pressure on long C, but there is an op now in play. Tens.
Love this as well. Early tag, BCJ going in towards the Hunter's Fury, finds the kill to Dapper, but Sentinels still have members on the site, lots of smokes and cyber cages, providing some distraction, which Sick takes advantage of for 2. The Blaze Wall was there to try to keep him safe, but Def finds some favor spamming through it, but the hit is still on, and Zoms is actually still technically on this site, but the shock darts are so well played from BCJ, secures the kill, and with that, maybe even around 3v2 they go.
Yeah, very good back and forth there. XSET obviously wanting to capitalize on the Hunter's Fury, getting the pick onto Dapper, but Sick did a really good job with the hot hands, kind of slowing down their progression through long C, but big kills from BCJ through the Cosmic Divide with those shock darts on the Zoms, gave XSET the advantage, and now ultimately the victory, as Tens never really could get in the position with this operator to help retake, and they were down a man for quite some time after BCJ took Zoms off the board. And so XSET will move this now to 3 rounds, only 1 away from Sentinels. Money's starting to get low for them as well. It's like 10 should be able to save this op, though as I say that, Def is getting into a spot where it might get a little bit dangerous, and indeed will not be able to hold on to it. Big chase from XSET. They survive with 3 members. They allow no saves for Sentinels, and Sentinels' cash is starting to get a little bit dangerous, and it's a big chance for XSET to tie this thing up, maybe even start pushing towards a lead, and for a map that they have not been so hot on with their old lineup. I mean, 3 losses in a row, haven't played it in 3 months. You're up against the Titans of Haven for the North American seed, and Sentinels, they're, you know, starting to establish their attacking side a little bit here, and they have, again, a great opportunity to tie things up as it's a very low buy for Sentinels.
Yeah, a little bit of a light buy coming through. Marshall in play for Sick. The operator has been passed over to Pure from the side of XSET. You mentioned it earlier. This little cyber cage much more successful now, but Sick finds 2 with the Marshall. Unbelievable. Def only able to find 1, and all of a sudden, Sentinels have actually brought this round to salvageable positions. 3v3 situation. Shazam in the corner for 1. Will eventually be traded by Pure, but this is a 2v2 where BCJ's down to critical health already.
Yeah, it was the Sentinels going for the kind of the gamble stack towards A because they were on low weapons. They just guessed right. XSET were looking to press it. Somehow Sick pops off 2 Marshall kills. There's a bit of a bait and switch play as well as they had Shazam tucked in the corner for a kill as well. But BCJ breaks it back open here with that frag. That might save the day. Now they're going to be able to bring the spike over to C site and plant, and Zoms is going to have to retake here. He probably will be able to find a fallen rifle, but again, he's still going to be in a tough 1v2 situation. And I don't know how he figures this one out, to be honest with you. It's going to be a really tough ask, but he's known to clutch a time or 2 in his career.
Well, he's found himself a Phantom, making his way over towards C garages for his attempt to find a point of ingress onto this C site. Problem is, XSET, with 2 shock darts for BCJ, are just going to play to clutch up off the time. So this will be made very difficult for Zoms because obviously no information on where exactly these players are, and it's taken just a little bit too long to read that this is a post-plant setup deep. BCJ, you have to figure that the shock darts are going to be on their way. Here comes at least the recon dart to start, and there's the double peek together. Not even needing to spend the utility. BCJ will save that into the next round, and we'll go tied up at 4 apiece through 8.
Yeah, really good saving kill there from BCJ to bail them out of a bad situation when they were starting to get shut down the A side. He opened up a new avenue to get back over to C side and put Zoms in a very tough clutch position. So they will go ahead and tie things up off the back of that, surviving the dangerous low buy of Sentinels. Now they're back onto the full buy. No op this time for Tens, however. No ops in the field, period. As we are seeing Aaron set up for that classic kind of just long A default play, but they're also sending Zekken's flash to really put that pressure on long A early and force the defense backwards.
Oh, but this time Sentinels are going to push through long.
Yeah.
Even beyond that, you do have a shock dart that connected from Shazam. So now you're going to trust that if you're Sentinels, that Tens will just hold on to this position A lobby. Everybody else will rotate around the map to try to watch over towards C, and XSET are going to be really tested on this approach.
I can't. They probably don't realize just how deep Tens is pushed. They really put a lot of utility to try to deter this from happening. And it's really, again, allowed Sentinels to get that early rotation to really help Dapper out in the C site. He's doing a great job stalling.
Cyber Cage will keep him safe after being flashed. Trapwire also coming to play, but the Trailblazer connects onto Zoms, who actually now is the only Sentinels player to stay alive through the initial hit. Gravity Well going to be able to come through, stopping any defensive rotations. Aaron watching the lurking play. Going to find 1 for free. Also, the run it back has been denied, but Tens is able to make sure that 6 stays safe when he teleports back. The problem is it is still a 2v3 favoring XSET's post plant. Tens on the way through quickly, denied by Def, and it's just down to Sick, and inside this Nebula can do absolutely nothing. So XSET After
Man.
what, 4-1 start? That's 4 rounds in a row. They're up 5-4 for the first time.
Listen, if you're a fan of strategy, you need to study that round. XSET played that marvelously. They did such a great job knowing that, okay, they're probably rotating quick. We need to somehow find our way to break through. And their method of doing so was Zekking using the Trailblazer to take Zoms off the board. It forced Dapper to still kind of be alone despite stalling with the cages for the rotation. And then on top of that, a beautiful grab well from Def to block 6, run it back from being able to get into C site and break it back open. They reinforce so well on the post plant. That's going to give them that lead and again put Sentinels on a low buy.
Knives out early for Tens, and he's used 4 of the 5. Trying to tag down one player through a lobby. So just stuck with the Soul Blade now all of a sudden, and Sentinels are very quickly going to recognize that, okay, this pressure from Tens has once more probably forced XSET over towards C, so we're going to try to reinforce this. But again, the problem here is that weapons are just so darn low.
Yeah, and they have to be risky in a situation like this, right? You have to be willing to over-rotate and just take your chances because you know that you're down on the firepower. And so, yeah, when Tens gains this type of ground, you're going to want to chance those rotations a bit more. However, the Owl Drone will come in and tag Tens and force him back. He's getting hunted down by the Fury of BCJ, who does get the one tag, doesn't quite get the completion, but again, deters the pressure, probably causes a rotation in his mind, and now they're going to go for C with that Cosmic Divide to help lead the way.
The timing of this is so good from XSET. Pushing Tens off that position means that Sentinels had to re-wrap back over towards A, so there's no one on this C site, but they do have a Hunter's Fury trying to stall this. Shazam would love to be able to capitalize on some damage, but comes up completely empty. Spike now making its way on, and Zekin looks like he's going to plant this one all the way back in towards the left corner. And Sentinels, they're going to be waiting for a moment to try to get this retake underway, largely from this play from Dapper on the back, but it gets shut down. It's going to be a 3v5.
It's one of those things. They knew that when they shut Tens down, they put that much pressure on A, that with the low economy, Sentinels would be forced to respect it and rotate hard. And when they did that, they knew that they could expose C-Site, and they did so great with that Cosmic Divide, blocking off Garage and Backhall's access and just locking in the round. Looks like they might win it flawlessly. Let's 6 punch with the Marshall, but to no avail. It will be a big victory for XSET. With only 2 rounds left to go in this half, and despite the cold start, they have really been putting on a good showing here on this attacking side, which is exactly what you want on Haven. That's usually going to be the bread and butter for most teams on this map, is to get the heavy rounds on that attacking side, and XSET are starting to really piece that together despite, you know, losing Pistol, you know, going down 0-3, going down 1-4. They've now won the last 4 rounds in a row, and again, they have a chance at a big half here if they keep this up.
And beyond that, just talk about the shutdown of Dapper, putting him into a much more tricky situation. I mean, initially, we talked about the fact that he was like 6-2 through 5 rounds. He's now 7-7, and a lot of that likely because XSET have been hitting from multiple angles with really good utility over the top of the C site. This time, looking to get aggressive over towards A. Initial pressure on the Tens forces him to dash away, but watch the flank from behind. There are 2 members from Sentinel trying to work behind this, but there are trap wires to keep them safe. XSET still, though, need to go, and they have found a way to get onto the A site.
Indeed it has. Pure getting big entries, and they know all about this flank. Now that they already had the 5-on-3, they can expend the extra personnel to keep tabs on that. Neural Theft does come in. That will be a bit of an aid. XSET will go ahead and just finish things off. A beautiful round, just kind of knowing what they were up against and winning some really key bouts, particularly Pure. 2 big entries to alleviate that pressure of the flank coming in from behind. They've been doing a really good job, like when they hit A, of limiting what initial defense Sentinels can put in place. Like whether that be limiting Tens to nothing on his aggression, or whether that be just trading efficiently on the side itself. It seems like they really have some well-orchestrated A attacks, and their spacing seems really on point.
Force buy situation for Sentinels, weaponry-wise, is not that bad, but one of the favorite things that I like about this overlay is the fact that you get to see who's purchased what when it comes to utility. Shazam in particular, no shock darts to play with. Pure going to get really aggressive onto Sick, able to find him, and the hot hands just came out too late. It was also a little bit too long. Dapper, though, playing for the backside of the C garage window, nearly a chance to blow up the play from behind, but cannot confirm any kills. And with that, the spike has made its way on, and BCG will plant.
The plant going down. So looking to strike pretty early here, though, and Dapper able to make some headway. BCJ quick to hold them off, though, and try to keep things even, but they're so low on health in some of their players, particularly Zek, and there is definitely a real shot here still for Sentinels, especially with the flank from Tens.
And regrowth for BCJ gets him back to full HP, though. So it's just Zekin who's low on health, but the big problem, like you mentioned, is Tens from this position in the back. Recon Dart will allow him to move pretty quickly through C-Long. Able to find one for free, but gets caught with the Cloudburst. Not going to find anything beyond that. Shazam trying to follow up, not able to either. Just down to Zombs, and the Blades will put him to bed. That is an immaculate back half of the first half, second quarter, I suppose, if you will, from XSET.
Oh, yeah.
They'd take 7 rounds in a row to win the half 8-4.
Yeah, they did a really good job, limiting the impact of some of these flanks that Sentinels had, as well as some of the aggression that Tens was putting out on the A side of the map, generally speaking, in those leader rounds for sure. I think also they just had some really good coordination of their utility on some of these side hits, particularly some of their C attacks. They did such a great job on making it very difficult for Dapper to stall them for long, and they had just a great read of the timing of the rotations. I mean, yeah, they had a cold start going down 1-4, but from that point forward, they were flawless, and a lot of it started with this round here, where they're able to, just build off of their utility. ECJ playing crafty, just catching some really big plays. I thought that they also got some great use out of Death's Asher utility to shut down some of the rotations as well when they did some C-takes. So, all in all, brilliant half from XSET.
Oh, opening aggressive play from Pure. Gets a headshot, but unfortunately, Ten's best sim just barely. 13 HP on Tens, but still 5v4. Sentinels looking to get quickly over towards C, and Sick just pushes through the Cloudburst. Don't think that XSET expected that really whatsoever, but Zekin trying to hold on to the site will find one. Gets denied for anything beyond that, and that's tough for BCJ. Thinks he has the timing to get through the middle, but never expected Tens to be lurking behind, and Sentinels take the second pistol.
Yeah, big for them to keep XSET from spiraling out of control. It's now both pistols going their way this game. They're able to build into a 1-4 start in their favor in the first half off of that. And again, their attacking side is incredibly strong on Haven. Again, over 60% win rate on the attacking side. And they are, honestly on quite the winning streak on Haven right now, Sentinels, despite going down, in this particular situation. They've won, I think, their last 15 games in a row or so on Haven, something like that. They won all their games in Iceland. They were great throughout just the last stage in general. So, they're behind, definitely don't count them out.
Well, Shazam's going to clear off Sewer. That's going to allow an opportunity for Dapper to take some position. Maybe a chance to scout out the site with a forward spy cam just to see what exactly is there. This is great from Sick. Aaron completely tagged down off the hot hand, still somehow stays alive. And honestly, just as good as it was for Sentinels, the fact that Aaron stays alive is actually big news for XSET overall as well.
Yeah. Also worth mentioning that Sentinels averages usually around 7 to 8 attacking rounds per attacking half, unless they just get a big 10-round defensive half or something. They don't even really have to play attack, you know what I mean? When they actually have to play an extended attacking side, they're usually able to get at least 7 rounds. So, again, they're still going to feel pretty good about things, but they are having some trouble here on this site right now. They're getting shut down by the low firepower, but Tens finally breaks it back open. The hero they needed comes through, saves the day, and now they should be able to take this, but that was scary for a second there, Shift.
It was a little bit too close for comfort, to be sure, but eventually the power will reign supreme. And so Zekin 1v3, and it's 2 rifles with the Spectre of Zombs to get through. It would take 3 incredible shots from the Sheriff, and Zekin just going to look for late timing, see if maybe he can find an exit on someone leaving the site a bit late.
Yeah, that's about all he can really hope to do in this moment. That will put Sentinels to 6, 2 away from tying things up. Sentinels trying to go hunting here a little bit, try to bring some weapons down. Not going to happen. Sick will find it. So they'll survive with all 3 players. They'll keep 2 rifles that they put into play, as well as the Spectre as they come into their bonus. Now we might start seeing things normalize a bit strategically. I will say Dapper usually very good at just creating presence on A by himself, and he'll do it quite a lot as well as being that mid lurk. And also with this composition, Sentinels are very divey, right? I mean, they have Sick on the Phoenix, they have Tens on the Jet. They can really kind of use Shazam's utility as well as Zombs' stars to really just kind of propel those 2 forward to take, either heavy map control or to just go for a site. They're a very explosive team. They got a lot of firepower, so that's what I expect to see throughout this half.
Good information here from Shazam, seeing that there are 2 players onto the C site early. Looks like he wants to throw off an early recon bolt as well, just to confirm this information. Sentinels are by no means expecting to hit this anytime soon. Spike is still sitting mid-map, and Tens is the one who has this with the blades out. So you expected him to go pretty quickly to the high ground here. As soon as he gets through B, it just comes down to, will he actually get an angle for an elimination once he makes his way in?
Yeah, he can definitely updraft dash over that tripwire, just have it broken by a teammate, and just kind of come in here and look to make moves. He's going to go ahead and plant it. Just going to play retake from behind, but you see BCJ step through the smoke, good for one, but Dapper is very quick to trade, which is exactly what Sentinels want. They want to stay even man and just get into safe post plant. And look at Ten just going off with the daggers.
And he completely clears off the C side of the map as well. So now Def is essentially by himself, completely isolated. No chance for Aaron really to help out from this position. It's just down to, I think, at this point, can you maybe find a couple isolated kills somewhere? But this is going to have to be down just as purely timing. Everyone seems to know that Def is on the left side of the map, and Aaron is forced just to back away and save. Another impressive round from Tens, and they do it in a way that you wouldn't normally expect. It's just take care of the trap wire, let him save his utility, and that may have been the difference maker in the 2 kills that were off screen.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're putting that much pressure up long C with your Sova like that, you're kind of forcing any additional resources you might have defending B to kind of have to come off of it and just kind of play more of that retake B setup. And so when you send Tens in there with daggers for the plant, and you have your smokes down on both the links, really all that they can do is either try to play post-plant 5v5 or try to challenge with the smokes, which is what they try to do, and they got caught. They got put back down to a 4-on-4 with Spike down. And then, I think the biggest thing there is Sentinels didn't allow themselves to be pigeonholed into just playing post-plant from middle. They sent Tens through that C link, and when he gets those 2 kills, they had so much space available, plus they had such a, just a big man count in their favor. And so that's a big bonus round victory. It forces the low buy now out of XSET. Sentinels have a great chance to tie this game up now.
We said that before when it comes to the early stages of a half. This is where XSET was able to find their thrifty in the 4th round to make things more interesting in the first half. But Sick with the run it back, going to go very quickly. Flash coming out, but it does not actually allow any space for Pure. Sentinels try to get maybe a little bit more information. They do see Second backing away. So Ten's on the site, working alongside Zombs to make sure they find some clearance. They do trade away Aaron, and then before that happens, you do have an opportunity to find depth as well. Second trying to do what they can with the Sheriff on site, not going to find anything, and Sentinels once more will plant.
Yeah, pretty easy for them up against low firepower. Sick able to use the run it back. It's a very quick entry in the intel on Zekin's location. Had good smokes down, good spacing, and again, a lot of firepower to trade with as they will now come into this next round with looks like 4 players surviving. BCJ getting caught by the recon bolt there. Shazam will finish him off. So yeah, 4 weapons carried over. They're starting to build their economy nicely. Starting to really get the gears turning here on their attacking side. Again, they're a team that normally is good for at least 7 rounds on attack, if not more than that. So they're well on pace. And again, continue to be ever dangerous. Looks like now they might be looking to use that Sova and Cypher utility to try to put that early pressure over towards sewers and long A. So kind of pivot off. Pure will be here with the operator, but is he really even going to get a chance to take a fair shot before he has force back?
ECJ has no Aldrone this round. So the ability to play for information is extremely limited, and you almost have to bank on, if you're XSET, that Pure has to find a first kill, because retakes are going to be extremely hard, and he does find the weapon of Shazam, then eventually the body. Sick trying to move quickly. Pure trying to respond to this with a quick scope, not going to be able to, as Zekin will still hold the corner. Flashes are still making their way onto site, but Sentinels are not really strong behind this. Pure is able to find a second. Zekin in the corner, no one's seen him. He doubles up, and Pure will find a third. Huge hold from XSET to keep things tight here in the late stages of the first map.
Yeah, obviously, accommodations had to go over to XSET for how they played that, but also they looked a little bit disjointed for Sentinels from what I'm used to seeing. Normally, when they attack that A site, they don't get free peeks away like that, and I feel like that's what kind of happened. Shazam peeked through the cage, just gave a free op shot to Pure without any type of potential to response. I feel like you got to flash that corner if you're going to come through with your Phoenix or something to kind of, force Pure back rather than just dry peeking. And also, normally they're really good at just kind of having Tins dash in with a couple of cloud bursts to allow him to get in the center of the site and then pivot from there, but they couldn't really do that either. They just got broken apart before they could really set up their attack, and now let's see what they want to do to adjust. They're just, sending their owl drone through sewers, but the Trailblazer has cleared out A lobby defensively for XSET, so they're going to be able to start rotating to B, ready for this attack.
Yeah, Def very aware that this could be a play. Calls for the Aldrin to come out just to help. Beyond that, BCJ is also here. Shock darts will come through, but Tens will stick for the plan. Able to get that off successfully and also exit, or can he? BCJ able to find the instant elimination, but Sentinels again setting up their post plant over to the backside of window. Nebula could be there to give him a chance to go for an early bit of defuse. They also read Sick playing in the tight corner. Here, still with the operator up top. Able to take down Dapper peeking long. Flash will come through. Cloudburst trying to keep this safe, but The defuse will not be stuck. Shazam has used both of his shock darts, though. Now it's just down to, can Sentinels actually fight this back 3v4? Shazam finds an elimination, trying to tie things up, but XSET, they continue to push on forward. Shazam gonna get tested by Pure. Able to find one elimination, but just stuck down to the Classic, and XSET again able to break the back of Sentinels to go up 10-8.
Yeah, that just again shows you the difficulty of trying to play post plant B when all of your forces are forced out into middle or window. You don't have any other way. You're kind of pigeonholed through one choke point, and they were already a man down as well to add to it. And yeah, you might have a lot of utility to stall out the diffuse between the hot hands to shock darts and so on and so forth, but if you're getting whittled down and you're all forced to one direction on the post plant, if any little thing goes wrong, you're basically just going to get spiraled out. And that's kind of what XSET were able to accomplish there. Again, able to get a great read thanks to that Trailblazer. That kind of shut down any A presence Sentinels were hoping to have by getting that early Trailblazer through and kind of getting a good read of the situation, able to have that early rotation to B side to defend.
Huge round right here for Sentinels. Must win, I think a lot of people would kind of frame this one up as.
Done it again, too. Look at the Trailblazer getting so much intel on that A side of the map. It allows Zekken to rotate, and again, it's going to be able to reinforce this B side again.
Sentinels just all about this B site on this attacking half. Sick considering the plant. Leaves it, and uh-oh, what happened right there? They toggle the spike between two players. Def walks in for one. BCJ finds the second. Dapper trying to collect the spike, denied. Oh no! It's all gone wrong for Sentinels, and now it's a 5v2 for XSET's defense with steep control of where the spike had been dropped.
Yeah, between the early intel of the Trailblazer on A side and the fact that BCJ had the Hunter's Fury available and felt no pressure and felt like he could easily pop it off onto the B site, Sentinels were really begging for a miracle to be able to get that spike down and actually be able to get some type of post-plant control, as XSET will just absolutely crush them here. Barely even lost health on any of their players in this round. They're going to go up to 11, no problem. And again, that just seemed like a really uninspired attack for Sentinels from what I'm used to seeing from their attacking side of Haven. I'm used to seeing things that look a lot more clean and decisive, and that just looked a little odd. But also a great job from XSET to get the early intel and just cause such a disturbance with this Hunter's Fury.
And then beyond that, just question marks. Sick is the one with the spike. He drops it for tens to plant. Maybe wanted to get to an early post-plant situation, but oof.
I don't know.
I mean, we come to expect concertos from Sentinels, and we just got a cacophony like 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I think you have to, you know, look at those 2 rounds and definitely look at Sentinels just being a little bit sloppy. You know, just not quite up to par. But again, that's just 2 rounds. But the problem is they're running out of rounds to burn.
Yeah.
As the favorite coming into this. They're trying to get some intel on C with that owl drone. Doesn't really get anything with the dart. Def is going to spot them over here towards long shots on the recon vault as well. And Shazam just going to have to hope that this Hunter's Fury can pave away.
Clear some space for Tens to get onto site, but he gets completely trapped out by the Cypher utility. Def still on the site as well. BCJ throwing some darts from beyond, and oh my is right. Shazam does find a shock dart from the grave. Sentinels just down to sick, and again, I won't say force into this. They were able to full afford into this round, but they lose this one. This map could just very well be over. XSET holds strong again on map point.
XSET are just stuffing Sentinels, man. They're just doing such a great job. Def shut down every piece of utility that Sentinels were trying to use to open up an area on C site and get some intel. Also, Hunter's Fury doesn't land the mark. Run it back, shut down. I mean, just XSET crushing that attack from Sentinels. And now Sentinels have to do more with less. They have to win 4 to force an OT. They're going to have to do so this round with a couple of Spectres, a Sheriff, and just 2 rifles in play. And again, they have looked just really off the mark these last few rounds here. Meanwhile, XSET look as polished as ever.
Yeah. Advanced position here from Pure.
Oh, my
Def. Oh, no. Timing could be incredible or terrible. Not like this. There will still be a follow-up. BCJ caught in a weird position, though. Has to fight off with at least one more player, and will be able to do so. Sick moving quickly. Doesn't expect Aaron to be there. Backs away, able to keep their life, and Dapper finds 2.
Huge.
Absolutely massive.
Right there. It was very much a back and forth until those 2 kills from Dapper. It could really have gone either way. Sick able to escape and heal thanks to Dapper. And now they have man advantage. They have the C site under control. They're bringing Spike in. Zekken trying to see if he can find a timing maybe through the smoke with Pure, but Zons has such a great angle here at the double stack.
Gravity Wall comes through, and that will be enough. Sick off the plant, comes around the corner, finds a double, and Sentinels not only stay alive, they've got some weapons now to start working with to potentially talk about the word tiebreaker situations.
Yeah, eventually they could force a save as well out of the other team, and that could give them like a free round, so it might not quite be, you know, a full 3 gun rounds ahead of them to be able to get the job done. So definitely overtime is still very much in the cards. But the XSET have, you know, still that 3-round lead. They still have full rifles coming to this round. They still have the operator for Pure, and they've shown these last few rounds that they are more than good enough to contend here defensively, as we are seeing Sentinels put some pressure on Pure here at long A, finally pushing his op off of a forward angle. Our drone will come in, allowing Sick to take a little bit of control towards sewers. It should spot second. Oh, no, it doesn't spot second. It's Def takes it out, and so they may not know about that. That could be a huge stake in the grass for XSET to disrupt this attack.
It's a 3-man stack here for XSET.
Yes.
They've seen the operator, and they've seen a rifle. They're not going to expect a third, and they still will be without that information. Now they're going to know that there is a Trailblazer in play, so there should be some information here for Sentinels that, yes, there very likely are 3 members here for XSET over towards the A site, but still 4v5, you really can't use that information for a quick rotate.
They also have no control anywhere else yet, right? They're still at the back of middle. Zoms is just starting to get over towards long C area. They're going to be able to probably get some garage control here, as that's been left a little bit open, but the Owl drone from BCJ is going to spot this threat, dart, and really kind of stall it out a little bit here. So yeah, they're a man up, and they're slowing down the progress of Sentinels all across the map. They're very spread out. They're going to have to try to go for the C-split with Tenz's Daggers. Hope he can just make a play.
Sees where BCJ is. Able to sidestep just a touch. BCJ trying to hold their life. Knows that imminent threats are all over the place. Shock Dart comes through. Abram on towards the site. Able to find 10 through the Nebula. BCJ does get traded. Spike, though, not going to be fully committed. Pure walking back out of the site. Finds one with the operator. Gets a second. And Dapper nowhere to go. XSET steal away the Sentinels map pick and strike first. We'll be back after this.
Which brings me to my next point. Do we think KO would date an air fryer?
Dude, Jacob. I hacked into
What?
VCT, bro. We're in VCT.
Oh.
This is our
Oh my
chance.
God,
Okay,
hey.
what's up, VCT
Hi,
chat?
hi,
We have a big
everyone.
announcement for you guys.
A super big
Okay,
announcement.
so
But first, do you think KO would date an air fryer? I
no,
think it's something that's very
Jake,
possible.
nope. We don't have that much time, dude. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Don't have that much time. Okay, you're muted. That's it. Hi, VCT chat. What's up? I'm Alex. This is Jacob. We're Loading Screens hosts every Tuesday and Thursday this month at 11 a.m. on Twitch and YouTube. We're going to be giving away $50 Valorant gift cards. $50 Valorant gift cards Tuesdays and Thursdays, 11 a.m. on Loading Screen right here. Okay, announcement done. Jacob, do you have anything you would like to say?
Yes.
Okay, what?
Do you think that
No!
KO would date Boombot?
Jacob,
I think it's
stop!
something we should
No!
Welcome back there, friends. I hold shift with Dust, and we have another map 1 loss for Sentinels. Been the trend. A lot of the time that we see them on stream over the course of this stage 3 so far. Not to say about what could possibly happen in the future, but we have to go off of the current result. XSET come through. They look really, really solid. I mean, first half, things were looking really great for them. After round 5, they were able to win, I mean, what, 8 rounds in a row, 7 rounds in a row there in their offensive half to really give themselves a great look at this map in total.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of trends, by the way, XSET snap a 14-game winning streak from Sentinels on Haven, including some big LAN matches in Iceland. So, I mean, that is a really tall feat. We talked about coming into this map, the pick bank, situation that, XSET were in, not having the strongest binder Haven in recent memory, and having to go up against a team that is very much a Titan on Haven to avoid bind. Yet, they were able to do just enough in the first half to give themselves a chance. And then when we switch sides on their defense, which is the side I was most worried about, they looked so sharp. They did such a great job using Zek and Trailblazer to get info on the A side and give them earlier rotations. They absolutely shut down both of Sentinel's kind of like set plays towards the B side of the map. And then also their C side defenses were incredibly on point, able to, get what they needed at just the right time and really put a hurting on Sentinels, who again are used to being able to kind of flex their muscles, play that bursty style. They did a great job disrupting it.
Yeah, I love that little look right there as well. Pure just with the operator late into the game comes through huge. Even being stuck in that gravity well on the A execute, just holds the position and says, that's fine, I still have an angle to use, and was a huge factor for why XSET was able to come not just back into the map overall, because it was looking good again for Sentinels off the top, but it just looked like once they got all the pieces of the puzzle, there was no breaking it apart. It just looked completely flawless on their offense, and realistically also from their defensive side as they won 5 out of 6 at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely looked just sharp all the way throughout the game, especially, having cold starts at the beginning of each half. They were really able to kind of shake that off and be sure to finish strong in both halves and then wind up coming out on top. And if I'm being honest, if I have to, be a little bit critical, I do think at least a couple of those attacks from Sentinels looked a bit sloppy. It was like they were a little bit not on the same page. Part of that is, again, getting disrupted by XSET's defense, but also, like you said, there's one round they're like passing a spike off in a critical moment for a plant on B. It's like little things like that has made you feel like they weren't quite as sharp as they wanted to be. They didn't quite get the same look you normally do. And that's usually how upsets happen, right? You have one team that's playing exactly how they need to. They're maybe even throwing out some new stuff and making it harder on their opponent to get good reads. And you have the favorite coming in just a little bit off the mark on a couple of key rounds. And sometimes that's all it takes. As XSET did a fantastic job there. Got good production out their entire lineup. And big upset for them to snap a 14-game winning streak of Sentinels on Haven.
And here's another look just as far as how things were going. One of the big kind of X factors that we were talking about was that battle between BCJ and Shazam, kind of comparing the two before the series. I'm sure we'll have a chance to look back at that at the end again. But for this map, it really did feel like BCJ was able to get himself involved at such a higher level. I mean, not only because he had a 2.6 KD compared to the 0.9, but the combat score and this total kills overall, very much so a participant throughout this round when it comes down to XSET overall. So great stuff. Yeah. When you're able to see a utility player essentially become the MVP of your squad here in a particular map where you usually attribute really good jet gameplay to, you love to see it. You're going to be feeling extra confident, especially because, well, coming up next, it's going to be Icebox. And this is a map that XSET have now played in all of their first 5 series through Stage 3. This would mark their 6th straight time playing it. And wouldn't you know it, they're 5-0 so far through the first 5 times they played it.
Another thing to note, man, Sentinels have won their last 16 best-of-3s in a row. They have not lost a series since the opening game of Challengers 2 in the previous stage against Ambox, where they got upset there. But they have won every series since then and have rarely even been dropping maps. If we're honest, didn't drop a single one in Iceland, for example. So this would be a really big one for XSET if they could actually pull this thing off. And as you said, they're kind of primed to do it coming into this, as you've already noted, looking incredibly hot on Icebox, winning their last 5 in a row, doing a great job, getting that pivot to the Viper coming into their play, still keeping that double duelist composition with Zekin and Pure, and just being able to play out some strong shots. Not only they're in a 5-game winning streak, by the way, they've never allowed their opponent double digits. Now, granted, they haven't beat any elite teams yet. That has to be said as well. I think their best wins are against Rise and Dark Zero, so not in like the top 5, top 10 teams in the region. But again, they're trending in the right direction. Where when you look at a team like Sentinels on Icebox, while they overall have a really strong win rate on the map, near 90%, they have had a couple of tougher games, including an upset loss to Sonics in the qualifier. So we'll have to see if they can tidy up coming into this next map.
And I think I'm just really interested because you had mentioned the fact that we expected, of course, see things like Viper and Sage be coming out to bat here. But for XSET, it wasn't the fact that, outside of the, when we watched them play, it was versus Dark Zero and versus Rise, and they did look very comfortable. The biggest thing for me was how quick they were able to take advantage of situations, considering the roster and lineup that they're putting together. What we're starting to see out of this Jet and this what would be expected Raze, that's where we really started to see the pressure of Zekken come into play, where it's like, okay, this guy really is helping out in a major way when it comes to how fast XSET wants to take control.
Yeah, he gets to play his natural role on this map, right? He gets to be that second duelist for real, right? And again, they're able to, start pivoting Aaron to a different role. You're going to see BCJ back on the Sova again, where he's going to feel comfortable. And for Sentinels, I'll be curious to see what duelist Tens picks up, because he's been known to play a lot of Reyna, but he was playing some raids against Genji yesterday, and he was very successful with it on helping them win that map on both sides. So, and then the other thing I'm curious about is Dapper on Sova, because I feel like that's been a little bit hit or miss when he's had to play that agent, because he's trying to free up the ability for Sick to play the Sage. So that's the one thing, because it's like the only map that Dapper has to play Sova, and that's a really big role pivot from playing a Sentinel, which is what he's normally known for, particularly on the Cypher. So that's kind of the other thing. I'll be curious to see how that plays out in this matchup.
Well, curiosity has been built up for us. XSET a map away from getting to the Challengers playoffs. We'll see how things unfold when we get to Icebox when we come back right after this. Welcome back. We're ready to go. It's Icebox for map number 2, and Sentinels find themselves down 0-1 for the third straight time since they've been able to get through at least their broadcasted matches so far through stage 3. At least so far, they've been able to prove that they can come back and win map 2 and map 3, but XSET have been really, really good at Icebox lately.
Yes.
And after maybe some of the mistakes and mishaps from Haven, you have to hope that Sentinels really come with a brand new, fresh pair of shoes on to clean this thing up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Icebox is still a very powerful map for them. Again, they're just under 90% win rate on the map. They've only lost it once recently. That was to Sonics. They have otherwise been great. They were flawless through Iceland on it. Very strong on both sides of the map. So they basically get to put themselves in a similar situation to Haven. They're going to feel very at home, very capable. And we are going to see Tens on the raise yet again instead of playing Reyna. So that seems to be a bit of a pivot for him on what duelists he wants to put into play. Other than that, it's the exact agency you'd expect, which is Sam being able to play the Jet on this map. Very good at it. On the XSET side of things, it's the same comp we've been seeing them run time and time again throughout their 5-game winning streak. You know, that double duelist composition with Zekin and Pure. You know, obviously Aaron making that pivot to playing Viper after, playing Asher for a time, and prior to that being a big race player himself. So he's, making that transition. And so far it's worked out pretty well. Def could be playing that Sage. And so you're basically seeing pretty much mirror compositions for these two teams. Yep. But both these teams have been running these comps for a considerable amount of time, and both have found a lot of success with it. Again, I think XSET has yet to be truly tested on Icebox yet, though. They've only got really one, I guess, sizable win under their belt as far as like who they won it against. You know what I mean? But it's not like they've missed an opportunity either. They haven't gotten a chance to show themselves off on this map against an elite team. This is their moment right now with already one big upset under their belt.
Well, opportunity could very well meet preparation here. This comes down to, can they come on top? One of the things in this is kind of something I always see on Twitter is like, XSET is just, they never win pistols, and they meme themselves about it every now and again too. It's just like their pistols are just not very good. So that very well could be something to keep in the conversation, as Sentinels so far are 2-0 on the pistols we've seen. And for XSET's offense, they will be just kind of, again, like they were in Haven, feeling things out, taking their time as they want to make their approach, make sure they're very good and clean as they make their attack.
Look at this, though. Shazam getting really deep on this A side with Jet, getting some early information. They're also really trusting in their Viper to kind of anchor B side. Shazam not only pushes out, but gets a frag. It's going to force XSET to respond with this quicker push up along B. Owl Drone leading the way. They will get over to yellow, but again, they're down a man, and they're getting slowed down a little bit here.
That's a defensive wall that gets placed as well, trying to deny any kind of plant through that Viper wall. Tens up top, able to take Pure down to critical health, but will eventually get wall banged out. Paint shells came through before he fell, but cannot confirm any kills off the backside. BCJ finds Zombs at range. Snake fight was considered for Aaron, but instead XSET are just biding their time and happy to take this battle, and you're seeing exactly why they've turned this from a 4v5 into a 4v3, make it a 4v2. Trades are good, and it's all down to Dapper for the 1v3. And he will be stuck bottom containers, and XSET fight back with an absolute fury.
Yeah, indeed they do. I thought they were in a lot of trouble when Shazam makes that push through A, gets a pick. Like you said, the defensive wall that they put down was really good by Sick. It could make it harder for them to feel comfortable just planning by that double stack region and just kind of playing post plant from yellow and long B. But BCJ and company, they just kind of play patient. They find a couple of picks, and then they go in and fight that bottom container out with man advantage, and they win their key duels. Have an easy 3-on-1 to close out the round. And now, with the 1-0 lead, we are going to see Sentinels have to go for a little bit of a low buy here. They're going to put some sheriffs forward, but certainly not fully equipped.
Here has the Marshal to kick things off for us as well, but XSET already some good information on Shazam's forward position. They were looking maybe for an isolated pick, do not find it off the tag, so things will reset in. XSET once more will start to funnel their way over towards green, over towards B.
Yeah, Shazam does retake the forward angle, though, and continues to press out over towards Belt. So, again, they're going to get a pretty decent read. That's going to be a B attack. They'll be able to make that very early rotation with Dapper and with Tens to get into back calls and get back over to B site in time for this attack. But, again, they're fighting with inferior firepower, so it's still going to be a tough ask. But Tens draws first blood.
A big first blood, but Pure catches Dapper just before the toxic screen can provide him any cover. So the trade is there, 4v4 we go. But again, XSET are not fully committing forward.
No.
Waiting for some space, and you see this kind of diagonal cross through of both of the different toxic screens that are in play for each Viper, of which BCJ will be able to get a tag onto Zombs, or at least you thought he did. Maybe you missed it just a touch there. Paint shells over the top, denies the plant, and Depth has to reset. Toxic screen is up. Here comes Sentinels on their way through. Not going to find anything as Tens, and again, it's now a 4v3 favoring XS post plant.
Yeah, I like their patience. You know, they were able to keep an eye on the flank. They're able to use BCJ's owl drone to find out a player, get some ideas on positioning. They didn't rush into anything and run into some type of trap. They played their cards right, and now they're going to look to close out this round 4-on-2. Everything going their way. Pure, we're in third with the no scope. Only Zombs now left remaining with little hope to find much, as BCJ will go ahead and mop it up for a second round for XSET. And again, I like that XSET kind of just showed a little bit of discipline, used that owl drone late in the round to get that additional bit of information, to comfortably get this plant down, and just kind of, you know, kept eyes for all the pushes and took care of business.
And the thing that I'm really enjoying the most so far from XSET, granted we're 2 rounds in, is the fact that they're showing an execute towards B, but they're waiting for all of the Sentinels' utility to come through before they commit for a plant. Yeah. And they've been happy to take these fights from the backside of yellow, kind of over towards the green alley. And Sentinels, they're committing forward to try to stop the plant from ever happening, but that's all by design for XSET. They're happy to let you come forward and essentially just take the 1v1 gunfights. Now this time, Sentinels showing some aggression. Shazam able to find one headshot to tap. BCJ early Hunter's Fury comes out. Not going to find anything, and Sentinels will confirm first blood by the way of 10's Vandal.
Yeah, again, just getting that forward presence on A side. This time it actually nets them a frag, and they're able to fade back with it here. Now they're collecting everything. They got a great read on the attack. They already had the proper rotations in place, and now they're up 2 players. They are stuffing this attack with precision. Looks like they are on their way to a victory unless XSET can pull out a miracle. This was their bonus. They don't have the big rifles, just a couple of Spectres and the Bulldog. And I feel like they got caught early. Shift was the problem there. I mean, it was such a quick read for Sentinels to know it was going to be a 5-man A commit. They were able to make a good rotation and get some big frags. BCJ, though, maybe opening a way back to at least get a spike play on this A side. They stalled out enough to instill some doubt. It gives them an empty A site for a plant.
Yeah, the later Toxistrin coming down will allow them a chance to create some separation, and now it's down to the post plant. But Sick wants to challenge this early, finds one. Second, over the corner. Sees that there's a second player nearby, now to the Spectre, and he reads where all 4 players are now for Sentinels. BCJ confirms one of the eliminations, but this would have to be an ace, and the snake fight is going to push him out into the angle for Shazam, and that will be enough for Sentinels to get the defuse and find their first round.
Yeah, just again, superior firepower. That round was in Sentinels' hands. They were able to get a pretty quick read thanks to a recon that it was a full A commit early. XSET at least was able to stall out and, you know, kind of force Sentinels to respect mid a little bit to at least get in and get a spike play and, you know, get a little bit of extra cash out of that, but still we're not able to fight through all that Sentinels had to offer as we come into now round 4. Sentinels looking to try to tie this thing up quickly. Again, they're looking to get a little bit aggressive with Shazam's Phantom on the A side. This time we're going to see that wall off in the rush under 2 from XSET, looking to get into that side container very early on under kitchen. At least that's how they're setting up.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is... I would have agreed with you. I was expecting the same call to come through, but no toxic screen down yet, no motion yet. Now finally, again, XSET is just waiting for this utility to come out early. There's the wall. Over the top, Pure going to read some information. There is somebody sitting in top mid. That's Dapper who's trying to contest, and we'll at least catch some information. Sick on the cross, right through the grid of the backside of the site. Able to find one. Wall banging onto Zombs, but again, the trades are good. So once more, XSET allowed to plant, and it's going to be down to what can you find from behind here if you're Shazam, because he might be the only Sentinels player that has not been revealed as of yet. Will give away his position as he finds BCJ, and it's just down to Aaron. Timing of this peek through the wall is going to be everything, and unfortunately gets a little bit caught underneath green. That will be enough for the defuse to come through, and Sentinels to tie us up.
Yeah, so the Sentinels be able to get a pretty good read. When you see that wall go down and you see that player, you know, boosting up on top of the tube, you kind of know what you're in for. And it's all about just making the right movements, getting into good positions, and just coming out on top in the exchanges. And that's exactly what Sentinels were able to do. Able to pick up on that pretty quick, able to come out on top in some of the key fights, and now they find themselves tied up here with XSET. Again, winner of this series is guaranteed a playoff spot. A lot of stress off your shoulders, no longer needing to qualify for the next step, and you'll get a little over a month to prepare for that playoff. And so, yeah, a lot to be gained here, avoiding that lower bracket matchup that comes up next. We are going to see Zombs trying to shut down early aggression at B with this wall, and that snake bite. Owl drone comes out to try to still allow XSET access to long B.
Oh, but is there really any kind of access, because Tens is playing forward with Zombs, and yeah, they will collect these kills pretty easily. And even beyond that, the paint shells will linger maybe a little bit longer than BCJ was expecting. So 4 kills in the first 14 seconds of the round. There's the 5th. Clean stuff from Sentinels, off some more aggression, this time through the B side of the map.
Yeah, it's so hard to play through that Viper utility defensively.
Yeah.
You know, if you're XSET, the only thing you can hope for is that you get the perfect read with that olive drone. That way you know what you're up against as you're trying to force your way through the snake bite and through that wall. And unfortunately, they did not get the read on Tens. And to make matters even worse, Shazam pushes out A side and gets a pick, so they don't even have a fallback option at that point. So just clean sweep for Sentinels, basically. They come into this round now with 3 ults at their disposal. Pure are going to have to settle for daggers into this one. The rest of this team will be able to rifle around it, however. And again, they're looking to try to test the waters at Long B early.
And, you know, for me, I would say, you know, why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The first couple rounds look so successful for you, but now they're going to have to be using this owl drone to scout things out early through green, knowing that there was aggression in the last 2 rounds for Sentinels, so they will not have that normal tool. Even beyond that, Sick has been freed up by the owl drone of Dapper, so now there's another sense of aggression from Sentinels, but in a different part of the map than XSET have seen yet.
Yeah, well, they know that Sick is this deep. He had a bit of a crossfire, too, with Dapper, but Dapper decides to back off to help kind of reinforce this B side, and for good reason. BTJ able to take Zombs down. That opens access to Long. They still have Spike. They now have the 5-on-4. They've watched for the push through A side as Zekken's been here the entire time, making sure that Shazam wasn't doing anything crafty in this area. Recon Bolt goes out in middle from Dapper, doesn't get a read. And so now they're a bit spread thin. They don't really know if this is a mid-push under 2, whether this is an A attack. They really don't have any information. They have to just kind of wait it out and hope that Shazam can maybe get a pick and get a read. But actually, it's Dapper able to get a pick out in middle somehow, and a res.
Oh, this is all looking really dangerous, but BCJ, he earned the Hunter's Fury off of the ultimate orb. Dapper sneaking his way to the rafters, able to find second. So numbers still good for Sentinels after the resurrection comes through, but BCJ and Aaron do have the ability to try to clutch this 2v4, knowing that they've got a Viper's Pit for the post plant. Will Dapper even allow them to get this spike off? Here comes the Boombot first and foremost, and then Sick secondly over the top finds the eliminations, and that's 2 rounds where XSET, they try to get this attack towards A, and I think a lot of it is just because the conversation revolves around the Hunter's Fury. They earn it for the second time. That's the second time they've gone over towards A.
Yeah, I mean, everything was looking great for XSET in that round until the Fire Nation attack. Or, more directly, the fact that they were able to get such an early pick through middle and a res, and that just changed the man count entirely, right? Just, you know, I really thought that they had that one under wraps. Again, they had the 5-on-4. They were denying information everywhere. They seemed to be able to just look to strike into Shazam on A side and just overwhelm him is what I thought was going to happen. But instead, they lose Pure out in middle. Shazam was able to get a pick and back off. And then they were able to kind of just turn the tide to the round from that point forward. Now they're up 4-2, and they're putting XSET on the low buy.
And because Pure had used the blades last round where the rest of his teammates had full purchased, he's going to be the only one with a rifle here.
Yeah.
So from one heroic situation to another, potentially, Sentinel's going to be tested at B once more, but there are 3 members here. Again, this Viper utility can be difficult to get through. You also have all of the help from Dapper as well, including a potential Hunter's Fury if they want it. Death is looking to plant, but Zom spamming through his own utility finds elimination, and that will mean there will be numbers once more for Sentinels defensively.
Yeah, looking good. They're up against inferior firepower, and they're getting the job done, stalling out this B attack. They already had the rotation in as well. Here's Tens, has mid covered, so that if there's any type of fallback, they'll know about it. So it seems like Sentinels are going to be able to kind of force XSET just kind of commit, but they're getting read out here by that recon bolt. Tens able to pick up on Pure, just adding to the man count now for Sentinels. They're just stuck. They cannot get this plan.
Spike down.
Not a lot of motion that could happen here. So, second, sneaking through does take care of Shazam, so this operator continues to change hands. Aaron, mid-map.
30 seconds
going to be the last hope here for XSET. But for Sentinels, again, really good recovery here since the opening pistol and follow-up round. They have been able to battle back, even in some really sticky situations over the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, they won a 4v5 last round, so, I mean, that just kind of was a little bit of an added detail to that. Looks like now, they'll win this round with maybe 3 players still standing at the end. Tens might get found out. Nope, never mind. He catches Aaron in the end, and some of these rounds have actually been convincing from Sentinels, too, like surviving with 3 or more players in some of these cases. So they're really starting to heat up here on Icebox. They're looking to try to force that map 3 and, you know, keep themselves in the conversation on the upper side of the bracket. And so I'm kind of curious what the next step is for XSET. Seen them, you know, try the 5-man pressure. We've seen them try to go for the under 2 brush with the Sage Wall. We've seen a couple of their different set pieces already in play. and they're starting to get shut down a little bit. So I'm curious what's next. What does Def and company come up with tactically to try to give them a key adjustment?
It could just be tempo and pace. See them moving a little bit more quickly here over towards Shazam. Oh my goodness. Heck of a flick onto Pure. So again, first blood will be there, but the big problem is the simple fact that XSET do have a resurrection. It's going to force Dapper right into the Hunter's Fury. 10's also committed to the paint shell, so they do take down Pure for a second time. Frustrating bit of 20 seconds there for Pure back-to-back, but still the numbers will prevail for Sentinels.
Absolutely. And now they already have their rotation as well. Blitzsick out in middle. They have 3 players on A site. They're still trusting in Zoms to kind of keep things under control on the B side of the map. And XSET are trying to stall and hold back because they're hoping that they can force the stack to break, to force Sentinels to respect mid and force them to have to come and help Zoms out a little bit on B. And now they'll come in with the showstopper. Def also finds an entry. They're starting to gain some space now for a plant, and they put the Viper Spit down, but they're still under a man. And now 2.
The kills are so good for Sentinels. They can challenge this and just surround the Viper's Pit and then all go in at once if they want to. Def even just gets spammed through the wall itself. Aaron over the corner. Not going to expect Sick to be that close. And an expensive round for XSET. Not just the weapons, but 3 different ultimates come up completely empty for him.
Yeah, the res got immediately canceled, and then the Viper's Pit gets absolutely shut down. So you're very spot on there that they spent a lot to gain very little. You know, and they lose that opening player to Shazam, and then the res gets crossed out by Tenz's paint shells. You know, again, they're in a 4 and 5. They try to stall, which is the right thing. It broke open the A-side stack, but they still just could not get an efficient trade. And now, wait, 3 marshals?
Yeah.
Interesting.
My eyes got pulled that way as well, and I was like, there's no way, right?
This is a little bit unorthodox, to say the least.
See. Shazam sees the cape of BCJ, trying to throw shoulders. Sick is able to find 2 more. Def does find 1 response, but again, it feels pretty negligible considering the circumstances. 4v2, and Sentinels are full rotated to A.
Yeah, Spike is down here towards the back of A side. Def could go back and collect, and he finds a nice little headshot there on the Dapper. Gets it into a 2-on-3. Aaron will come up there here and find the Spike and be able to bring it over if they so choose to go into A completely. He's also maybe looking at a little bit of a mid-lurk option, but the problem is, if you look at the other side, they are more than prepared for it here with Zoms' positioning.
Oh boy. Aaron's going to have to find some timing mid-map or something. It feels like that's the only realistic opportunity here for XSET. I was about to say, it's just,
there's no
I don't know how you work your way through. Yeah.
Poison's off.
They're going to have to brute force their way through something with low firepower. They're going to have to hope they can get another pick with Death Marshall here. That's about all they can hope for.
Well, 10's may provide him an opportunity. Not going to quite happen. 10's good for the double. And after the pistol and the follow-up, it's been nothing but Sentinels. So 7 straight rounds here, and now all of a sudden this first half is looking a bit out of reach here for XSET. You need to find a way to bounce back in this round right here.
He did give them the opportunity, to be fair. They just didn't seize it, you know?
It's fair.
He took it for himself instead, and now Sentinels are just shutting out XSET here. 7 rounds in a row, and most of them quite decisive, if we're honest. But now the full buy is back for XSET. Operator in the hands of Pure. Looks like, once again, they're maybe looking to try to put some pressure on middle without the stage wall, though, this time. They're just looking to maybe kind of use Pure's out to be the one to do it.
Op will be scouted out. Aldrone will see that information. Shazam, very aggressive through A.
Wow, yeah. He's pushed this gate area a couple of times, and he's been successful with it each time. And, well, that will continue. I mean, he has been such a thorn on their side on this A side of the map.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, now, again, Def. First one up, potentially towards B. 4v5 situation. Something has to start coming successfully for XSET, because this has not been the categorical XSET that we've seen over the last couple of rounds. And Aaron has actually gotten to a pretty forward spot. He could maybe contest an initial defender here on the corner, which would be Zoms, and always going to get caught in the middle of the Viper's Pit play. Now Sick, trying to find the response of the find elimination, but the play still stays alive. And, well, Pure will have at least enough space to try to get a plant down, but the wall going up will actually push him off for just a moment. And then right back to action. Shazam will at least get some information, but this will be a post-plant 3v4.
Yeah, they know exactly where the positioning is of XSET for the most part here. Shazam already finding Pure out. Zekin in a lot of trouble. Showstopper comes in from 10th as well to gain even more free ground, and now it's all on Def, who was the long con under tube. He gets his one, but I mean that's all he's doing. Sick, he'll be able to defuse no problem. I could see what was going on there from XSET. You notice they didn't use their Viper wall right away. I think they were actually trying to position it a little bit deeper inside the side so they could actually cover back calls as well, maybe even threaten that. We actually saw Sonics do that in the qualifier. It was a little bit of like a new use of Viper's wall, and I have noticed in some of XSET's games that while most teams will almost always just put the Viper wall down B every single time, they like to have Aaron hold on to it until more into like the mid round. That way they can use it for A attacks if they want to actually wall off screen, or again to set up maybe a deeper wall. But this round he will spin it right away at middle. They're gonna look to just go for a heavy A press.
Defensively, it's Tens and Shazam. Both of your duelists for Sentinels. Aldrone denied early. Tens sneaking on up towards pipes. Pure with the blades, looking to be the first one in. Zekin also throw the page shells, and no one has been able to see any information on where Tens is positioned. That will stay the case as Shazam finds another impressive first blood. Down low, Tens able to find one. Now immediately up to the second and the third for Tens. Dapper, the late rotator, will confirm the fifth and final kill, and Sentinels 9-2 up. And, well, I'll tell you this much. Going into this last round of the half, there's not a lot that XSET are going to have to play with.
Yeah, I mean, they got absolutely wrecked right there. Again, this dynamic defense from Sentinels this time. That's the first time they've used that pipes position. And Tens goes unchecked because they can't commit resources to check it. They're so focused on Shazam, who, again, has had so much impact with this operator, whether it's aggressive, even if he's had to play back, he's still finding picks by just doing these little quick maneuvers, and just sets up Tens to be the snake in the grass up top, and he pops off 3 without even really being looked at, if we're honest. 1 round left to go in the half.
Look at the difference here for Sentinels. 2 players. They're tube and middle, looking for early information mid-map. Zombs playing into tight corner. It'd be fine for him to find one. Not going to get anything, though. X had an opportunity to move a little bit more quickly over towards B. It's just down to the question of will they know that or not. Sick might give them at least some of a tip of the cap there, as both slow orbs will be used early. Shazam missing on the knives, at least a couple of them, and he does actually back away somehow, some way. Sick still solo defensively over the top. Tens they're now trying to assist as they collect for 1, but XSET have some good control of the site, but actually not going to be able to get the spike down, and the bomb is actually down in a really pretty awful spot.
Tens is doing such a great job buying time. He's gotten a couple of really big kills. Dapper, though, gets caught in the rotation. Now he's stuck in the shock dart, and he will go down. Great play from BCJ, now putting Shazam in a really tough 1v3. Oh, does get the hit on here, but not the frag. Does find Def, though.
This is still winnable. He's got some damage down. Does he actually swap to the AR at his feet? Looks like no for now. Wants to try to find an angle to get the operator. He's seen BCJ's cape. Hunter's Fury is going to come out. Shazam's been able to avoid this completely. BCJ just throwing this out blindly. Shazam up top now, an opportunity maybe to find an angle onto BCJ. Turn this into a 1v1, but BCJ holds inside the container. Oh, nearly gets Pure, but the snapper from Pure allows his 3rd kill, and XSET, they turn it into a 3-9 half, which is not going to feel very great, I think, if you're XSET.
No, not at all. They got shut down 9 rounds in a row. They just fit in the very last, and that's it. Obviously, they had the pistol as well to kick things off, so had the beginnings of a good half, but once Sentinels got their economy back in order, they were just shutting everything down again. Shazam, I think, was the X factor, whether it was shutting down the A pushes or just getting quick flanks or just giving his team instant 5-on-4s, whatever the case may be. He just made it so hard for XSET to be able to instill any type of game plan. And like the one time they tried to do something different with like an under 2 push, they got shut down there as well. So just Sentinels firing on all cylinders, showing you why they are the best team in the region and probably the world. Just, you know, even after a tough first map, they bounce back and they show you why they're dominant.
I think it's fair to just give the full statement that they're the best team in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, they go pretty flawless at the first international LAN. I think that's
it's the only with the only data to go off of. Yes, they do that.
Aaron up close and personal, working with Pure, and XSET defensively come away with the first 3 kills. Pure going to be tested, though, as paint shells will be right behind him. I think that's actually from Zekin, and it is. Yeah, he'll find the final 2 eliminations, and that will be enough for XSET to quickly take both pistols here on Icebox.
Yeah, desperately needed one as well, considering how far behind they are and considering how strong Sentinel's attack is on Icebox. They come in with a 65% win rate on the attacking side of Icebox. Very comfortable playing the attack. would say they usually get at least 6 rounds on attack. They average around 7 in probably like their last 10 or so games played. So definitely liking their chances to close here.
Early Marshall from Pure again found success with this in the first half, and once more sees an inch of Dapper, but the Aldrone will push him back. Shazam looking to get very quick. Viper's Wall will allow him to move very far forward. Sick looking for the plant, will use his own barrier orb to come down. Pure no scoping! Pure for 2! Looking for a third, maybe even a fourth beyond that. Would have been incredible, but it's still 3v4. This is still doable for Sentinels, all things said. XSET trying to clear. Even exchange still coming through, but now it's just down to 10. Finds one off the ropes, looking for more down low, but BCJ's superior firepower will win the battle, and XSET will take the second round.
Still a lot of ruckus caused by Sentinels for such a low investment. They get a spike plant and 3 players down. That is not too shabby. They'll come in with definitely the superior firepower in this next round. A great chance to hit double digits immediately. Really just comes off of getting that wall down, getting that plant, some cool shots from Pure. That's for sure. Definitely helps set up the retake, but again, still a very costly round for them despite the victory. So yeah, 4 of their 5 rounds have now been winning the pistol and the following anti-eco. So they need to get something else going. Yeah. Absolutely. Now this bonus is going to be a tough one.
But 4 players initially for XSET's defensive setup will be at A. And it looks like they actually want to try to move forward. Yeah, the recon dart will allow them a chance to get some advanced positions defensively around A, and that's the whole play. It's just BCJ. He uses that recon dart to push them forward. Pure was there just in case they needed help, but now there's some really good defensive control over the A site.
Yeah, the cost, though, is that it allows long B control to Sentinels pretty early. They already have the wall down to cover their access to the site itself. And so Sentinels kind of sniffing out the vulnerability in this defense. But Daph pushing through A, catches Sounds on such a perfect timing. That's now going to constantly be something that Sentinels have to worry about in this 4 and 5 is being flanked and how quick it may come. They're prompted to have to hit B hard and fast now. They still yet to find an entry.
And there is still a flash of strength just to keep this defensive rotation safe, but it doesn't actually go up. Aaron and Depth with the first 2 to fall. Pure still finding value out of the Marshall. Keeps most of this B site cleared up.
Spike down B.
Spike is down in the more traditional default spot. BCJ finds an elimination simultaneously. 10 still dancing with the devil on the backside of Snowman.
Look at this play from Shazam as well.
For trying to get a play. Yeah, this is all about the timing, and the Aldrone's going to scout out 10, so this has to come through quickly. 1 kill there. Not going to get the second. No spray down, and Zekin for 2. Now the bonus, that's successful for XSET. They're right back in this game all of a sudden.
Yeah, that was just so down the timing. If that Owl Drone just comes a second later, Shazam probably gets to flanking before Tins gets darted. And that could be a very different story at that point. But really well done by XSET to manage that situation, getting that early pick and capitalizing by just really never letting Sentinels feel comfortable in the site to get a plant. They were just constantly winning really key fights all across that B side. And yeah, winning a big bonus round. Able to now upgrade off the back of it, put Sentinels on the Sheriffs and give themselves a chance to close the gap early.
I really have to give a lot of credit to XSET. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised by the level of gameplay that they've shown, but I know probably a lot of the audience is, just especially against the caliber of opponent like Sentinels, but really love the setup just to get that A control and then eventually the timing for Def. It just all went together really nicely. They've showcased us that a couple of different times, but now they're going to have to respond to the offensive aggression of Sentinels as they make their way onto A.
Yep, Spike going down, Sick getting hit up hard, but does still fit it through. And they have a 5-on-5 post plant, but again, they're only on Sheros. They have no ults available yet. It's going to be a tough hold.
Top though, Sick. Sees a couple of heads. Opportunity? No. Second. Denies it. Shazam earns the knives, but immediately put down. Dapper, though, working this for even exchanges. BCJ on the ropes. Just wiggling back and forth to allow Aaron to sneak down low. That'll be enough for the defuse to come through to halfway, and I imagine BCJ will get the rest of this. And that will put XSET now on 7, but going into this next round, Sentinels should be able to full purchase, and this is going to be a very pivotal one towards what this map will look like at the end.
Absolutely. So here we go. Big round up here. Can XSET complete the closing of the gap? Or now that Sentinels has full firepower, can they start to make their march towards the finish line? For They're setting up Shazam to try to get a quick op pick over towards A side. They're trying to maybe even put some mid presence with their Viper. So they're playing out spread. They're not committing to anything early.
Opening this Viper's pit will definitely throw some consideration into the conversation of what Sentinels want to do.
Right.
You also have Def, who is pretty far forward over through green, but does get tagged out, while First Blood with Pure's Operator does get confirmed. So XSET early numbers, and Tens is still thinking about how do I clear out this Viper's pit to give us some extra options.
Yeah, I mean, that's a real big ask of him. Shazam gets caught. They're able to at least get the instant res and keep that Operator in play. Pure, though, on the other side. Again, making it very difficult for Sentinels to find any type of forward progression. He's got a good angle on top container. The Viper's pit's basically blocking the rest of the access to the site. They have Def covering long B. Solo, he's going to have a very quick, read if they try to pivot backwards. They have their Sova, BCJ covering mid, so they can keep this 3A defense in place and, again, keep that Viper pit flowing. And you can see Sentinels cannot find a way in. They're forced to back off, and, again, they have no idea what's going on elsewhere on the map.
They've used both shock darts, the boom bot, and the paint shells to try to push back anybody in the Viper's pit or find kills. None of that comes through, so now it's just going to be down to the vanilla gunplay from Sentinels to work their way over towards B, and they get scouted out by the recon dart. Massive BCJ converts into a one elimination. Also has the Owl drone to scout out where Shazam is, but does he expect Tens to his left? Tens could still actually open up this play from behind. Yeah, the numbers are not going to be great for Sentinels, but they've got some pretty good positions. But all the showstopper coming through. XSET deny the plant. And now it's just down to Tens. Not going to find anything. Another really solid retake from XSET.
Yeah, really well done. Again, they just shut down that A side of the map and burnt so much clock as Sentinels were still trying to see, can we find a way in? They knew that they didn't really have a foothold anywhere else on the map. They didn't know if they were getting pushed out long B. They were trying to commit to the cause. They got the res. They were trying to keep that pressure on, but again, they just could never find it. Were forced to retreat and try to pivot into something late B, but like you said, having to do so with limited utility at their disposal and no real information. And so they wind up getting shut down, and now they're back to Sheros once more. A great opportunity for X to tie up this thing and keep that 2-0 dream alive. I mean, it is definitely well and truly on. Again, they have never beaten Sentinels in a best-of-3, and Sentinels are on a 16 best-of-3 winning streak, including no match dropped at Iceland. So they've already broken the streak on Haven. Can they do it here on Icebox as well and snap the series streak?
Opening barrier orb defensively placed through tube. You thought for a moment that with the Owl drone to follow, this was going to be an aggressive play through XSET through the middle of the map. It's a little bit delayed. But they're now getting the read that this is going to be a play over towards A. The defenders will start to rotate to reinforce. Pure and Zek can find the first eliminations, no problem. Considering the paint shells was Zek just to see maybe there's an opportunity to deny any sneaky plants, but that will not come through whatsoever. Looking like a Flawless is on the cards here. Zek up top trying to confirm that. They're chasing down Zombs. He's got nowhere to go. And Flawless is indeed in the cards for XSET to tie us up at 9.
Indeed, 9 apiece. And so now with Sentinels back onto a Vi, what is going to be the adjustment? Again, they're a team that likes to play that very explosive style. Are they going to try to finally just force something through long B with their own Viper utility and that of Dapper on the Sova? Do they try to go for, the wall out under tube and try to put that mid pressure on? I feel like something has to give. It looks like they're going to keep Shazam trying to keep that pressure on A with Jet, but they are definitely looking to commit more resources towards this long B control early. But will they know about Pure's Operator being the perfect spot to perhaps counter that first player through?
First time we've seen this setup from XSET as well.
Exactly.
So Sentinels are going to have to try to sneak this away. Owl drone's coming out. Does it see both? No, it just gets the tag onto Aaron. Pure is still concealed from this position. Not anymore. Okay, so now he's going to have to respond. That's a beautiful isolation from Tens. Great first blood for Sentinels in a pivotal round.
Great last-second catch of that Owl drone on Pure's location. Tens able to capitalize on it. This will prompt them to push the showstopper into the site. The rocket goes wide, but they're getting the space. But second will put up a bit of a roadblock with that, equaling the numbers back to a 4-on-4.
Oh, that boombot is more massive. I mean, that made it a fifth member for the defensive XSET. Dapper still committing to this play, though. Wants the Hunter Sphere to come out. The Spike is rotating behind this at the same time. So looking for a timing on this rotation is Sentinels, and they may have just grabbed it.
Yeah, they have to back off here and bring the Spike over to A side. The good news is they put so much pressure that they force the full-on rotation. There is no one here standing to stop the Spike from going down. And they're having to be very careful even as they try to rotate through middle to set up this retake, as they don't know who might be lagging behind from Sentinels to catch them. Indeed, Dapper is playing the backside of A to try to watch for that very flank.
Not a lot of tools here from either side. ECJ just yeeting himself forward, nearly gets Sick off guard, but the self-res, or pardon me, the self-sustain will come through. Sick will turn that into a second elimination. Second, trying to work from the high ground. On the backside is Daph. Looking for a timing to pinch this one up, but Shazam responds. Sick as well for 3 kills, and a massive round for Sentinels as they break the ice back to another lead up 10-9.
And despite getting hit by that boom bot, they put so much pressure on B, catching Pure early, forcing that rotation and able to double back into an empty A side. Really well done. Now they go up to 10. They're keeping that third map in the cards. XSET can buy right back up, though. They can try it again with Pure's operator. This time looks like he's going to be looking to go toe-to-toe with Shazam on the A side of the map. He's going to be just with the rifle this time around. This time it's back to the spread default from Sentinels. Just, putting multi-prong pressure, trying to get some long B control, but, trying to keep tabs on the A side as well.
The bank, honestly, for XSET is still very healthy, even after this purchase.
Yeah. That's big.
Cool.
Sick gets the res and gets full long B control off the back of that drone. And it didn't really cost them much to do it. And so now they get to keep kind of that multi-prong pressure all across the map. And they don't have to commit, and they can really keep this defense kind of spread thin for a mid to late round gather. It looks like they want to go B, despite certainly pivoting that direction. But again, Tens and Shazam are making sure they're keeping that pressure on A to not allow the rotation.
Late owl drone for BCJ. Not going to see too much. Def tag down extremely low through the middle of the map. Has to use the healing orb, maybe earlier than they would have liked. Recon bolt comes out for Sentinels. That denied. Sick, quickly. Off the wall. Looks for an opening peek. Not going to see too much, but does catch that there are a couple of members, and that's going to be against Sentinels. Looking for a timing to rewrap this back. The only defender here is Pure.
Yeah, again, they did such a great job just doing a bit of a double feint there, creating the rotation again, finding a vulnerable site. Pure misses the shot, and now it's a 5-on-4 post plant for Sentinels, and Sick adds to it. This is so tough now for XSET.
This is tough. I don't. The conversation is going to be based on if they can even find this first elimination. Not going to happen. Tens denies second, and what a back Tens has had. BCJ finally puts a stop to him. Shazam up top, able to take care of Aaron as the Hunter's Fury will start pushing people away, and Shazam just floats right on in. Takes advantage of the ultimate being pulled, and Sentinels 11-9 up, and now the question turns up to the banks of what XSET still has to afford.
Yeah, I feel like the big adjustment here is that XSET have not been playing as forward on B, and we're starting to see Dapper get a lot more value out that owl drone on that long B side. It's opening up that pathway. It's forcing rotations out of XSET to respect it, and it's creating vulnerabilities on the A side that Sentinels are able to exploit. However, look at the gamble from XSET this round. They are looking to get hot and heavy on A, probably aggressively with 3 players. It's going to leave B a little bit vulnerable to start. That might be the adjustment they need to get proactive and make magic happen. But look at this, the rock, paper, scissors battle. It's the under 2 push by Sick.
Bombs gets tagged down low. Second, same could be said about him as he's down to 20 HP. Healing orb quickly. Sick, caught out, denied. XSET now 5v4 early. That's the only Spectre they had on the floor, now turned into a rifle. Big news here for XSET for their arsenal.
Yeah, big catch there to get Sick down with that owl drone, get a 5-on-4, and they still have their 3-man A defense in place. It's been unchecked. Shazam good for an entry, but Pure and Def respond very rapidly.
That is a huge kill from Pure. Dapper slid through the ropes. I don't think anyone saw him, but Tens is inching closer to 30 eliminations. You almost feel like him and Shazam together could clutch this 2v3. 45 seconds on the clock. Spike is down. Pure knows Shazam stuck in a corner, wants the angle. And they're even going to force the resurrection into the mix just to make sure that, again, the economy stays safe. It's just down to Tens 1v4. Good luck. There's the first.
30 seconds left.
Oh. The way that Shazam and Tens have been playing this map, you did maybe fancy their chances to pull off the 2-on-3, but thanks to the res and the good positioning from XSET, they're not going to be unseated there. Now they have a showstopper coming into this round. As we take a look, we can definitely see how much impact Shazam are having on the server. Sick, not lag too far behind. Plenty of ults in play here. particularly for Sentinel side. They can get a plant. That Viper Spit could be massive. They have a res available. Tins is only one away from a showstopper to kind of cancel out second. So this is a big moment.
Here we go. You wanted to see XSET maybe get a little more aggressive towards B. Wall, Snakebite, all being used. Boombot, Owl Drone to counter. Steph's still holding his position. Shazam up top, tag down low. Do they know that 6 in the back corner? No, they don't. Sick finds 2. Now it's just down to Kanzek and get here to try to stall this plant for as long as possible. Tries to break through the wall, cannot find the kill. Sentinels successfully get the post plant.
Yeah, it's finally Sentinels deciding just a 5-man commit through the Viper utility at Long B and just go out swinging. And they come out on top for a plant. And now they're whittling away this retake. Shazam from downtown with the operator strikes into 2, leaving BCJ all by his lonesome in a 1v4 with no real hope at stopping Sentinels from finding map point.
Moving around the back, maybe trying to get this operator. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive with it. Shazam is very aware that this could be the play, watching this tight corner. To see him? Sure does. Shazam, 3 kills, 2 impressively on the take. The third to clean things up, and Sentinels a round away from sending us to yet another map 3.
Indeed, they're looking very close to it at this point in time. You'd kind of count on it, as that map would be split with XSET starting out on the defense. Only one more round required to do it here from the Sentinel side of things. They have looked so sharp here in this second half. There's been a bit of a scramble, though, from XSET here recently to try to get back into it.
I'm actually a bit surprised. This is just like random forethought. We haven't seen a single tactical timeout at all yet today from either of these two teams.
Yeah. Definitely noteworthy. As we are going to see Pure have to pop the daggers to have some good firepower here. And there's the wall from Zoms onto A. They're looking to follow it in. Drone leading the way. Pure gets started. He's forced to dash out, leaving Death stranded and taken out.
Yeah, that's not great news. Shazam's even watching the flank in which BCJ will come through. BCJ does still keep this play alive, and Zekin, showstopper up top, clears out 1. BCJ a second from the flank. Maybe an opportunity for a third. The double peek comes through, but BCJ gets the double! Oh my God! What in the world was that double up for BCJ?
What a play from him, just putting the team on his shoulders and trying to carry them to the finish line there. A beautiful flank. A decisive strike from Sentinels onto A site. It looked great, but BCJ coming around, shutting down Shazam, who had the angle, just out-dueling everyone. And then this transfer from Sick to Zoms, definitely a flick of the day candidate, you'd have to imagine. I'm sure he's made both of his parents proud, who are very much supporters of him and this team. They watch all the time. I see them on the social media tweeting at me. I'm sure they're going to crack a smile over that one. That's certainly a step in the right direction for Sentinels to force an overtime here. Tactical timeout. You called it. It finally comes into play, and at the perfect time, as Sentinels know that they need to get this one. They need to avoid that OT, try to get this to a third map as quickly as possible. I mean, that was so brilliant from BCJ.
I have never... That's
got to be the flick of the day, right? That's got to be the aim
absolutely,
for
dude.
sure.
That might be flick of the game, dude.
Oh,
like,
I mean, that was an absolute beauty, especially because it was a transfer. I mean, yeah, come on.
unbelievable.
Go ahead and chalk it up, production. That's going to be the aim labs for sure.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
sure
taking
Labs
over
won't
the
mind.
stream. Yeah, we're taking over the stream. We're making the calls now.
Our decision now. We're the captains.
Unreal. Unreal stuff. So now 11-12 the tally, and we're
Yes.
going to have even weaponry again. Shazam's going to be pulling out the blades here with just the classic to play with. At least that seems to be the conversation point. And this is XSET trying to force this to OT. So Sentinels, they have the Resurrection to also play, and maybe that is a determining factor of how they want to set up this offense.
Yeah, and also, I mean, with the daggers, it gives Shazam the long-range option so we can get the Spectre to be, the more the close range. So I like that as well. Still going to have, a little bit of firepower to work with, even if he can't net himself an upgrade off the back of the daggers. And yeah, the res could definitely have a pivotal role in all this, but so could Aaron's Viper's Pit. So I'm not sure if they're going to want to use the Viper's Pit early to just like control one side of the map. Like, they've used it on A successfully once, and they've also used it to block off long B in the past. So they could go with either option. and that would allow them to kind of be a little bit more heavy-handed elsewhere with their firepower. So yeah, I'm kind of curious, what do they want to do? Or do they want to save it and try to jump into a site for a retake? Shazam trying to go for a pick. Almost caught a little glimpse of something over there over the long B wall, but not quite. That would have been very nifty if he could have pulled that off.
They're going to try to run through this poison cloud. BCJ. Call his number again. He's going to get information off this. Is there going to be enough help here, though, for him is the real question. Shock Dart comes through. Does he even need the help? Second Shock Dart comes in the mix. That's going to find, again, more damage to come out. BCJ knows that there's more players here. Paint Shell's beautifully placed. Recon Bolt will be denied. Sentinels are a bit stuck.
Yeah.
But they do survive it, and that might be more important than anything else, considering there haven't been a single elimination off of this.
The thing is, Sentinels throughout this half have been constantly kind of putting that cloud there at middle to instill some conditioning, I guess you could say. But it's been read so well from BCJ. Trying to use the wall to make a play here. And Shazam, in the meantime, is able to come through, but he misses every single dagger. And BCJ and Zekken combine for 2. And oh my goodness, this is getting spicy.
Pure, going to be tested. Doesn't see the corner? Shazam tries to just sneak across. Spike has been collected. The defense is all over the place. And of course, Pure is going to know that there's threats right on either side of these doorways.
Oh, Smart backing up as well towards Spawn, just staying alive. Death has been caught, though, and Shazam will use it to get the dagger out. Now they're a man ahead. Spike going to get planted at A. A tough retake now for Pure and Aaron, but Aaron at least able to get in a position here at middle. It looks like, despite all the efforts of BCJ at middle, the OT might be averted.
Shazam down low. Aaron trying to clear. Tense finds his third elimination. Just down to Aaron. Knives will miss. Dapper cleans up. Sentinels clutch us away right at the brink of what looked to be a certain overtime. We'll see ya on Split. Fireworks continue past the 4th of July here in this series. XSET battled back to almost send us to an overtime on Icebox, but cut a little bit short. Even saved the incredible four-piece kill that we saw out of BCJ to try to salvage things to that 12-12 tie. So Icebox done and dusted, and great news for Sentinels as their defense really came to play, not allowing XSET hardly anything outside of the opening pistol.
Yeah, Shazam and Tens were just an absolute unit in that game. I mean, on both sides of the map, they had so much impact. Defensively, in particular, I feel like Shazam just dictated the pace time and time again on the A side of the map. Made it very hard for XSET to ever feel comfortable taking that, and it also made it much easier for Sentinels to have those early rotations to reinforce that B side of the map and, again, make it difficult there as well. So I just think so many opening picks went Shazam's way that it just made it so much easier on Sentinels, so much harder on XSET to get things done. And then when you flip sides, I mean, it was just such a back-and-forth affair. It felt like those last, 5 or 6 rounds. It really felt like overtime was very much in the cards there for a time, but Sentinels able to hold on in the end.
Yeah, really good stuff defensively, and you thought for a moment that the same was going to be replicated from XSET as they came out of the gate hot on the second half with 6 defensive rounds of their own. And, I mean, I'll tell you, it just, at a certain moment, you look at Sentinels and you say, what is going on with their offensive executions? But then they started to really figure things out, and they really put a lot of monkey wrenches into the system where this strong XSET defense was just stretched maybe a little bit more than they would have liked.
I feel like they got a lot of value out their owl drone at Long B late in the half. I think that was the big difference maker. They caught one round Pure trying to be aggressive in Long B and pushed them back and used it to take a round, and they had another very decisive round as well, just due to being able to get some very quick Long B control. And then the last round, again, it was just putting that mid-pressure on. BCJ did everything he could to try to stop it. But, I mean, with so much map being taken by Sentinels, and they had Shazam slip into A at the same time, it just created, too much for XSET to handle. And so a third map will be required when it's all said and done. Sentinels just barely edged that one out, 13-11. As you can see, it was very close in almost every single category as you look at that score and at that timeline. But now we're going to be served up a dish of split.
Indeed. And again, just one of those things you take a look at the duelist play that comes through from the side of the Sentinels, and you really love to see, I think, just crediting Shazam for the ability to go immediately from a more passive role into something more aggressive and be able to find so much value with it. That's the big key. It really does make him one of the more well-rounded players in Valorant as a whole. And then kind of the same thing, I think, at the beginning of this map, we talked about Dapper, swapping over from the Sentinel role into the Sova. He was great for Sentinels yesterday versus Gen G. Serviceable, to say the least, I would say, throughout this series as well. A lot of key moments, like you mentioned, the Aldrone play really helping them out. But now we turn that conversation, like you mentioned, over towards the split for map number 3. And for the side of Sentinels, you look at their split historically, at least through stage 2, I mean, they carried an over 70% defensive win rate and an over 50% offensive win rate on the map throughout 11 different instances. That really big tiebreaker, or the overtime, rather, I should say, versus Fnatic in the grand finals of Iceland, that was absolutely unbelievable. But there have been kind of mixed results, because also in my mind is that 1-13 that they had versus Cloud9 Blue, where they looked completely lost on what they wanted to do. That was back during the Challengers playoffs. That's
kind of fluky to me, though, because that's the only real big error they've had, right? I mean, other than a close loss to Ambox prior to that, they were pretty much beating everybody on the map. And so I kind of brushed that one to the side. Yeah, it was a big loss, but otherwise they've been pretty much flawless on it. They haven't played it much, though, recently, I guess is the one thing you could point to. I mean, they only played it once in Iceland in its entirety. And so it's not like they've had a lot of maybe recent reps on the map. They haven't played it at all in the stage. So that's kind of the one thing that you'll kind of wonder a little bit about, But again, they'll come in with a very powerful double duelist composition. Dapper will get to be able to be back on the Cypher where he feels very confident. And I think that they'll still come in with a lot of good form. The problem is with XSET, their split been very iffy, if we're being honest. Just have not had the best win rate on the map. I don't know. I mean, I kind of fear for them a little bit here.
The thing is, throughout this stage so far that they have played it in almost every single series, they are coming off of that loss to Rise from the other day. I mean, it was not exactly the most well put together offensive half that they've ever seen. But they did play this map in almost every single series through their qualifier. But again, we throw the conversation to kind of counter that. I didn't really play anybody all that great in the qualifier, so
and they looked
left to learn.
Rough last stage. They looked rough last stage on Split. They weren't beating anybody. They had 2 big wins against Version 1 and Immortals, and they were getting smashed every other time, pretty much by Envy and Sentinels and so on and so forth. So I just think they're going to be in a lot of trouble coming in the split. Yeah, they've looked a little bit better on some of their defensive sides with this new roster, but I just think that when, pedal comes to the metal, I think that Sentinels are going to come out on top here.
We'll see how things unfold. We expect the double duelists to be right back into the mix for the side of XSET. Can they find more favor here on Split than they did in Icebox? That's the pending question. Map 3 coming to us right after this.
The money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the
Welcome back. It's a map 3, and if you're a Sentinels fan, you're not unfamiliar with that fact. After stage 3 has been almost nothing but 3 maps for them all the way through, especially considering they've lost almost every single map one they've played. So it's going to be split this time around to determine the outcome of who automatically gets qualified for Challengers playoffs with the win, and who will have to go up against the KC Pioneers of the lower bracket for a second go. I'm Shift. With me is Dust. We're to kind of laid out some of our roster and compositional expectations as we move through, and it looks like we're largely going to be getting what those expectations built out to be.
Yeah, there was a time when BCJ would play Initiator on this map, like Breach or something, but he's been playing Sage recently. And again, Aaron's made that pivot to being more the Sentinel role on the team when they want to have one, so Death can play that Astra. So pretty much exactly what you'd expect out of XSET, that double, duelist comp coming into this one yet again with Zekin on the Raze and Pure on the Jet. On the opposite side of things, again, kind of what you normally expect. There's really nothing out there that surprises me about this. This is exactly the agent selection you would anticipate from Sentinels. And again, it's just one of those stories like we've been talking about throughout, is that the Sentinels come in as the favorite, and Split's no real straying away from that storyline.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely come in the more proven team on Split. You know, since Tins has been on board, they're at a 75% win rate. They look strong on both sides of the map, particularly the defense, which, again, this map is kind of known for that. They've only had really one recent loss on it, and that was like a fluky one, in my opinion, to Cloud9 Blue. Other than that, they've been beating all the elite teams in the region on a regular basis. They beat Fnatic when it mattered most in the grand finals in Iceland. And, you know, with the playoff spot on the line at the end of this map, they definitely feel very well situated to do well, considering that, honestly, I feel like XSET haven't shown me enough on this map. You know,
Yep.
they struggled last stage, and this stage they haven't really beaten anybody of big name value. Granted, not their fault. They beat who've been put in front of them, but they also did have a massive loss to Rise yesterday, which makes it even harder to be confident in them. But we'll see.
Yeah, and I'd say this beyond that for XSET, because Sentinels, like you mentioned, is so good on both sides of the map, including through Stage 2, a 52% win rate on their attack. You need to win this pistol. I mean, going 6-6 defensively against the Sentinels team from the defensive half is not likely going to be enough. Double peek comes through up top through B Tower. You're the first one to fall. Little sneaky play from Def mid map, able to take one with him, but still the numbers prevail for Sentinels up top, though. Abram able to respond. Again, we go back and forth, but Sentinels keep finding the edges, and it's just down to Zek and 1v3.
Really great B-Heaven pressure there on this split, just being able to fight their way through it, coming out well on top, leaving Zek in pretty much an impossible 1v3. Dapper is low on health, and those paint shells will also chip away and kind of delay the spike plant for a little bit here by Sick. Doesn't take too much damage, though, when it's all said and done, and now he'll be able to get it down safely, no problem.
Second, getting to the low ground safely, but really not a lot of room to work with safely after that. So Sentinels will take the opening pistol, and well, I mean, again, it's a mildly point, but I still think that that's bad news for XSET overall. If Sentinels, and then you expect them to take the second round. If they build momentum offensively, they're really hard to stop.
Yeah, again, I mean, they're a team when you look at them defensively, and like they're just constantly putting up big numbers, you know, 8+ rounds defensively. So if you allow them to also get their attack rolling early by winning a pistol and, you know, getting the following anti-eco, that just really sets them up for success. But obviously still early days. Pure going for the shorty play here on the Jet, so maybe we'll see him try to pop off some fireworks. We saw Tins do that with the Yoder yesterday on Bind.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Pure will try to make something happen here on Split with the weapon.
The map forfeited by XSET, and geez, Aaron BCJ already tagged down low. Gotta determine who you want to get closer to full HP. And it looks like BCJ has been selfish, rather, I should say, with that decision, getting himself up to more serviceable health. Quick play forward. Pure able to find one with the shorty, but an instantly denied. Spike is being planted in the same breath. Second peeking a little bit wider than he probably thought he was, and Aaron beyond that quick to follow. So Sentinels very rapidly take their second round away.
Yeah, no problems. Again, just keeping that B pressure on heavy, but now it will be the bonus round for Sentinels. This is where they might want to slow things a little bit. They definitely are a team that likes to have that default where Dapper kind of beats that solo A presence while they try to get that, you know, mid-control pressure, mailroom pressure ropes, and all the like. But again, they're also a team that can just load up the box and just look the charge right at you. Very good at kind of switching between kind of reactionary and mid-round plays and then just the full-on, you know, explosive set pieces. But it looks like this round they want to go for that mid-control early. Indeed, they'll be able to let Tins lead the way here with the Spectre.
This mid-map play has been a staple so far, but this time Pure aggressive peek over the top does catch the better of Shazam, if only just barely. Falls back into the friendly hands of BCJ to get self-sustained. Gravity will make sure that more of that health can be regenerated. But Six still trying to move aggressively. He gets punished for BCJ with the second elimination. And the spike, yeah, it's been collected, but this is a tough 3v5 look, even from the B tower.
Yeah, it is. They're trying to get through here. Tins has to make it to the low ground, trying to satchel across the way. BCJ, though, continues just to hold firm on this pillar side, continues to just keep dishing out frags despite being pressured from multiple angles. He settles in and finds himself a third, leaving Zons all by his lonesome, and not long for this world. Second will clean it up, so the bonus goes the way of XSET, but now the full buy-up comes from Sentinels. This is where they will truly be tested, and we'll start to get a little bit more of a feel on the pacing of this game and where the momentum really lies.
Yeah. I was just going to add to that, just how much focus the Sentinels want to continue to play through the middle of the map. You can already see the defensive XSET have adjusted in a couple of different ways. This time it's going to be Zekin who's actually playing from ropes with some assistance from Aaron with a trap wire behind him. So you can definitely feel XSET have felt that pressure mid-map, but Sentinels are going to give us a look at something different with an initial play over towards A by the look of it.
Yeah, I like that they're going to pick up the pace here on a set piece and around like this. Sick only has the Sheriff, actually. But, Death right away catches Shazam. And when you're getting Shazam down, you kind of know that there's a follow-up behind that they were meant to do something explosive at A, and they're going to start pulling those rotations.
Aaron a chance where he could potentially also peek with this double hit through A ramps. Here comes the play forward. Death behind it. Not going to get Zombs. BCJ does the trade, though. Now on to Aaron. On the site. Finds one, but not a second. So Sentinels have made their way on towards the site, but not with numbers. Nebula will keep the top heaven side play safe, and if BCJ falls there, you start talking about Sentinels with a very good look at the 2v2, but the number is still good for XSET.
Indeed they are. They do have that man advantage. BCJ, though, low on HP, and Dapper has a good position. The thing is, if they double swing screens, he's in trouble.
Even beyond that, he gets caught trying to check the spy cam. Now it's just up to tens. Finds the first. Now 1v2, but second quick to follow around the opposite side. Finds the elimination. And XSET able to turn back the third and fourth round to tie us right back up again, and now Sentinels will be put into another sticky financial situation.
I feel like XSET just immediately got the read it was a heavy A play. Just, getting that span through the cage right away at the ramps. And it just feels like Sentinels got halted every step of the way. And they just stayed a man behind pretty much the entire time. XSET doing a great job getting some key intel, rotations, and frags early in that round to put that one to a halt. And now Sentinels come into this on a low buy. Just Sheriffs and, at best, a ghost for Dapper. And so very likely a pretty easy round for XSET unless someone's able to pop off a pick with the Sheriff early. That Shazam's going to be trying to do that out in the middle, it seems.
They do have a lot of kill potential. I mean, you also still have a showstopper to play with. Well, Tens has this Vandal, so I mean, the ability to confirm kills is still there. It just comes down to at what point do you want to try to get either of those two things into play, because it still looks like Sentinels want to try to aggress upon B Tower, which will give Tens realistically a good look over the B site for a showstopper play.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Sentinels have gotten a lot of map control. They're threatening mailroom, they're threatening ropes into A heaven. There is no information for XSET on the extremities of the map except for, like, B lobby a little bit. So, I mean, Sentinels are doing a lot of good things here as far as creating presence, getting map control, denying intel. They give themselves a launching pad. That wall, though, gives a good read for BCJ because he knows how many guns had to be used to shoot that wall down. So he knows they haven't really committed to A heaven yet. Look at 10 sneaking through, gets caught, though. That's a big catch from Zekin. That could have gotten really dicey had he have gone down.
I don't think we've seen a team play this map defensively this slow since the map first came out, I feel like. Pure's going to find two. BCJ still has this elevation to play off of. And we'll have a chance maybe to find Sick. Sure does. That's the spike down. Last player is Dapper. They know he's quick to follow. And yeah, XSET are playing the map off of the very reserved choke points towards the backside of both towers, and it's worked out pretty nicely for them the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving Sentinels ropes, but they're reinforcing B heaven. They have someone watching to make sure that their back halls aren't going to get penetrated by that ropes play. So it's like calculated vulnerabilities where you know where your gaps are, but you know that you have other areas covered and you can play around that. But now it's the full-on buy for Sentinels. This is where their mid-pressure can get a lot more ferocious. They can, take duels a little bit more willingly and have a lot more to fight with when they do so. And this is where you can really start to see Sentinel's nature come out. And this is where the first, next big test for XSET's going to be is how they handle this pressure.
Hag will be there for Pure. Cannot fully get the elimination, though, so Shazam will back away, and I imagine Sick will likely be trying to track him down for the heal, and there it is.
Yep. Not quite sure what Sentinels want to do just yet. They're still testing the waters with mid-control. They know that they've pushed Pure off yet again with that boom bot. So they know that mailroom should be a little bit easier to capture. They still have Sick available here with the orb. But he does not have his wall, so he can't wall off entry into B site through the lobby area. So that's going to make things a little bit harder, but they're still looking to attack that. They're still pivoting everyone over, including the spike carrier. They're leaving a couple behind at middle, so they're going to go for the B pinch play. But again, it's going to be a little bit harder to penetrate, but they do have the showstopper that can really help them get some space.
Star placement also being in the mix. Pure operator in hand. They have one chance. You want to find it. Just a millisecond late on the trigger. Tens now moving forward. Concept Divide is also there. And honestly, This has put Tens in a weird spot where he doesn't really know what to shoot at. Throws his back corner. Not going to confirm a kill. BCJ able to find himself a point of contact, but it's Zek into the back corner, who takes down 2. Dapper still lurking behind the play. Finds a first and a second onto Dap. Neural Theft will come into play. Pure trying to save the round, and he misses the right click of the knives. So Zam able to find elimination, and Sentinels bounce back to tie us back up.
Yeah, what that really boiled down to is even without the barrier, they did have the Cosmic Divide, which basically do the same thing, but even more, stretching the entirety of the site. Again, they were able to, push Pure off of Mailroom constantly, making it tough for him to get comfortable with the operator in that space. Showstopper comes in, clears a path into B. They're able to trade their way through all of it. And so they tie things right back up at 3 apiece. Now Shazam will also have an operator in play. Looks like he might be looking to counter B aggression this time with it, and maybe even look for a pick on that side.
Oh, early information here from Def. He used the gravity wall just to make sure there's no follow-up. BCJ getting aggressive. This is the first time we've seen XSET try to play with a bit of speed and tempo on the defense, and it's panned out nicely. Def, I don't think he even expected to get that elimination. Pulls away from it just as Sick was coming through, but still locks down the headshot. It's an early 5v3 for the defense.
Yeah, I love that proactiveness from BCJ, like knowing that the op was B lobby. He was a little bit more comfortable walking down middle with the coverage of his teammate to put that pressure towards Robin, put the wall down, slow down the attack of Sentinels. In the meantime, Def comes up with a really big frag there to give themselves now a 5-on-3. They don't even have to really put any ults forward at this point. They can just kind of hold on to them for next round. Sentinels trying to do what they can with what resources they have left. Still, again, able to get up middle, put the pressure on Mail. Now trying to threaten ropes into A Heaven. It's just going to be so hard to really get much done when you're this many players behind. But they're certainly going to see what they can do here. 35 seconds left on the clock. They're going to start marching their way into B Heaven. See if they can't find an opening.
Outside of Tenz's, attempted sneaky push through ropes to get to A Heaven, they haven't really seen the Cypher setup largely at all. Sure. So that's another thing to kind of consider as far as, the cards that XSET still have to play with. BCJ, great timing here. Beautiful transfer. Not going to get the third. Zoms maybe looking to sneak away a plant, but decides instead the operator too valuable. Zekin on the corner could make himself available for an elimination, but yeah, timing is good for him. Finds the kill into Zoms, denies that operator, and that will be an opportunity for XSET to retake the lead 4-3.
Yeah, just good disruption from XSET in that round. Shazam's hop shot misses B lobby, so they miss out on capitalizing on Def, and then BCJ able to storm down middle and spiral the round in XSET's favor, keep them afloat. They will now go up 4-3. Sentinel's still able to buy here, but Shazam's going to have to settle for the daggers. No operator. Ten's having to go with a sheriff. So they have a little bit less to work with going into this one. It's like an op this time from Pure. They're looking to face middle directly.
Be another different look as far as the defensive pressure mid-map. Looks away maybe at the wrong time, though. Doesn't see Zoms the first time. Catches him the second. Boombot will flush him back. Shazam trying to chase. Wall gets placed. Resurrection comes through, and Shazam has also gained position inside of ropes. They will clear out this wall and try to keep some early aggression here from Sentinel's attack.
Yeah, they're able to kind of at least cancel out that optic. Now they're looking to storm into B Heaven. BCJ, though, from the Raptors doing his job well. Finds 2. Able to heal. Keeps tabs on the other 2 players, but Ten's overwhelming the site. Might just still get this for Sentinels.
Yeah, I don't love that necessarily for BCJ. You get the first 2. You should have seen that there are more there. He gets a little feisty with the elimination. Zekin trying to stop the plant by way of Showstopper. Does confirm some damage, but the paint shells will push him back deeper into dirt for this 1v3. Last packs to play with. That's about it.
Yeah, you do wonder about BCJ recommitting up the ropes after those first 2. Instead of just holding under Heaven position and forcing Sentinels to come out. Letting Tens pop off like that is what gaze Sentinels away back into the round. They're able to quickly capitalize once they win the duel on site as well. So maybe a bit of a mishap there. It seemed like everything else was going according to plan for XSET up until that point. Obviously the res having a big impact for Sentinel's side.
Oh, for sure.
Big hat trick there from Tens to tie things up. So a round coming away maybe a bit earlier than XSET were expecting, considering they had such a great start to that round and were up against, inferior firepower overall. But that's where this gets dangerous, man. If Sentinels can keep this going and get XSET's economy to a breaking point from the attacking side of Split, it starts to spell a little bit of trouble for an XSET team who have, not necessarily had the most comfortable times on this map.
And you're going to have to do well defensively here on this defensive half if you're XSET. It's just the simple fact that Sentinel's defense is above 70% win rate through stage 2. I mean,
yeah,
they're so good on it. And I think there's something to be said about maybe even Sentinels learning about how XSET are setting up here because, yeah, the first 2 kills don't go their way. They get blooded twice over, but they still just keep pushing the numbers knowing, hey, if they're going to keep giving us some of this high ground, let's take it no matter the cost. And that's what eventually helps them win the round. So we'll have to keep our eye to see that's something they continue to do.
And the thing is, the difference between that round and previous is, yeah, Sentinels have always been able to get mid control, but they've often kind of got held up at that B heaven spot. That's where like the key battles really kind of take place that dictate who's going to be successful and who isn't. Is who can make that next step forward or who can make that last stand to allow them not to get that penetration into B heaven and start setting up that side split. This is the first time, though, that maybe we're actually going to see Sentinels use ropes to really split A rather than just using it as a feint. And timing could be everything, because Pure is now, caught between 2 mines here and might have some trouble, but able to get the one, and Def comes in for a big one, and they're shutting this down.
You're trying to keep the play up. Def there for the assistance, like you mentioned, but now, even beyond that, Help had very quickly swarmed on through. Def will find 3, and my goodness, the timing of everything, it came down to a wire. I mean, if Def doesn't find that kill down low,
yep,
that's Pure done and dusted. He gets one, sure, that's fine. But as soon as he swipes away, he goes, oh, shoot. Okay, sweet. Def, thanks for having my back. It allows him to get the second. And then Def just aggressively pushes through ramps to capitalize. Beautiful setup and perfect kills from XSET.
Yeah, it's just a game of milliseconds right there. And just, Def getting such a key flag to keep Pure safe. And XSET win a big round. Now they force Sentinels onto a couple of Sheriffs. There are a few rifles in play, however, as Sentinels are not looking to give up any rounds for free. They're looking to go out hunting as quickly as possible. And again, they're just using that big control to their advantage to set up some type of attacking point.
Similar look for Sentinels up the middle of the map. This time, though, XSET have 2 different players spamming through mail. Trying to see if they can walk away with an early kill through the Nebulas. Also, the wall is down here a little more passively. Ten's happy to help break that by way of both Blast Pack and the pistols. So Sentinels, again, setting up. But the last time they were here, they full rushed through this no matter the cost. Will they try it again?
Does seem likely. And they could have a good shot at this because it's the operator of Pure in the back of B site. And that's the really only thing stopping them from getting in. But BCJ, such a great timing on that peak.
What a good grab well from Def. Now second up top. Wants to try to red dot chase, maybe just a touch, but caught down to just getting over to the Classic. Ten's able to find the elimination. Now it's just down to Pure. Can you hit the shots? Misses the first. Ten's in the corner. Misses that one as well. Caught now. Ten's finds the elimination, and it's a 2v2. Def up top trying to deny the plant. Will find one. Pulls Shazam off the plant for a moment. And then into astral form to try to see if he could suck in the gravity well for another. Long play around the back as Aaron is going to try to pitch this one up. Shazam, though, 1v2. He's going to hold this close. And he's going to be forced to respond very quickly. Has an angle on Aaron, but no, doesn't get the shot. The next set, able to find their 6th round.
Yeah, really good job from XSET. Like you said, a perfectly timed grab volley, a perfectly timed peek from BCJ off the Raptors. And again, that has been, I feel like, the X factor for both these teams. Whoever comes out on top in that B-Heaven duel is usually the team that comes out with the victory on the round itself. There was a bit of concern at first when Pure misses a couple of operator shots. You're seeing Sentinels actually get some space on the site for a plant, but Def, again, has had his impact shown as well. He saves Pure in the previous round with the Phantom for a big frag, and he bails him out of that one too when things got tight. So some big moments from the in-game leader, the experienced player coming onto the team to help make some key changes to them to make them even more dangerous than they already were, and he's definitely come out on top in a couple of big moments this match.
You have to feel like for XSET, 8-4 is the goal here. 7 should be essentially a guarantee. Sentinels, though, moving very quickly. They do go 1-for-1. That's not bad at all, considering the fact that you did have Aaron playing pretty far forward. That's a weapon collected. 6 going to tally it. Tens has also got a Spectre, so some firepower is here for this post plant. And Pure has to essentially wait for his teammates before he can make a play. He can't go with the operator by himself. Def gets a read. Tens was trying to deny the play, but he gets shut down. And now it's up to just cleaning up the pieces. And Ooh, I don't know. A little bit of an expensive investment there from Sentinels at the end, trying to hold on.
Yeah, they popped a showstopper, and he got about 2 inches forward before he got knocked out of his boots. If he could have actually got the rocket off in the screens, that could have really actually made that round interesting and very much Sentinel's favor, but such a huge catch on to him to not allow that rocket to come through. And so it is going to be final round of the half. XSET looking to fight for that 8-4 finish you were talking about. They've won last 3 rounds in a row. Sentinels only have 2 real weapon rounds under their belts here. So this has actually been, all considering, a pretty solid defensive half from XSET. If they can just put that finishing touch on it, it should be good to go.
Knives and an operator for Pure. Aggressive mid-map by himself, too. Not in a tradable position. Trapwire setup is different. First time that we're going to see Aaron playing over towards B defensively here as the Sentinel for XSET. Sentinels are going to get a pretty easy look at this as there is some Trapwires pretty far forward at the main. Pure is shrugged back. Gravity Well is forced to come out, though. That's a lot of utility drain from XSET's defensive prowess.
Exactly. The B split pressure is really coming here from Sentinels. 10's able to blast back his way forward to create a little bit of space. Pure trying to disrupt here with the daggers up against the wall, but now he's being pinched and taken down by 10's. 10's will not be denied. Double entry, and it looks like this might be all she wrote.
Aaron just got turned on. BCJ now 1v4, not going to get it off. Then 5-7 for Sentinels. Again, you're looking at this with what's coming up next, really. I mean, that's the big kind of key. Sentinels so good defensively. Yes. This puts a lot of pressure on XSET. I mean, at least for me, Dust, I'm looking at this pistol as a must-win coming up.
Yeah, I would have to kind of side with you on that one. It would not leave them a whole lot of breathing room if they don't come up with the pistol in the following rounds, considering how light Sentinel's defense can be, how hard it can be to break through. All in all, I have to say I was impressed with how XSET were managing a lot of these B-heaven situations, and it netted them a lot of big results. I think the only moment I didn't like was, you know, when BCJ recommitted to that B-heaven fight. And this one was a little bit fortunate. I mean, that's just one of those situations where Def catches a big timing and you're able to keep Pure safe. But I will also say Pure had a couple of really choice misses, and that's something that you have to look into in the future as well. Can he get back in better form on the attack? Because they're going to need him. He's a tip of the spear of a lot of their executes, and he needs to be on the mark.
A little bit of poking and prodding going on mid-map. Not going to result in too much. Spycam, though, does reveal Def, and he gets caught trying to pull the dart off. Where was the help there? Sick finds the first blood. XSET still trying to push forward, but the trapwire becomes a bit of a problem. Dapper finds 2 kills off of it, and now XSET is stuck inside B main looking at a 2v4.
That was such a big change in the last patch to not allow a jet to just dash through and break those. And so that means you have to be a bit more mindful before you commit to that type of stuff. You either have to sniff that out and blow it up before you dash through, or you have to be a bit more crafty about how you get around it. Either way, it really cost him there.
Oh, shit, this. Max down. Help will, of course, be there still on the B site, but this high ground control could provide an opportunity maybe for some eliminations. You still have Zombs all the way over by A. Aaron finds one. He'll tries to come through, but that wasn't well communicated. BCJ still cleans things up, gets it to a 1v1. He's going to have a plant here, Dust.
Yeah, and he's got, you know, the slowdown towards spawn side. It gives him a little bit of sanctuary to back up over towards pillar and maybe even reposition in the B lobby itself. It is planted for him. Wait, is it planted for him to play this spot? Doesn't necessarily matter. He'll get back in time. Oh, spotted him too.
Sees him. All right, point of contact down low. Zombs gets the 1 tap. No problem there. Sentinels able to find their 6th round, but again, more importantly is the fact that they don't win that pistol.
Atlas down to the wire, though. You have to tip your hat to BCJ.
For
certainly
sure.
Made an opportunity out of that. Almost punched it all the way through. Just not quite. But that plant will at least give them some earlier buying options going forward. Sentinels, though, well on the road to a tie. Which would be so big for them to just get that strong defense rolling right away. They are going to buy up off the back of that plan. They're going to get some sheriffs in. They got a marshal on death. They're not looking to go for the full buy next round. They're looking to challenge a little bit here.
Unreal stuff. I mean, this is huge for the implications of this map coming in here for XSET. I mean, it's just going to be the marshal and couple of sheriffs to play with, but if you don't get a clean look at this round, that third is going to be not nearly as a full buy as you would normally expect.
Exactly.
So that's the
it's
big
definitely
key.
risky. No doubt about that. Def not able to get anything out of that, and instead takes a huge licking, and Ten's able to get the first pick out in the middle, also putting the pressure on Aaron. And they even find second in the mix of that. I mean, he is popping off.
It's all gone wrong here for XSET. 3v5. Sheriff, Ghost, and a Marshall to make it happen. Not a lot of time in the clock to make a play either. 50 seconds. Still a lot of manipulation you have to do to get to either one of these spike sites. And it's going to be a double stack, and male paint shells come out. BCJ looking for a timing, but Sick was there for the help. Aaron able to capitalize for at least a trade. Turns things into a 2v4, but again, the same problem exists. How do you get through any of these parts of the map to even see a spike site?
Yeah, I don't know. Shazam able to keep tabs on this. Sick has the bait and switch from male side, and Def will find 6 dome, but likely not much else with this little time to spare, and no spike possession. Lots of utility in his way on the way to it as well. And yeah, Dapper will go ahead and finish things off.
And now the question for XSET is, what are you going to do to try to afford here? Do you try to force yourself into this still? I mean, and just try to put together whatever you can, because I mean, you're going to have to probably, if you're going to get weaponry, you're going to be sacrificing utility. And let's be honest, we know how important utility is when it comes to breaking open a site on either one of these two here for split. And it looks like they will try to go into weapons, but you can already see no boom bot. You've got no updraft for Pure, no wall for BCJ. I mean, they're going to be a little bit weakened up as far as what they can actually do to execute here.
You're absolutely right.
Blocking sight.
Yes, I am in the same boat as you, my friend.
All right. Just wanted to be sure it wasn't just me.
Neither one of us wanted to be the first one to say it. Because, you know, just in case other person's not having that problem, you let them ride. But, you know, we're good now. It seems to be smoothing out, as we are going to see. Looks like an A split in the cards here for Sentinels to deal with, as we are going to see XSET putting that pressure on through Rope's position, but Shazam has, you know, an idea that might be the case. He also has 10s now rotated in the back halls.
Zom's star placement will also kind of lean towards they know that this is going to be a play coming through, but Shazam gets caught. Poor timing here. Now it's just down to Zoms. Finds one. Keeps the play alive through elbow. Looking for a second. Aaron tagged up low. Dapper there for the trade, but it's a pinstripe kill feed, which again favors XSET. 3v1 situation, and Sick on the long rotate. Going to be in a hard press position to contest this.
Absolutely. Does have the full HP and the Phantom, but everyone's fully healthy for XSET for the most part, except for Zekken. They have great positioning to play off of one another.
Well, here comes Sick. First point of contact. It'll come from up top, and it will. That finds the kill, no problem. XSET, big round there. 8-7 up, and a chance to continue with 3 weapons forward. Again, just try to build up a bank as much as possible. I think has to be kind of the goal here for XSET, just to make sure they can stay competitive when things start to get a bit dicey.
Yeah, this is a good multi-prong attack there from XSET through and through. Also, just being able to get 10s down clean like that in A Heaven was just so big. It really gave them that foundation to play from. It puts Shazam in such a tight spot where he's getting split from ramps and Heaven at the same time while he's stuck in the Raptors corner, and he's able to overwhelm their opposition there and win a very big round. Puts Sentinels back into a low buy situation, gives XSET a chance to extend that lead a little bit. Again, the loser of this will have to play Pioneers in the next best of 3 on this stream for a playoff spot. Winner already in the playoffs.
Good information from Zoms. We'll spend some of these stars just to try to create a bit of distance. Gravity well, really well placed. Gives Zoms a really good look at maybe even doubling up. But you're on the back, able to find one. Def simultaneously takes down Shazam. So another clean execute from XSET. Information on Dapper as well, as he was spamming through the Nebula at Shutters. And this is going to be BCG planting with a 5v3 situation in favor of XSET.
Yeah, Neural Theft also came out as well from Aaron, so they know exactly where the remaining members of Sentinels are coming from. They just don't really have much firepower to put to use. They're walled off at screens and slowed, and now a Grav well stalls them even longer. just having a hard time finding a way in, and they're just fighting an uphill battle, and they don't seem to really have the right gear for it.
No, they do not.
Yeah, dotting the I's and crossing the T's of this one with those bullets.
Dapper.
Okay.
Apparently that's what we're doing.
A little aggression out, you know. Might as well. But a very clean win for X, only losing one member in the process. But here is Sentinel's chance to put up a real stand. I tell you what, though, a couple of their players have just kind of gotten off the starting blocks. I mean, Shazam and Sick are really struggling more than you'd expect. They're normally two of the star players of this team. Need to get it going. Otherwise, they could find themselves in the lower end of the bracket. Will be, again, their first best-of-3 loss in quite some time. But now they have the full firepower and gear to put up their normally very strong defense.
Must-win round, I think. Probably the way you framed this one up here if you're Sentinels. Sick will get a little bit of information. Pure did at least catch some profile of the Sage running away, so they should know that there is going to be some contest. Trapwire. Also trying to keep Rope safe as they make their play forward in through tower. Shazam trying to take advantage, but no, shut down second. Initial headshot, really well placed. Deft trying to simultaneously hit this through main. Even though Pure falls, Resurrection comes through, but Dapper keeps this safe. Able to see more players onto the low ground, but the big problem are the players up top in Rafters. Sick trying to rotate back around. See if maybe you can open up some space to get a resurrection of his own, and will, but the problem is they continue to lose members just as soon as they gain them, and Pure for 2, give him the third. XSET capitalize off the triple from Pure, and that's 10-7 on the count, and Sentinels should be right back into either a light buy or a full-on save.
Yeah, brilliantly split sight there from XSET, getting that early mid control, coming in through B Heaven, not allowing Shazam anything. Not allowing the res to have any impact either. Rather, they get their own res out, and Pure delivers off the back of it with 3 kills to shut down the round. Just too much for Dapper to handle when Shazam goes down in heaven like that, as he's just kind of pinched on Pillar. He's getting split up. And that is a big round from XSET that puts Sentinels back onto a low buy, gets XSET closer to map and series point, as they're now putting that Boombot up ramps. It will detect Sick playing the top of it, so they put that presence on A side. All the while, you know, still maintaining position towards B lobby. They're watching for a mid push from Ramen, so they have all their bases covered, and now they will double back and hit what looks to be an empty B bomb site. As, you know, Sentinels have to kind of gamble around like this with the low firepower, and unfortunately they've guessed wrong.
Yeah, Dapper's just going to have a Sheriff at range. Spycam actually could catch this out. And there it is. That's the information that all 5 players are here. And now for Dapper, it's just make sure you keep the backside of Dirt safe. Wait for help. You know that B tower is going to be a position that you can hold for this post-plant retake.
Yeah, 5-on-5 retake, but not a whole lot to use to get it done, though Shazam does have the daggers, and they do have a neural theft available as well if they can find a pick.
Like the plant as well. Plant. Yeah. Dapper's going to clear the trap wire out, now make his way forward, just trying to hope he can find a peek. Not going to see too much, though. The blades, I believe, were also popped. I believe that's from Shazam.
Right.
So an opportunity for him to maybe get forward, but the big problem is find the fade. They will, but as soon as it falls, Second finds one. Pure finds the second. That's the blade shut down. Def a third. Just down to Zoms and Dapper. Not going to be able to do it. XSET 11-7. And realistically, you win one more full gun round, you might be able to just tally up the map in full.
It does really all come down to this one because the money is running low for Sentinels. A couple of their players are not looking really on form. They're getting out-dueled in just straight-up battles. And we're seeing XSET really come alive at just the right moment here. They have the full buy, they have the daggers, they have the showstopper. They're looking to go for a heavy A pressure right off the rip here. There are some Astra Stars that might be able to stall them out a little bit, but they're actually trusting in Shazam to play back with an operator at screens. And so with the right utility, they could really just kind of not allow him to have impact and just really break in here and overwhelm the site.
Cyber Cage is going to fade away. And it's going to showcase a lot. Oh, Second wanted to open with the showstopper, but it's Shazam in the back for 2. Looking for more. You did see the dash across. That was Pure, but Sick is able to find elimination, but Shazam will not be denied. ECJ caught at low HP, not going to get anything. And not only is that a round win for Sentinels, the more important thing was the fact that it was clean.
I am so shocked no stars were committed from Def to smoke screens off. I mean, that's something you always have to realize is a possibility And when you're thinking of trying to come through a cage like that with the showstopper, you have to ensure that investment, in my opinion. I feel like a smoke had to have been spent on screens on the off chance that they might be playing like that. It's always something you have to account for, and they just didn't, and that absolutely ripped them apart.
A little bit of air insert into the lungs of Sentinels to breathe with. Sam gets aggressive. 10's there to follow. A double peek in the mix as Sick was there as well. First 2 kills clean from Sentinels. Early 5v3 for the defense.
Yeah, Shazam's really getting going with an operator now. But, oh, a great timing from BCJ. Catches 10's inside of Mailroom. At least gets it back into a 3 versus 4. Yeah, they are still behind, but at least now they've evened it up a little bit better. And they're starting to get some key map control of Ropes and Mailroom. They're starting to threaten B Heaven and A Heaven simultaneously. Shazam, though, has A Heaven covered. They have a lot of trust in Zoms to just play back here at elbow and just kind of keep tabs on ramps. He's got stars in place to delay the hit. And so XSET wisely choosing to go back through B Heaven to B side and just try to single out a fight onto Dapper and wall off the stairs, and they will start pouring in.
Dapper down low. Has to decide which angle he wants to peek at. There's a little bit of help. Sick is playing through main. They want to overwhelm this. Spam it through the Nebula. Sick finds the first. Needs to do more than that, though. No, not going to happen. BCJ and Aaron battle back to now a 2v2. Shazam up top. Has been seen by BCJ, and that's enough information to say I'm not trying to bother to peek him from that angle.
Oh,
catches him instead on the fall down. And now it's just down to Zoms. 1v2 situation. Has a Cosmic Divide if he wants it, but that is about it. Trying to play this from dirt. BCJ to his left. Finds the point of contact, but BCJ for 4 kills in the round. XSET on map point.
And series point at that, and a chance to deliver Sentinels' first best-of-3 loss in their last 17 series played. They have been so dominant throughout the second stage and throughout their trip in Iceland, and it might finally come to a halt. XSET had already snapped their Haven winning streak earlier on map 1, and now they may do one better here to qualify themselves for playoffs and continue that streak that we always have to talk about, Shiv, which is always qualifying for the next step on their first attempt. And it might be happening here any moment, as we do have a couple of players on lower weaponry here for Sentinels, and XSET just had such a brilliant B split there, overwhelming Dapper on the site. Can they keep it going with this full buy here, as they are trying to get some mid control?
Ball will be broken. Members from the side of XSET are still lurking over towards A. And if Shazam rotates across, there might be an opportunity for them to use this to move up towards A ramps. Of course, there's not a lot of utility to have that, but actually Showstopper mid-map 10s will find one. Maybe an opportunity for a second. BCJ denies. 4v4 we go.
And the rest.
Shazam wants to play through. Pure, like you mentioned, brought back to life.
This is massive. They get a 5-on-4, and they put a lot of pressure on Sentinels and burn a lot of their utility. That's a Showstopper already gone. Shazam gets caught by Aaron at ramps, and it's starting to really come together for XSET. A 5-on-3. Zom's in a lot of trouble on the site. He's getting a rotation through Heaven, yes, but the numbers may still get overwhelmed in the end.
Oh, but Sick up top could be in a very key position. Nova Pulse was spent. Sick, though, falls. Dapper trying to follow up, finds one, not going to get the second. Just down to Zoms. Able to find the first. Needs to find 3 more behind this, though. Caught into a slow orb. Def will punish. And XSET punched their ticket to Challengers playoffs by taking down the Goliath of Sentinels. Welcome back. Upsets are really the name of the game when it comes down to these opening, not just qualifiers, but also here in the main event. XSET take down Sentinels, their first best-of-3 loss in recent and maybe even beyond recent memory. Unbelievable stuff through and through, but Dust, I mean, we have to give credit where credit is due. This XSET team is coming through with a whole different level of polish than what we saw them even through their Stage 2 performances.
I mean, there's so many storylines that kind of intertwine together on what just happened there. XSET snaps a 14-map winning streak on Sentinels on Haven. They strike down a 16 best-of-3 series streak from Sentinels. They take down the #1 team in NA, the #1 team in the world. For the first time, they've never beaten Sentinels before in their previous 2 meetings. They've never taken maps off that team. Most of the time, they weren't even getting double digits against Sentinels. Yet they've thrown all that to the side, and they've ensured their own streak, which is, again, always qualifying for the next step, the first time of asking. So they will already be in the Challengers playoffs without anything else having to be done. Now it's just fighting for seeding and prize money at this point for them throughout the rest of this bracket. They've done the hard part. They'll play against 100 Thieves tomorrow in the upper bracket final. Now all of a sudden, Sentinels have to slide down and play Pioneers to try to, keep themselves in this bracket. Yeah, they're definitely going to be in Challengers too no matter what, but if they can beat Pioneers, they'll still find themselves a playoff spot nonetheless. As we take a look at, some key moments here on Split, I mean, it didn't start out badly for Sentinels by any means. It seemed like everything was going according to plan early on, but XSET just was able to really pick it up.
It's one of those things that we were looking kind of at this first half of saying, what is the number that XSET are going to need, simply due to the fact that Sentinels' defense is so notorious. And initially, we were looking at, okay, 8-4. That's great news for XSET until that last round of the half where Sentinels were able to kind of come back together and set it to a 7-5, which you thought for a time was going to be maybe even enough for Sentinels to feel comfortable with. The thing was, Pure was an impact player throughout the second map and here again in the third. I mean, yeah, a couple of notable misses that we talked through, but still the fact of the matter is he was putting the pressure all over the Sentinels offense, and it really did kind of show itself right through the middle stages of that first half.
Also, how many big plays did BCJ have that helped close out this map, dude? It was unbelievable, the multi-frag moments that he was having in the second half. And then Pure, when he got the rifle in his hands, he wasn't missing, bro. He was, really recovering the score, really starting to have the impact. The only mistake they made was that one round they didn't smoke off screen to Shazam Optim. Every other moment, they got good mid control. They were putting that pressure on B Heaven. They were overwhelming Dapper on that B site. They had some good feints and double backs over to A when they needed to, including this final round to go ahead and shut down the match overall. Def also had a big map there. I think he was right next to Pure with 18 frags, just behind BCJ, who was up to 21. As BCJ continues just to be a breakout player in the scene, man. Again, you have to consider him, one of the best, not only Sovas in the region, but he's starting to really come out and be one of the best fragging supportive players that we have in the scene. He's flexing in the stage and other agents when need be, and he's continuing to have substantial impact. I'll admit, I'm a little bit of a BCJ fan. I know the guy back when he used to play Battalion 1944 a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Obviously he went and played Apex Legends for a time for T1 after that, but now he's found a home here in Valorant. And he's been working himself up the ranks, kind of playing on smaller teams. He gets a big opportunity on XSET, and he's really been a team that's helped him turn the corner and have some big performances and have some big, deep runs in the VCT. And, definitely, had a big game there on Sage.
22-12 with 10 assists. He was all over the place. As a Sage, who doesn't often get all over the place. So really, really impactful stuff. Like we mentioned, that those are two players between BCJ and Shazam that we were really interested to kind of see how they were going to kind of pan out. Would one of those two be the X factor for this series at large? We got our answers. Absolutely a yes from BCJ, but that also brings us to our Credit Karma instant karma moment of the match. We had to go all the way back to Haven to see it back into play, but again, really heads-up play from XSET time and time again, and they were able to find a couple of really key moments. Pure's holding this corner right here, but the whole thing is, look at the corner play from Zekin. Just sits here the entire time. Everyone's so focused on Pure, and he actually finds 2 huge eliminations to make sure Pure stays safe.
Yeah, that's another storyline I think of XSET we can kind of mention. Is they were so good at disrupting Sentinels and not allowing them to just instill their more assertive, fast-paced game plan. They kept being like thorns in their side in some of these maps that they won, where they were kind of getting in the midst of those attacks and creating chaos and not allowing Sentinels to get comfortable on some of these sites. And so something that helped them out really on Split and Haven to help them win this series. So yeah, this is kind of an illustration of that.
Well, we're ready to jump on in with our Verizon post-match interview. Zekin is going to be joining us here from XSET, and I imagine there are going to be a lot of reactions to share here. First and foremost, Zekin, welcome to the virtual desk, and hey, congratulations! You guys have now officially qualified for Challengers playoffs. Just give me your initial reactions to just what's happened here in the last 3 hours. You guys just went through that grueling battle with Sentinels.
I'm just really happy right now. I've only been here for like a couple days, and to have us play really good so early on, it's really exciting. It's really fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I want to get at. Like you just said yourself, you haven't been here for too long. Of course, you were playing with Noble most recently before getting acquired by XSET, and you were playing a lot smaller events than what you're playing now, and all of a sudden you're in a Challengers playoffs in the VCT at only 16 years old. So I guess I just kind of going to start off, like, how did you find your way on this team? Like, what was kind of the recruitment process to get you on board?
They just kind of reached out and were like, we'd like to try you out if you're interested. And it was like that with a couple other teams. So I tried out with a couple teams, and I tried out with XSET, and then XSET liked me, and I liked XSET, and so I joined the team and just kind of been playing since then.
So the follow-up to that would just be, like, what did you like about XSET? Like, what was it that kind of sold you on this team?
Kind of just the environment. When you play, it was a lot different. Playing with this group of guys in particular, the energy was different. I felt like I was having a lot of fun, and I was playing well, and we were playing well as a group. So it made me like this team a lot.
So speak kind of maybe to the onboarding time, because, a lot of adjustment you have to feel like had to come through. XSET just came off of what I think a lot of people would categorize as a very successful second stage. They make this change, they bring you on board, and you guys so far have been pretty darn flawless, especially through some of the more complex maps. We've been noting a lot about your guys' executions and retake situations. How much of that communication just kind of fell naturally versus how much you've kind of had to work your way as being a part of the boys, to say?
I think over, the past week or so of practice that we've had, it's improved a lot from when I got here the first day. I think it was definitely communication and synergy, something you have to work on right away. And once we had that down, it kind of felt a lot better in those situations.
Yeah, so I guess the question I wanted to pose here is, obviously you're really well known for playing a lot of different duelist characters. Particularly, you played a lot of Raze, but you also played a ton of Sova here and there as well throughout your career. But now you find yourself also at times playing some Sky, maybe some KO in the future. So what's it been like to kind of make these big kind of pivots in what type of agents you're playing, and what's kind of brought that on?
It's been fun. For most of my time up until recently, I played a lot of support characters, so picking up a character like Sky kind of came more natural. And Duelist is just something that I've always been pretty good at, so I've been staying on it for the most part. But Sky's been a lot of fun to pick up, and it's a lot of fun to flash people.
Final question for you. I mean, we'll let you get back to it and celebrate, and of course prepare. You've got a big one tomorrow. Winners finals matchup versus 100 Thieves. You guys have obviously qualified yourself for Challengers playoffs, so the main gist of the work has been done. But to get over another major opponent like 100 Thieves, what's the headspace at as far as what you guys are expecting, or maybe even looking forward to in that matchup?
The headspace kind of just go in there, play our game, play confident. The same how we did today. Just play our game and try and be as confident as possible and play how we normally play.
Confidence rang through. Well, congratulations again on the win. We'll see you tomorrow for 100 Thieves. Enjoy it. And again, congrats one more time.
Thank you.
You got it. So that's Zekin from XSET joining us, and of course that means that it's time for us to start wrapping up this particular series in preparation for the next, because it's going to be Sentinels jumping right into the mix versus the KC Pioneers. I think candidly everyone would expect that Sentinels will still carry a lot of favor going into that, but I think it is important still to note, Dustin, a lot of people are talking about this Sentinels team is looking a lot shakier than what we came off of them having that flawless performance through Iceland. What's your kind of thought process on how Sentinels are looking at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, just a couple little mishaps here and there. I think Haven, there was a couple of moments on their attacking side. They just looked a little bit sloppier than I'm used to seeing. But I think when it came to Split, I don't necessarily think that they did too many things wrong. I did think they just lost a couple of key fights on some very pivotal rounds. And I think all in all, they still looked every bit of the elite team that we're used to seeing. I think XSET really is just that good. They've been floating around the top 5 of the region for quite some time. They only narrowly missed out themselves, on making a really deep one in the last, Challengers finals, and definitely could have been a good candidate for NA to go to Iceland, just kind of ran across their fellow top 5 team in Envy and got eliminated. So I think that you saw basically 2 top 5 teams go toe-to-toe, go the distance, and XSET finally, made the key adjustments they needed to find a victory here against Sentinels. So I still think Sentinels have a very strong chance, to get their playoff spot in this next series we got coming up.
Well, we got KC Pioneers. They have already upset one of the 2 teams to represent North America in Iceland, beating version 1 yesterday. Now a chance to maybe do it again. They've got Sentinels coming up next. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back with that matchup right after this. Welcome back there, friends. Well, Sentinels have already faced a defeat, and on the other side, the KC Pioneers have already defeated another NA Valor representative at Iceland, looking to possibly go 2 for 2 on either of those two storylines. And my whole chip with me is Dust, and as you figure, it is Sentinels and KC Pioneers elimination matchup, but again, still on the line here, Dust. Winner will qualify for the Challengers playoffs.
Indeed, they will. It is another kind of, David versus Goliath situation as well. You got Sentinels, obviously taking a tough loss to XSET, their first best-of-3 series loss in quite some time. Again, they had a 16-series winning streak going into that one, and definitely were the favorites to go ahead and qualify for playoffs right then and there. Wound up, slipping a little bit there on that final map, and XSET take advantage of it. They take this playoff spot instead. They now will be facing 100 Thieves tomorrow in the upper bracket finals. They're going up against the Pioneers team, who, like you said, they've had already a couple of big upsets throughout this, stage. They had the big upset over Immortals in the open qualifier. They then obviously were able to get the win over V1 yesterday. And so they're able to, really kind of just keep you a little bit interested. Obviously they had a pretty big loss to Envy in the upper bracket, but again, able to take out V1. Now they come against Sentinels, and we'll see what they can do. I mean, I certainly have my reservations, but, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, that series versus version 1, I think in a lot of people's minds, and all the avid North American fans out there will throw a bit of an asterisk next to it, considering that version 1 is still playing without Zelsis. But still, the fact of the matter is, this KC Pioneers team, like you mentioned, they didn't just beat version 1. They also got through that Immortals team through qualifiers that a lot of people had some high expectations for, and then they qualified by way of getting through Virtuoso without any really problem whatsoever. So for this KC Pioneers squad, one of the first major opportunities that they've had to really kind of showcase themselves, and it comes by way of a roster that we've seen before. We've seen these 5 players, at least in some instance. Of course, they were kind of an unsigned team before they got picked up, the KC Pioneers, but before that, a number of these guys represented the E United team. So, there is some pretty steep experience in the mix, and also JMO is a part of what was that Immortals team for a part of time. So, I mean, they come with a lot of presence without question when it comes down to playing at this level.
Yeah, I mean, Odorous, like you said, on the Guitar, who used to be a Jet Opper, now has moved more into a Sentinel role on this FPLC team that's now become Pioneers. Like you said, JMO, a guy that was well known for the Immortals. And, a lot of these guys were playing together on E United. Obviously, Scuba and Odorous weren't necessarily a part of that. But the other 3 certainly were a part of the E United squad you saw kind of earlier this year. And I'll be honest with you, kind of failed to impress. I mean, I didn't really see them get like anything that would really make you kind of think of them as a noteworthy team. And so, but with this combination, this 5 coming together with Fraud as the coach, they have already gotten a couple of really big upset series over the last, few days between the open qualifier and now what we're seeing here in Challengers 1. So now it's just up to them to kind of try to prove us wrong, to try to keep the upsets flowing. I just think you have an angry Sentinels team ahead of you right now who I know want that playoff spot, and they're certainly a favorite to do it. And I think similar to what they faced up against Envy in the upper bracket, they might be in a little over their heads coming into this one, in my opinion.
Of course, the same 5 that you would expect for the side of the Sentinels. Take a look at that roster and more in specific here. The thing about it is, I don't want to call that last result anything besides what it should be called, which was a very good XSET win. But you do feel like Sentinels are a squad that should not have a problem here on paper versus KC Pioneers team. The thing about it, and where I really restrained myself, is the fact that we should have said the same thing about version 1 and as well during their series versus Immortals. So for the side of Sentinels, there's clearly something that has to be worked out. And then the real question is, can they work that out in the 6 minutes of break that we had between the end of their last series going into the start of their next?
Yeah, I just think that they should be fine, right? I mean, again, a lot of these guys were playing on the United team earlier this year that weren't really able to do a whole lot in the VCT, right? They weren't even able to qualify for the Challengers event in the first stage. I don't think they qualified for any Challengers events in the second stage either. Even in some of the smaller summer championships and Nerd Street monthlies, they haven't really been able to get past kind of a top 8 mark, and they've been losing out to teams like Virtuoso, like Renegades, like Rise. Just weren't really necessarily beating too many teams of value. But again, they've now come into Pioneers. They've brought on Odorous. They bought in Scuba. They've been able to get some cool upsets that we've already kind of mentioned, but still nothing really of any type of consistency that would really make you really buy in, especially against a team like Sentinels. Like if they were up against another kind of bottom of the, top 10 team or something like that with already a couple undersets under their belt, you might be a little bit more prone to kind of give them some credence and kind of take note and be like, wow, okay, like this team might be on for something. But I think that, again, unfortunately, they're taking a step out of the league playing against a team like Sentinels. And don't get me wrong, they played Envy pretty close in that series in the upper bracket. I mean, some of those maps came down to like the final round even. I think on Ascent, I think it was like 13-11 that they lost there. So it's not as if they aren't capable. I just don't see any way that you could favor them or pick them in this matchup.
Well, we'll take a look at a head-to-head matchup that at least we should be at least somewhat keeping an eye on because, well, I mean, let's be honest. We know what Tebs brings to the table, but how about how JMO has played since being brought onto this KC Pioneers team? He's been essentially, right along with him, essentially running in parallel lines. I mean, almost all the stats nearly identical outside of a couple of damage per rounds and average kills, but largely you're seeing really solid performance from JMO. And I would say largely he was one of the reasons why this KC Pioneers team were able to get through version 1. I mean, he finished with a total series tally at 58, 41, and 17. That's plus 17 kills throughout the 3 maps that they played. That's great news overall if you're a KC Pioneers team. The thing is, it's just you're playing up against a much different caliber of a complete squad going up next. So I feel like you're really kind of looking at JMO to carry a lot of that weight. And if you were to do it, it would be on these 3 maps that we have here for the series. And this is a map set that's going to feel very favorable to Sentinels, but we've already said that before, especially about map number 1, which will be Haven once more.
Yeah, again, outside of the loss to XSET, which I feel like just came down to them making a couple of key errors on their attacking side, they have been nearly flawless on Haven. I mean, again, they were going into the game against XSET with a 14-game winning streak on Haven. They were knocking everyone out at Iceland with it. They have always been very strong within the region on that map, and so to see them go back to it with their selection does not surprise me whatsoever. And then going into, Icebox next, I mean, I think they'll be just fine there as well. Like, I don't think that they suddenly just become worse at the map over one loss, Like, I think that they're still going to feel pretty good coming into this.
Yeah, I would be very much so in agreement with that, partner. But we'll send things off to a break and see if those narratives will indeed hold strong. It's Haven, map number 1, when we come back after this. Welcome back there, friends. We've got map 1, Haven, to go between KC Pioneers and the Sentinels. Might hold shift with me, Dust. And just as a little bit of a verbal acknowledgement, map 2 will be Bind, map 3 will be Icebox. We'll revisit that at a certain point after this first map. But Haven, big key coming up here first and foremost. Sentinels faced a 9-13 loss versus XSET on this map just in their very previous matchup. And I think the big consideration for us was the simple fact that we saw a very uncharacteristically weakened defense. Now, granted, this is a more difficult defensive map than some of the others that are out there, but one of the big stat lines that we were kind of hanging our hat on here, Dust, is the fact that Sentinels' defense in this map was incredible throughout every time that we've seen them play it in the last bit of recent history.
Oh, absolutely. Again, like, this always been, slightly above 60% win rate defensively on Haven. And again, just have always really been strong on the attack as well, which is where a lot of teams are kind of had their bread and butter. Near 60% on that as well. Again, just a huge winning streak up until their loss to XSET. Even that was a pretty close loss. Usually dominating teams. They don't let many teams even get double digits on them on this map, to be honest with you. So definitely come in as a pretty strong favorite. And so we'll have to see what this Pioneer squad has in store for us here. Again, they've already had a couple of nice victories along their way to this point against some pretty solid teams, Immortals, and then even our Iceland representatives over in V1, though we're, of course, using a stand-in, so a little bit of an asterisk on that. But nonetheless, they're performing well. There's notable players on the team that you'll recognize from, other squads throughout NA history so far, and just a tough task ahead of him here, though, at Sentinels in the cards.
And, I think the bit of encouragement here for the KC Pioneers fans that are out there is the fact that you did play Envy at a pretty decent level just yesterday on this map. 9-13 loss, but regardless of that point, you still played a really solid defensive half. The big question is their offensive half, because this is Sentinel's map choice, and that means, of course, that for KCP, they get to choose what side they start on. And more typically, often than not, you see teams prefer to start on the attack. Not the case for KCP. They're definitely a bit more shaky on their offense than they are on their defense.
Yeah, right now this team has only actually played around 3 games or so on Haven. They have a couple of wins in the summer series for Nerd Street against Sonics being one of those teams, but had a pretty big loss to Envy yesterday.
So opening pistol, Sentinels looking to get aggressive over towards A. They'll see the trap wire here in just a moment. You also have some pretty backwards nebulas to kind of zone out some of the site. Odorous is going to be forced to give this up. But look at the long flank starting to develop. You've got a couple of KCP members on the long play around the back. Dapper is going to be responsible for this. He's got a trap wire to help him. Finds one. And then the tap for the second. Oh, just barely grabs the pixel necessary for that elimination. And Sentinels offensively looking at a solid 5v3.
Indeed they are. Tims gets found out, though, and gets spammed down by Physic, but the rest of the team is pulling together to deal with it just fine. Zoms and Sick reinforcing on these choke points, not allowing any forward progression. Scuba gets a couple on his way out, but nothing really threatening Sentinels there, who just kind of, take advantage of the fact that the Pioneers are having to play a bit more of a retake setup that's very common defensively on this map. They have to kind of at least account for one side likely going to have to be a retake, just because there's just so much to handle at once with it being such a large map. And Sentinel's just able to expose and get the victory.
Yeah, it's realistically just down to the simple fact that you've got that very clean take. I mean, that was a perfect set of aggression coming through. For KCP, you do make it a bit interesting with a couple of kills, but largely not really a good look at a 3v5 retake for a post-plant setup that Sentinels are already dominating around the map. So now you're looking at KC Pioneers getting a bit fishy with a 4-man stack down C long, and Zoms has read this. The trap wire there also to help them out. Finds one, finds two. JMO will be able to find elimination in response, but the Cloudburst plus the extra utility will make sure that KC cannot actually grab that weapon that has been dropped over through the middle, at least not safely.
Yeah, now Sentinels, of course, is going to take over the free A site. No problemo. They've also left Dapper behind to watch if they try to come through spawn. He does actually go down, so we'll be able to see a heal from Scourge, and we'll be able to pick up that Spectre.
Spike planted.
And so now they'll have a 3-on-3 retake with some falling weapons in their hands. They still have a little bit of time to work this out as they just kind of gather back up here. They're all going to be coming from low side in heaven, it seems. And so they may have a crack at this, actually.
And, well, Scourge actually doesn't get that SFG. He's coming back to reinforce this retake on 310, holding this very closely. Finds one, grabs the second. Just down to JMO up top. Gets one elimination, but it would have been hard-pressed to find anything beyond it. So Sentinels take the expected round. A bit more punishing than I think they may have initially planned up or drawn out, but still things are largely fine and safe. KC Pioneers, though, with a couple of nice eliminations in both the previous rounds, should be very comfortably on a full purchase with full utility here in the third, though.
Yeah, just kind of the expected path traveled here, but now it's the bonus round for Sentinels, so maybe a chance for Pioneers to strike early, as they should come in this with the firepower advantage. Like Scuba may look to get a little bit aggressive here towards Garage Shy, as they're also looking to do a bit of a mid push as well.
And that flash, almost an opportunity to catch one off guard. I mean, there were 3 members of the Pioneers stacked mid-map. Run it back, going to be used. Sick trying to get aggressive with this. Finds Physic for the first. Odorous responds with one in kind. And eventually the run it back is denied. So some forward pressure for Sentinels. It allows them a chance to get 10s onto site. The spike is behind this, though. So a chance for the Pioneers to make their way forward. And as they do, Odorous and Scourge are able to find a couple. J-Mo looking to double up, but it's Shazam who actually gets rewarded with the 2-piece. Now he's found an AR to play with, but Scourge over the top of the boxes capitalizes. And after an initial good look for Sentinels, it's all Scourge and the KCP boys to find their first round.
Yeah, really nice job there from KCP, fighting against the bonus of Sentinels. You know, a little bit of a weathered battle. Comes down to a 1v1, sure, but Scourge able to hold on there, pick off Shazam, and ensure victory for his team. But now here comes the first real test for the Pioneers defensively. Here is the fully bought up Sentinels offense. Tens is only on a Sheriff, so that's the one downfall. He doesn't even have an ult available either to get the daggers out. And Zal's actually on a Stinger, so it's not even quite the luxury full buy you'd hope for. Comes down to just losing so many members in that previous round that they won.
Opportunity Tens nearly able to grab a headshot through the doors towards Garage, but no such luck here. Odorous is throwing some aggressive shoulders here towards Sewer. I mean, he's the only one inside the A site. Trapwire similarly so, placed aggressively. And how about it? Gets rewarded. So the shoulder turns into a headshot. Also denies the incoming recon bolt. So the trapwires could come into play here. Shock Dart's trying to clear the way. Odorous going through his own cyber cage. Might just catch Sentinels a bit off guard. J-Mo there to assist, and they will combine for a 2-for-1 exchange, making it now a 4v2 in favor of the defense.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Dapper trying to fight back. Is going to be able to get the neural depth off to get some ideas. Shazam trying to come up through long and see if he can't still find some headway. Does spot the jet jumping around on site, getting some damage dealt, but not finding the critical blows. And leaves Dapper having to just turn tail with this spike. And he will certainly get a free plant on C, but trying to clutch out the 1 versus 3 against fully healthy players on the opposing side does seem like a bit of a tall task.
Spike planted.
No utility to play with either for Dapper. Does have a trapwire to keep him safe off the back, but his spy cam is on the other side of the map, so he's not even going to have that. And it looks like the Pioneers will kumbaya on the defensive spawn and then run together. So it's going to be a Wolfpack mentality here for the Pioneers to retake. And you feel like it's just going to be down to getting some good team shots in to make sure Dapper does not just easily peek a shoulder and find continual taps, which, you know, he's keen to probably be trying to use. There's the first hit. Our cover comes out. Dapper finds one. Time becoming a bit of a problem, but I think it's halfway. Dapper finds two. Surely not. Scuba, he's just going to play with you. He's just going to kill the time. Dapper has done this. 1v3. He will clutch up and
That is a bitter pill to swallow for sure. It just took them so long to rotate. They were kind of taking their time even when they got into back halls and they were right on that corner. They even kind of took their time getting into the site. I just feel like they took way too much time. And then they just didn't kind of go together. They just kind of kept thinking, we'll just keep diffusing inside the smoke and hope for the best, but obviously the pings will allow Dapper to get the spam through. I just feel like they took too much time. They didn't work together enough on that.
Wow.
A great job from Dapper nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. Don't want to take anything away from him. That is a beautiful 1v3 with only 70 health.
That's such a big loss, though, for Pioneers. You can't be doing that as the underdog. You got to take those. But, oh,
Odorous.
They fly right past Odorous.
That's going to be painful. Looking for a third. Shazam responds, but that is a painful 2 kills. The owl drone looked left, but not fully. And Dapper and Sick are going to have some words for Shazam.
Yeah, it may still all get righted, but JMO able to take advantage of it. The Dapper's down. We'll be able to get this flank off. No tripwire to stop this. He could get in behind and really seal the deal this round. He's actually checking spawn, just trying to continue to be the snake in the grass. Meanwhile, B is being taken. Spike going down. Garage control also being shored up by Shazam. This is nice because it means that they're not going to be funneled out and mid on a B post plant. They will also have Shazam tucked into Garage. They're faking C with the Cosmic Divide, trying to keep anybody who would be C still interested in that.
Scuba's seen one.
Yeah. Now they know what's going on. But again, it all comes down to this flank from JMO, in my opinion.
Well, he's not necessarily taking over window. He wants to come quickly. Tens finds the elimination, no problem. Oh, no. So now the Pioneers 3v3 situation. Maybe missed another opportunity. It's going to have to be right on in from A-Link. Zoms, Gravity Well, trying to stall out the play. Ten's going to double up as two players just line up for him, and Scuba's got nowhere to go but down. Sentinels quickly turn what looked to be a very dicey start into a convincing tally up 4-1.
Yeah, that flank from JMO just never really having any impact, and then the fact that Shazam had garage control allowed his teammates to kind of focus up on that A-Link and able to shut that one down despite some early skirmishes going against them, not checking that one corner, but wound up not mattering. They win it convincingly from that point forward. Pioneers, though, back up to a full buy, including an op for JMO. Need to strike back here, though, you have to imagine. Don't want to let Sentinels just start spiraling a big lead right off the rip as they're looking to get aggressive on A side.
Well, I think that cam does spot out at least a bit of information here for Sentinels, and I think some of it was onto the operator that's being carried by JMO. So they're going to stay away from that and rotate over towards C, where the pressure will be put onto Odorous, who does have a neural theft. You also have Scourge, who could retake with a run it back. So some tools available here for KC Pioneers, but you feel like Odorous needs to find at least one.
Yeah, but with Tens being able to dash in here with the daggers, he's probably going to be able to wreak some havoc. Odorous trying to step forward, and like you said, trying to delay, but only good for one. Always tough. You got to be able to get more than that if you're going to stick around, not play for the retake, and that is really going to allow Sentinels full control of the site. Spike plant by the double stack. Like you said, they do have that run it back, gives them kind of an extra chance at this retake. Let's see what they can do with it.
There it is. Neural theft was also spent at the same time, though, for Dapper. Her ball comes out. Tense. Affected by it. Scourge finds the elimination, frees up his teammates to get on. Okay, post-plant situation. Can you break this down? Shazam is still existing over from C Garage. He will reveal his position by finding Scuba. Recon Bolt still available for him, but Scourge, after he teleported back, he's got an opportunity to find the free kill. Zoms, though, able to find the elimination on the diffuser once again. It gets to halfway. Cloud bursts are being placed. Damo trying to body block, misses the shot. Dapper again kills the diffuser. Now just down to JMO. Time will be against him, and once more Sentinels hold a post plant just by stacking C-Long.
Yeah, KCP is really struggling on these retakes right now. Just don't seem to have the trading efficiency they need. Had a couple little mishaps here and there along the way as well. Just running up against a team that has a lot of experience, a lot of firepower, a lot of know-how. And they're just kind of, just falling into these traps and just not able to really fight their way out of them. I mean, Odorous, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to buy time so they can use to run it back and kind of flex that into a retake. But just they keep struggling to cover their diffuser. I mean, it's as simple as that. Obviously, defending against a team that has the spike planted for long and has comfortable long C control, it's always really hard to push them off of that. And they're going to take a technical timeout, which is not a bad idea. Definitely kind of that point in the map where you feel like they need to start kind of cooling their jets, maybe start making some little tweaks and adjustments on how they want to approach things, because right now things are a little bit tough.
It's so tough, too, when you come off of at least 2 rounds, I'll say confidently, that you had a really good look at winning. And the reasons that they lose those rounds are reasons that will, or things rather I should say, situations that will surely come up again. It's going to be hard to build some mental separation between what has already happened versus how you make those instant adjustments when it comes to trying to break down a post plan like that. So I really hope the conversation was a good one here for the KC Pioneers, because yeah, it's 5-1, but realistically, this game could be 3-3, like without question. And I think in some arguments, it should be 3-3. So now an opportunity to essentially just let this round exist with JMO's sniper rifle and then hopefully come back into round 8 with something well-constructed defensively.
Yeah, Sick coming with the running back, though. Smoke's down on the tunnel and back. He's getting all the space he could ever hope for his team. They have full control. He's trying to even rush through and get a little bit of intel over towards that B link area. Spike will go down. Once again, they're planning for long C. They have Hunter's Fury available if need be. They've been very successful in holding off these retakes, and there's even less for Pioneers to use to get back in. So, should be a 6th round for Sentinels, no problem.
3 members back towards the staging ground for C-Long. 2 more in the cubby. JMO. Good hot hands. That will push some players back, but once again, the firing line that's in play for Sentinels. Scuba, gatekeeping, finds 1, but Zoms once more combining with Dapper for the final 3. No problem whatsoever there for Sentinels. It's just essentially rinse, wash, repeat for them on this post plan towards C-Long.
Yeah, not too much to say there. Here comes their next opportunity. This is where we can kind of see what have they been talking about on that tactical timeout. What adjustments are they going to make defensively? Maybe they can look to try to get a little bit more proactive and not just give Sentinel sites and play a retake if their retakes aren't working out, or maybe try to work out a more coordinated retake or a more pre-planned one. So I think there's a couple different options they could go with here. It seems like they want to try to get aggressive with JMO down long C. Try to use that to get some early information, or maybe even take an early fight to give them a quick 5-on-4. Zom's still playing the perfect corner to watch for this if they want to commit, but it seems like JMO wants to just kind of stay in the cubby for now. Sentinels take Garage.
Paranoia to stall the play, but there will be no peek off of this. Cloudburst will make sure that stays the case with the wall bang, spamming a Scuba. Actually does come away with an elimination onto Sick. Now, again, the spike was not a part of this initial play. This is just map control for Sentinels, but still, the fact that they're going to go through this 4v5 is going to be difficult. Zoms for 1, not going to get the second. Odorous responds with the trade.
Yeah, good trade there from Odorous. They had a good positioning there to make sure they could trade off of each other. A good cage for Odorous as well to kind of provide a little bit of cover. Actually, he's going to use that to push down, but that cage stops him. He knows that would make some noise, but he catches 10, trying to come through Garage. And now on their oath, that is going to get played. So Pioneers have really good control of this round. They should be walking away with this. They have a 4-on-2. They have perfect information. One thing they don't have is possession of the spike. That's still with Sentinels, of course.
Last second neural theft coming out from Odorous. Have to imagine the body was going to go cold before too long. Of course, here's Dapper on this rotation. He'll be right behind it. And trap wire will be placed. Physic up top, able to find 1, no problem. So it's just going to be on to Dapper. Might as well give it a go. Not going to get too far off that go, though. So KC Pioneers get their second round. Not a problem there.
Yeah, they shut down the Garage really well, and they also had a nice little bait and switch play over at long C. So again, being a little bit more proactive on the map, getting a little bit more forward on some of those angles, and able to win some really key fights there. So a good of adjustment to Pioneers. Nice round from them. Can they build off of it, though, is kind of the next question you have to ask. They will certainly need to have a good answer for that question. And Sentinels still have a pretty comfortable lead. They still have a full buy ahead of them here. Haven't seen a whole lot just yet from Pioneers to get confident, but that was certainly a great first step in the right direction. And let's just see what they can do off the back of it.
Yeah, big round here for sure. I mean, like we mentioned, 5-1 down. Not feeling great about it, but especially the fact that it could be 3-3. Scourge, aggression, curveball comes out, finds 1. JMO also pushing through grass, finds a second. So 2-for-1 exchange. Good news here early for KCP. And beyond that, you've got 2 players pushing all the way through A lobby. They're going to be right behind this play.
Yeah, I like that aggressive setup there. Like, they knew that they had someone also push out B to catch anyone that would try to come window and respond to Scourge's aggression at Garage. So, again, a very good little setup. Like you said, Odorous now on the flank through window, catching Sentinels in behind. And that's going to leave Sick all alone without Spike.
Yeah, this could be a difficult one to collect. JMO sees Sick, but cannot beat him in the 1v1. Curveball to clear out is left, no problem. Blaze Wall to ensure it. And now it's down to winning the gunfight on 2 different fronts here. He's got Scuba on one angle, the other 2 on the left. And Scuba finds elimination. So now 2 rounds in a row for the KC Pioneers. An opportunity to start bringing this one into more manageable numbers. And you take a look, I mean, Odorous has been playing really, really well, I'd say, just kind of locking down some of these sites. I know there have been some shaky moments here or there off the post plants, but Odorous has done his job every single round that we've seen him on the initial holds, at least coming away with 1 elimination.
Yeah. Couldn't agree with you more on that. Things have been looking a lot better here from Pioneers since that tactical timeout and since they got their money back. Sentinels back onto the buy into this one. It is going to be a Spectre only for Sick, but everyone else will be rifled up. They have Hunter's Fury, they have Cosmic Divide, so they have some good pieces of utility to put to use.
Jim will be pushed back. Scourge actually sticks for the ultimate orb. That gives him to run it back, but Shazam is looking for elimination off the Hunter's Fury. Physic can, right in response, actually finds the kill into Shazam. So now an opportunity for numbers again for the KC Pioneers.
Yeah,
Sentinels still try him to try to push, and they're on the way. Gravity Well will try to stall JMO. He's going to be distracted by some Cloudburst. Does still get an angle on the 10th, but cannot confirm the elimination. Scourge is good for 2 to make sure that things stay even, but even is where it stands, 2v2.
Spike planted.
Notorous from the back could find some more timing. So, okay, now it's down to Zoms. Knows, of course, that there's one player up top, so he has information on both of these two KC Pioneers defenders, and he'll slip right into this Nebula. That's going to create some space for him to really work with here. No one has even toggled the spike yet. Odorous will change that. Zoms finds the first. Zoms, information on where Odorous is now playing. 1v1. Odorous is going to take the wide peek and wins it! Odorous for the kill, and with that, the Pioneers, not just on 4, they have put a big hiccup into the Sentinels' economy.
They really have. That was such a well-done round. Even after getting discovered early with the, aggression on both, Sewers and Long, they kind of got pushed back, but just the counter Hunter's Fury from Physic on the Shazam is really what kind of opened the floodgates for KCP, and then they were able to just kind of build off of that. They were able to stay in the race the whole time, blow for blow. They were always hanging around, and then they come out in the end with the 1v1, so well done. It now forces to save out of Sentinels, a chance now to work towards perhaps tying this thing up here very shortly going into the second half.
Well, 10s with the Blades, Sick with the Spectre. Everybody else on pistol upgrades at best. And once more, it's going to be an initial approach over towards the A site, in which Odorous, again, has a pretty solid setup for. 2 trap wires running right alongside the front entryway. Cosmic Divide will push, realistically, the defense out of the play. Paranoia going to come through. Scourge wants to go. Run it back being used, not going to get anything. Dapper shuts it down immediately. Tense denies the recon bolt on the way in. Also finds Scuba. And in the same breath, Sick will get the plant off. 1 for 1. Odorous down low. Gonna find more than that, though. Oh my goodness. Keeps the play alive for a time, but a Thrifty still confirmed. Sentinels is too much forward progress, and a lot of credit to Zoms for opening up the site with the Cosmic Divide in the first place.
Yeah, big use of that, blocking off lower and heaven, just, really blocking off the rotation points, being able to close distance with that, make the most out of what close-range weapons they had to play with. And that's a big round to steal away. I feel like Pioneers have had kind of a door of opportunity cracked open in front of them a couple of times to really blow this half up and actually put themselves maybe even ahead. And they've lost little rounds like that have kind of kept them from really being able to put a move on Sentinels. And now Sentinels have a great chance coming into this to still maybe pull off an 8-4 half and still come out the dominant team.
Yeah. 8-4 would be tremendous for them, because we talked about this for the KC Pioneers. The offense not all that great. Dapper nearly gets the transfer. Physic will respond. Odorous finds one more off screen. That's by C Long. And that will actually make Sentinels reconsider as the neural theft will be spent. They will try to just let this expire and essentially just reset into a 3v4. Tens wants to try to chase down a kill. Has Scuba backing up. And that's actually enough space for him to go for a plant. Watch out from behind, though. Odorous, once again, just continually flanking, but Tens will eventually find the response, but he may not be good enough. It's Shazam 1v3. Can he get here in time to deny this? Recon bolt will come through. He will get one, but neither was not the spike diffuser. So it will be stuck, and with that, the Pioneers will exit with a 5-7 half.
Did he stab him with the recon bolt?
It sure seemed that way, didn't it?
It looked like it was attached to the player. Either way. It's one of those things where I feel like both teams will walk away from this half feeling okay about it. But I do think Sentinels were expecting a little bit more, particularly trying to get that final round, is kind of what their expectation was. With that all said, not bad from Pioneers, but I think it could have almost split. I think this could have been 7-5 in their favor had they have played their cards right in a couple of these little C retake situations. Yeah, he did get stabbed by it. Wow.
Tough scenes. So what? the two different times that we've casted, we had Satchel Face Shanks, and now we've got Recon Bolt stuck to a player. Fun stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
This pistol round, though, I was about to say, is looking really dicey over towards A lobby because Shazam has also got an angle through sewer. An impressive one tap from Tens, looking to respond to do the same thing again. Goodness. Finds the long range onto JMO. And this pistol round may have just ended before it even started, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, when that's happening to you before the round even really gets rolling, there's really not a whole lot you can do. Physic will be using the Owl drone to push Tens off the angle finally and start clearing out some sewers position. We'll get shut down pretty quickly there by Shazam. No more forward progress will get made over that side. In the meantime, we're seeing the reroute here from Pioneers over towards B, Scuba being the tip of that.
Need that back.
Kind of feinting it, though. They're really looking to kind of double back more towards Garage. Scuba trying to do the best to keep, presence at B with that smoke. Try to unlock maybe a chance to get a spike plant C, but, I mean, there's just too many members left from Sentinels. 6 going to be here to stop it.
Sure, ball just to deny at least some status effects. Comes back around where he initially had thrown it. Not going to find the second, but Dapper's there to follow up, no problem. So, pistol round for Sentinels puts them up 8-5. It won't really break the back of KC Pioneers, but looking at what will likely be a 5-9 comeback story from their much weaker half, you don't really feel great about the odds. Something special is going to have to happen here, and you really need to start seeing more from JMO. 6-12-3 on the Jet. That's going to have to pick up if he wants to try to compete with the Sentinel squad.
Yeah, not going to come this round, obviously. Going to have to still save. Going to have to wait for the next round for their full buy to go up against Sentinels bonus and try to make magic happen from that point forward. Seems like all but 9 rounds for Sentinels now after that impressive display with the Sheriff from 10. Just absolutely battering any type of hopes at an A attack before it can even really get started. Now we're seeing KCP just trying to, again, put that initial pressure on B. But now they're trying to split over to C side. They have Garage. They're getting into back halls as well a little bit.
Yeah, they'll be here first. Sick has read this, though. Really good hot hands. Oh, my goodness, the damage is significant. Shazam mid-map deals with the lower curve Odorous. Physic able to respond to one elimination, but the kills still favoring that of Sentinels, including the headshot from Sick, just down to Physic. And he's got really no chance at that double-up gunfight. So Pioneers, a good attempt to try to out-rotate the Sentinels over to the C side, but Sick, aware of it, hot hands finding value to deny.
Yeah, that's kind of the freebie round, I guess you could say. But now here comes Pioneers on the bye up against the bonus of Sentinels. So this is their chance to strike. I feel like they need this to work. If this doesn't happen, they're probably back to saving. That's when Sentinels can jump up to 11, and that's when we can start looking towards, Sentinels sprinting towards that finishing tape. So this is a really big moment that I feel like Pioneers need to capitalize on. They need to put their best tactic forward, whatever they feel best with, and try to see if they can't come out on top here and try to stop Sentinels from getting towards that map point.
Sense? This is Physic, just barely. But a lot of information here that Pioneers are going to be stacked up towards an initial look at A lobby. You see the utility across the board defensively, though. Stars at mid, trap wires and spy cams at C, and 4 defensive members over towards A. So the Sentinels are going to feel pretty confident and comfortable with their early read of information. 1 trap wire triggered in mid might reconsider what exactly Sentinels want to do for their setup.
Yeah, I like this from Pioneers. Not only have they threatened sewers and they still have possession of long, they've also now put that pressure on C Garage with the drone, all that good stuff going their way as well. They also now have their Cypher sitting outside the center of B site. So, I mean, they have a lot of control. They have a lot of pivot points. And honestly, Sentinels don't have too many reads. They're kind of just still gambling on these 2 players on A. They're having, Sick just kind of watch B from Link. And they're still just kind of keeping plays here over towards C side.
Lots of pressure incoming. Tens with the operator trying to hold on to it. Now he's been seen. JMO, Scourge first 2 kills, but Thompson still a pest on the site. Finds himself a double, looking for a third. Scourge will put him down. Spike collected. Hot hands to keep him safe, and the plant will also be there. It's Sick versus 2. He's going to go quick. Finds the first in the corner, actually grabs a headshot, but not enough to finish off the elimination. Physic will find the kill, and the KC Pioneers respond back and keep this within 3.
The classic 140 and 1. the one time you're like, ugh, Hershey Phantom. Nice little try there from Sick, but not quite. And again, I think that is predicated off of Pioneers doing a great job spreading the map and keeping pressure everywhere and making it hard for Sentinels to know exactly where the attack was going to be coming from. And then, yeah, Tens kind of gets overwhelmed there with that operator. He's stuck in a very close quarter situation. and just kind of got boxed in. And while Zoms is good for a couple, they just were not able to defend that attack very well. So good job from Pioneers. That's a big round now. A chance to get the 7 as Sentinels are going to be on a lower buy this time around. A couple of SMGs, that's about it.
Have to convert this opportunity for the Pioneers. Have to. Like you mentioned, the door has been crept open a couple of different times, but now you got to start really making some progress to get back into this series. If you could do it convincingly, that'd be great. And it looks like just based off this Aldrone scouting through mid and the trap wire to keep the play through C safe, this once more will be another hit over towards A.
Yeah, starting to seem that way. Ten's trying to do a little bit of limbo underneath the tripwire, but going to get clotheslined by it, so that aggression will be found out and thwarted. Shazam might have a well-timed recon bolt to get the read here at long, and DD spots several of them. Can they stop? It's the next big question.
Answer so far, no. Shazam going to use the last of his utility to try to deny initial plant. Long flank play around the back from Sick. Physic is responsible for this, and very much so is responsible for it. Finds the kill, no problem. 5v3 situation. Shazam up top. The other two Sentinel members from the left. And none of them are getting through Scourge at the moment. He has really come to life this map. Doubling up here, and Zom's really no chance to come back into this 1v5.
No. Never was expected. We'll just try to hold into the Spectre carried over. In the next round, maybe get some exits. Maybe try to come in. Try to steal away a little bit of something. But nothing he can really get onto. That's just a stinger sitting in front of him. That's not really any better than what he's got. He's trying to ninja his way in here, see if he can catch any little exits. Nah.
Surely not.
No.
NT.
I tell you what, though. A second sooner, maybe. Because they actually did all, like, back off.
Yeah.
He would have been a little quicker. I don't know they would have gotten to him. Man, that's actually closer than you think, I feel like.
That'll throw some mental consideration for the KC Pioneers as well, you have to feel like, as far as how quickly they're going to exit sites in the future.
It's kind of like one of those things where they'll be more mindful going forward.
Absolutely.
For sure, than it costs them anything. So, not that big of a deal. We'll buy into this one, though.
Yeah, big round.
See if KCP can keep it going on the attack. Looks like they're going to be testing C here. They got the drone already heading forward, looking to clear out some of these close quarters. Clearing out all these little corners up top. Not committing off of it, though. Just looking to get into middle.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be a run it back fake to C and then a hit to B. That seems to be the case because both trapwires offensively are kind of giving this play away, keeping both of the long flanks safe. So yeah, here comes the slow approach to B. The run it back really doesn't see much of anything, but the Aldrone to counter for Sentinels actually is going to read this really nicely. So JMO's going to get this planted, but he's going to be tested. Actually, not even going to get it planted. He's going to be pulled off of it. So now all of a sudden you get to win the gunfights on the site. Scuba for one. Sick going to be able to respond in kind. Run it back spent for the engagement, and now all of a sudden the Pioneers had to back away and reset 4v4.
Good thing is they had their Cypher Odorous actually push into the B to A link very early on. He still has his position, and now he can maybe allow the passes back over to A. Odorous just cutting off the rotation as well, but oh no, Tins. He's able to come around over towards A lobby and get a huge hat trick, and that puts Odorous now, his maneuver, in a really tough spot.
Man, it's just the simple fact that each team has one player that got freed up.
Yep.
But Ten's in a much more slippery position. And again, a lot of credit. I mean, it's Zoms who pulls the spike planter off just with the gravity well. Sick is also a part of it. And then Ten's in the back just finds 3, leaves Odorous with no chance whatsoever. That's a really heck of a hold from Sentinels after what looked to be a really nice little fake execute.
Oh, it was.
By design by KC.
You almost feel bad for Pioneers as someone who's like kind of a neutral bias into this whole thing. You know, it's one of those things where they ran a really good strat. Not only were they getting into B off of a C fake, but again, they had Odorous in A link. So they were setting themselves up in a spot where they would have had a 5-on-5 post-plant situation where not only would they be able to back up middle and play it from window, but they also would have had Odorous able to cut off rotations from A side early and give them that kind of that early alert system from that angle. And that would have been a very potent thing to have. Or, you know, he gets in that spot and all of a sudden he's anchoring for you to bring the spike back through to A or something like that.
Yeah.
Like they really were going to have the world as their oyster. And then it just gets blown up by Tens being able to win some really key fights over towards A lobby and just kind of ruins everything for them. So, again, very close, but unfortunately no cigar on that one.
For the Pioneers, they still can full afford. You look over towards the economy of Sentinels, even after the round win, a punishing round at that. Ten's going to have to go to the Blade Storm, or you still have an SMG for Zombs and Sick beyond that. So the tools are not great here for Sentinels overall. So still an opportunity. And Odorous mid-map has also taken down Zombs. So again, just the pressure from the KC Pioneers continues to exist all across the map.
Yeah, Odorous is really doing a nice job just being this aggro lurk option for the team out in the middle. It kind of reminds you a lot of what like people like Dapper and Steel do with this agent on this map. You know, just really kind of adopting that role. Obviously a former Jet Opera, a former Opera in Counter-Strike Go in the NA scene. But really transitioning well to the Sentinel position. He gets another one onto Sick and gets the Neural Theft, and they're getting spiked down. I'd see everything going their way seemingly other than that, but is that really going to amount to much? No, because JMO shuts him down.
So now it's just the Shazam. And again, the consideration of what you want to do with this economy here, because unless he finds an elimination off these shock darts, this feels like a pretty impossible 1v4, and you might have to consider saving. Scuba trying to track down Shazam, has to back away, and Physic is going to actually be denied by recon bolts. So Shazam has found at least some areas to work with, or so you thought. Physic meets him just outside B window, and the weapon will be dropped. So 10-8 now the count. And for the Pioneers, it's been a scrappy game, but the performance from Odorous keeps them in play. 10-8, 23, and 13 for Odorous.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I've been fairly impressed by some of the different fakes and feints they've thrown on this attacking side. They've done a pretty good job of creating presence where they've needed to, you know, being able to come in and fight together decisively when need be. Like, I'm definitely seeing some positive signs tactically from this KCP squad, which is kind of, you know, refreshing, as they are now loading up on A side with all 5 players pretty much, flashing through the cage of Scourge. They've spotted the Jet, but can't finish him, but they do a lot of damage.
And for the Pioneers, you should know here that Sentinels are on a broken buy situation. This has to be a round that you tally, and you would love to do it cleanly, especially now that Tens is down to critical HP. For the Pioneers, again, it's just slow posturing in and around middle until they eventually want to go, and there's a hole here in the offense. Sick has found it. Zom's working with him, and JMO nearly gets caught off, but sees the information, avoids the curveball, and in the same breath, the execution coming out for the Pioneers. They find Shazam on the site. Tens is trying to hold on to every inch of this 41 HP. Going to be flashed up by the curveball. Scourge finds elimination, and it's going to be a 5v3.
Yeah, it was always going to be tough for Sentinels to do much in this round, considering what they had to work with. Trying to get a little bit crafty up middle, but it was hot in window room, and so they weren't able to really cause any type of disruptions there for Pioneers. We'll now jump up to 9, and they're 1 away from tying this thing up. Now, Sentinels will be back onto a full buy this round. Again, we know how stout their defense can be on this map. Probably one of the most powerful defenses on Haven and NA as far as, like, defensive win rate goes. But we're seeing Pioneers start to, you know, find some cracks. Particularly Odorous having a heck of a game. Almost approaching that 30 marker. Might be able to do it.
Yeah, for real.
At least 3 more rounds left to play. So definitely having and a lot of impact with those frags, right? Those aggressive mid lurks, getting into unorthodox positions. You know, really getting good intel. He's definitely doing his job very well.
Yeah, Odors has been a problem. That much has been established. Ten's going to hold the operator outside A long. Has an opportunity to find Odorous and will convert. So first blood for what feels like the first time in a while here for Sentinels.
It does
will be
seem
locked
that way,
up.
yeah. Seems like a lot of these early round situations have really favored Pioneers, whether it be picks or map control. They're now going to be looking to get to be, again, that star, though, could slow down the plant and allow time for rotations. And indeed, we see Dapper sliding into the link. Gets one, might find a second, indeed he will.
Well, the trades are decent, though. Shazam not able to connect onto much. And oh, Scuba! I thought for a second he was just trying to chase down Shazam in the back, but I don't think he fully expected him to be all the way as close as he was towards the Say site. Try to sneak in for maybe a cheeky plant, but not going to happen. So a massive round of the scheme of the map goes the way of the Sentinels. It puts them on 11. But for the KC Pioneers, because of how good this offense has been in the last few, they should still be fine to purchase, but the conversation will now tilt to them. This is a massive round for these guys as they try to come back through and find 10.
You have to imagine the money is starting to get to a little bit of a critical point for them on some of their players. Yeah, you can see it Scourge down to 150, 22, 2,800 for a couple of the other players. So yeah, like it's going to be a little bit harder to get a full buy next time around. This round doesn't go their way, so this is certainly an important one. And Ten's now starting to find rhythm with that operator on the A side of the map. That's back-to-back rounds. He's found a very early opening pick.
There's again a different recon bolt that time for Shazam over the top just to see. J-Mo's going to pull out the knives. Does have a Vandal to play with in the back pocket if he needs it. And this is going to be a really true test, I think, for the KC Pioneers. What is the play going to be? Being down a member, knowing that you've got 10s with an operator holding on to A, you feel like it has to be something either to B or C, but you see what the setup looks like for the Sentinels. It's not comfortable for the side of KC.
He's got to be able to gather up and just really maximize your utility here. You know, especially if you can set up a post plant with Hunter's Fury, adds a little bit of an insurance policy to help guard it. Usually C is where you really want to get the most out of that, but hard to do when you've been A and mid most of the map. You have no idea if anyone's pushed Cubby along C. You haven't been able to get garage control yet, so there's just a lot that they still need to accomplish with very little time to do it. Looks like they are going to test the waters again at A, but I mean, Tens is still here. He's been unfazed, and he's going to keep teeing off.
Gets away from the knives. J-Mo, he misses. Oh my goodness,
God.
Tens through the smoke, down to the short. He finds the fourth. Oh, there have been so many opportunities for the KC Pioneers in this map, but that moment right there feels like Nail may have just met Coffin for map 1.
Yeah, that is
10 seconds left.
a nightmare. it's pretty much all you can really say about that. I mean, surely you think JMO capitalizes on that one. I mean, it's bad enough that you gave him a second op pick and you never really got him out of sewers or did anything to make him have to rotate that op out. And then on top of that, to not be able to get the immediate trade with JMO's daggers, that is a tough pill to swallow. But fantastic work from Tens. I mean, he does it so often. Best player in the world at this point. MVP at Iceland. And just crazy mechanics. Man. I mean, that's got to be disheartening if you're Pioneers, because it seems like there's been multiple points throughout this game where they've been on the verge of cracking Sentinels and like tying them up or making it, you know, very tough on them, maybe even looking to work towards an upset. But then that happens, and it's like, man, I don't know, bud.
It's just there's a couple of rounds that have been like that. I mean, you could say there have been probably at least 3, if not 4 different rounds that the Pioneers have to be looking at saying our win rate is high.
No matter how this ends, I have to say Pioneers have a few rounds that can be really proud of.
Well, here comes a play forward. Sick will be the first to fall. The rest of the hits still undetermined yet, though, as Scourge is not able to get too much of the run it back. Dapper combines with another, and he just will not let go of this site. Cosmic Divide actually makes life very difficult for the Kansas City Pioneers. Shazam now on site trying to help out, sees the head of Bolt through. That will not reveal any information, but Dapper still able to find another elimination. Zom's still in the play. Dapper will not die. It's just down to Physic 1v3, and he's stuck currently just kind of playing inside of the garage alley. You will be tagged by the Owl Drone, and
oh my goodness,
tough.
Absolutely stuffed was Pioneers that round. Sentinels will take the first map. We'll break it down and set you up for the next one after a short break.
Your purchase could be free when you use your Credit Karma Visa debit card. Free groceries, free gas, or even a free TV. It's called Instant Karma, and you can only win it from Credit Karma Money. Open your account for free in the Credit Karma app. Credit Karma Money. Progress starts here.
Show me what you got. Back that up, back that up. 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 me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Another tough test for the Sentinels, but they survive it, this time versus the KC Pioneers. It was Haven from map 1 in a 13-9 tally. And impressive stuff from Scourge and Odorous to keep KC in it throughout the entirety of the map. But I think the big categorical win because of the map is the simple fact that the Pioneers missed out on a couple of opportunities that realistically were handed to them.
Yeah, some of their retakes in that first half, they just really struggled to capitalize on. They had like one retake on A kind of go awry, and then they had a couple of retakes on C that I feel like they had a crack at and just weren't able to quite finalize things. And so definitely did have their chances to maybe make something happen. Definitely could have seen them maybe even come up with 7 rounds defensively just based on the way things were kind of playing out through the bulk of that first half. But again, just missed out on a couple of these retake opportunities that allowed Sentinels to wind up with the lead as we transition sides. And then I think offensively, while they had a couple of good moves here and there, I think just unfortunately a couple of like their long con flank type plays just wound up getting blown up. And it was mostly Tens doing it. Let's be real. Tens had a crazy multi-frag in A lobby to destroy one of the fakes they tried to pull off. And then the last few rounds of the game, he just kept getting opening op picks, you know, over on the A side of the map and just shutting down Pioneers before they could even really get going.
You know, just to speak onto it, because we framed up at the beginning of the series kind of a head-to-head between Tens and JMO. JMO huge yesterday when he was playing up against version 1. Today could not get to the double-digit kill threshold. And when you put that in comparison of Tens, who tops for his team with 26 total kills, you know, it's a very stark comparison between your two Jet duelists. And that realistically could have been one of the main reasons that they don't have so much success when it comes to the either executions on taking the site or retaking it from the defensive side of things. It felt like a lot of it was really trusted that Odorous would find value lurking on the flank. And granted it was, but you know, are you really going to be able to win a round off of just one player on the long lurk? A couple of times we could have said yes, but there were a couple of missed opportunities where, you know, yeah, Odorous makes a good play, but there's nothing behind it to help follow up for the round itself. So
it's just anything that he did was matched by Tens in some point or another in the half. I mean, you know, the guy had so many multi-frag moments on the A side of the map, whether it was like initial holds and getting opening picks, or whether it was saving around that looked like maybe KCP were actually going to put together, and he just kind of blew it up. I mean, he had so many impactful moments like the last 6 or so rounds of the game that just really did not allow Pioneers to be able to piece together any type of real like upset potential. Certainly, I think they had some good moments early on in their attacking half. And again, you know, they had a couple of retakes that if they could have worked it out just a little bit better, maybe they could have stole 1 or 2 of them away. So they definitely had some moments there. And again, they already have like a couple of SETs under their belt, you know, beating Immortals, beating V1, you know, played NV close in the upper bracket a couple of days ago. So, I mean, they've shown like little signs here and there of potential and of a team to keep an eye on. Definitely, you know, seem to be competitive in these games. They're not getting blown out when they play against some of these elite teams in their region. It's just that they're kind of missing those 1 or 2 little extra things that you need to actually be able to topple over one of these guys when it really matters most. When you got playoffs on the line here. And Sentinels, again, they're a team that are the best. I mean, let's face it. One series loss exit doesn't change everything in that one little small sample size. I mean, they're still here to play, and certainly they came out on top in that one.
And just, I was curious, I had to go back and check. We, at one point in time, were talking about all of the different first bloods that we saw from the side of the Pioneers. They had 12 first bloods in the 22 total rounds. But interestingly enough, Odorous was a part of 11 of the opening engagements. He went 5 and 6 between first kills and first deaths. That's not common to see from someone who plays as the Cypher. But that gets us out of the conversation of Haven and into the conversation of map number 2. We will need to just make sure we revisit that because it is Bind coming up.
Yes.
And Icebox would be there for our third. So, I mean, for the side of Sentinels, you're happy about Bind, I would say, just because of the recent success that you have had on this map. It's a lot of rehearsal, not only through the tail end of stage 2, but you had a really good look versus Sonics. Yeah, they kind of threw away an 8-0 lead versus Gen G yesterday. I know that Shazam was not really pleased with that. But on the other front, you look at KC Pioneers, they have also been playing this map with some great success, at least through the qualifiers. They were 3-0 on.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, this is one of the maps that isn't played as much by Sentinels compared to some of the others, right? They play a ton of Haven. They play a lot of Icebox. They've also played more Sit and Split. Like, I would say Bind is probably their least played maps of the maps they actually play since they haven't played Breeze yet. But as you said, despite the loss of Gen G, they've won every other game they've played on Bind since Tinge joined the roster, including twice over in Iceland to get a title against some of the best teams in the world, and obviously did great throughout the last stage on it as well. So definitely a map that when they have had to play it, they've been able to go to it, and they've been able to do some pretty good things. Again, double duelist composition going to be big for them. Astra going to be big. Yoru possibly going to be in the cards again. We've already seen Tins play it their last 2 games, so that could be good. But it's also a map that we have seen Pioneers use to good effect to get to this point. You know, beating Immortals, beating Virtuoso. You know, definitely a map they seem to feel comfortable on. And it's their pick, so let's see what they got.
They also like to play the Yoru. This might be the first time that we're going to see double Yoru in the mix. I don't think that there's been an opportunity, at least that I can think of, that we've seen that happen. A couple of teams have tried it out individually, but never both teams on the same map. So that could be an interesting point of conversation because, like you mentioned, we've seen Sentinels use this to pretty great effect. It would be Scourge that would be the player to use that for the KC Pioneers, pending they stay with the same composition, which I think all assumptions would lead towards yes, they will try to do the exact same thing. So I don't know. I'll be interested to kind of to see not only the Yoru if it finds success, but how does the Yoru versus Yoru battle go? Because that
can they see each other in the Shadow Realm if they all at the same time? I think they should personally, but you know, we'll see.
That'd be a really fun little mechanic. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they're going to the same place.
They're going to the same place? Yeah,
I'm telling you. We'll see how things happen, but we'll send things to a break. We'll consider what exactly that Shadowrun battle will look like. Something from the Upside Down or something of that nature, I'm sure. But it's Bind coming up next when we come back for this break. back. We've got Bind on the table here for us for map number 2. Sentinels tested once again by an unexpected opponent. KC Pioneers battled really nicely with them on Haven, but still fell just a touch short. So looking to send this to a map 3 of the Pioneers, they'll have to do so on their map selection. And again, I think our assumptions here, and I think maybe even beyond that, hopes that we're going to get 2 Euros on the mix for this matchup. Could be one of the first times we've seen both battling with one another, and I don't know.
They battle
to
for
see
the
how
ages.
it goes. Yeah.
Jets and Yorus. All the fast-paced action. No. Wait.
No,
it's not going to happen, is it?
well,
Aw. Tenz is flashing it.
thinking about it.
He is. Scourge is thinking about. Scourge is locked. He's locked in.
All right. 1 out of
Tenz.
2. Come on.
Tenz.
Give us it.
Tenz.
Give the people what they want.
Come on, buddy.
No! Oh
my God, dude.
Coward. I'm kidding.
I'm triggered.
Well, we'll still get on a Scourge, so we can at least consider it from that point of view. But I was really looking forward to the Euro v Euro match.
It was like our only chance to ever see it happen.
Probably. At least so far.
Last 2 games in a row, Tenz has played it.
Yeah.
So I really thought there was a chance, but he's also really well known for playing right now on this map. So, I mean, it's not out of the ordinary. Definitely the agent he was basically playing all the time on this map for Sentinels until he decided to try out Yoru a little bit. So, yeah, double duelist compositions. Both teams obviously featuring the Rays. So powerful, particularly on that hookah position on both sides of the map. So, it seems like that's something you got to have. And the only other thing I would point out is that while Viper has definitely become a staple for a lot of teams on virtually every map, it's been interesting to see the teams that will run it as the only controller or run double controller. And the only map you usually don't see double controller is Icebox. But a lot of other maps teams are electing to use the Omen or the Astra alongside the Viper. I would say like another map besides Icebox where sometimes you only see Viper as the only controller would be like Breeze. I feel like some teams are running like Viper only comps for their solo controller. But yeah, both teams here are going to have, an Astra or an Omen in play coming into this as well. And so, yeah, other than that, though, everything's about what you would expect. No Jet for JMO, though.
To the other point, though, I know that a lot of people here, obviously, they know what to expect from something like Sentinels. For the KC Pioneers, again, they do deserve the attention when it comes down to what they've been able to do on Bind, especially with the fact that they are 3-0 in it through Stage 3. The thing that I kind of caution on, though, is you look backwards because, I mean, they played this versus Immortals. Yeah, big name team. They got a 13-9 win there. But outside of that, they've lost to pretty much all of the other teams of any kind of substance, including teams like Insight, Renegades, Ghost Gaming, built by gamers. All of those instances of Bind.
Some of those were one-sided, by the way.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, and those weren't too long ago. So, I mean, there is still some things to iron out here for the KC Pioneers, and you have to hope that something really clicked versus Immortals for them to carry into this matchup.
I mean, they're 88% on Sentinel's side, and they're 65% on both sides of the map, basically. So, I mean, a very good resume on Bind in their 8 games played.
Should be interesting. That's what we're framing up. So, we'll get the KC Pioneers on the offense first. Wall will come across to cut this A site into 2, but they're not going to use this as a point of engagement, just trying to bait out some abilities, and they've done well to force some of the stars to be popped, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's like a really common Viper Wall location on this map, and you can use it either to hit A site and control, that lamp's position, or you can also just kind of use it as presence while you're looking to take who control simultaneously. So it's like kind of a nice, just constant to throw out there to kind of keep your opponent guessing what you're using it for and when it's actually going to be used for an attack. As they're now doubling back over to shower side, there is, look at this cross. The bait and switch that's going to happen here is going to be a nightmare.
And Sick can actually stall a lot of time off the clock once he reads this with the paint shells that come out. So there's the intel. No paint shells yet, but now that he's got the intel, he will toss it. Not the greatest
throw.
It
wrong?
Yeah, he sure did. So that'll keep some opportunity open. Here comes the paranoia. Tenz up top, not checked whatsoever. Only finds 1 elimination, though. So for KCP, they've made their way through. They've got Sick stuck in a corner, but he still finds 1 elimination. Zom's also in the site, takes down more, and then the weapon swap actually puts Physic on a weapon with no ammunition, and then eventually Shazam from behind cleans things up.
And then Dapper just comes jumping out, bro, looking to do a DDT off the top turnbuckle, just straight up elbow drops the guy in the corner. Poor guy, like you're like, uh-oh, you're fumbling a pistol, then just Dapper comes jumping in fearless. Oh my goodness.
Spike down A. 1 enemy remaining.
Yep, there it is.
Goodbye, sir.
Good angle, Obs team.
Yeah, that was brilliant, dude. Just comes flying on in there, man. Didn't know that Vipers had wings. Imagine if they did. I don't want to, actually. That's a world. That's a world I don't want to live in.
You're talking about the snake or the character in Valorant?
Both. I think the more immediate danger would be the actual real-life Vipers with wings, but, you know.
That's fair. So Sentinels win the pistol. And Zoms will also tally first blood off screen. That's through the middle of the map. Poison everywhere in Hookah. Dapper has found himself an angle. Snakebite behind it. He's eluded all these players. Gonna find more. Oh boy. Not great news here for the Pioneers as Physics already the last one left alive. 1v5.
Yeah, physically impossible to win this round at this point. Good there?
I do, yeah.
I'll be here. Well, not all week. I'll be here tomorrow.
But tomorrow, yeah.
Well, I guess it's technically the end of the week. So, yeah, I'll be here all week.
He's right, you know.
Yep, nailed it. Here we go. KCP going to be able to full buy into this one against the bonus of Sentinels. A chance for them to put their best foot forward, as they're obviously going to have their Rays looking to use the boom bot to get a little bit of Hookah control. They're going to follow that up with a big Fountains presence as well. It's just the Viper, again, kind of being the presence maker at A, but solo. But they can always double back if they so choose, depending on how things go with this long B aggression.
Recon Bolt will not find information outside of the 2 taps that came through. Physic will throw out one of his own. That will reveal Shazam, but he's fine to hold this off by way of shock darts beyond this. So there is some presence here towards Long B, but largely not a lot of ground gained nor lost, depending on which POV you're looking at.
I mean, Shazam spotted 3 players there, so he knows what he's up against. They're going to be feeding Scourge the herb, try to set up his ult for later, which would be very powerful, of course. And we'll try to maybe fake a little bit. They can always port back to long, so that's kind of the thing. And again, they could double back to short as well with that Viper wall. So they have a lot of options. It's making Sentinels kind of reconsider this rotation. They're shuffling 2 players back now. Here, JMO's going to use that Boombot to clear out. They're going to be definitely going for this A punch, or B punch rather. No doubt about it.
You just hope that Odorous can actually stall off this defensive rotation as long as humanly possible before he eventually joins this. Yeah, there's the poison clouds. And oh, how about that? The Gatecrasher through the teleporter through long. Actually could
Sentinels aren't biting,
that
though.
sound to keep Sentinels. Yeah, they're still holding this position nicely. Shazam flash. Scourge will find elimination, no problem. Dapper looking for the response. Gets one. How about a second? Sick also in the mix. Finds that lurking player of Odorous. And, well, from here on out, it's just nowhere the Pioneers can find any bridge of success. Just down to Physic. And once more, nowhere for him to go at all. Sentinels clean through the first 3.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. When you're Sentinels and you know you're playing against an agent that has the capability to fake teleporters, you always have to have that in the back of your head. And that caused it to kind of just hold their ground B. They knew that a lot was used to get Hookah late with that boom bot, and so they had a pretty good read that they were going to follow up with that. But again, that's something that Pioneers can use to their advantage later, right? I mean, again, just that constant variable of that, you know, Viper wall, constantly making you guess what it's being used for. You can do some reactionary plays and double back to A if you feel like you need to. So it definitely can set them up later on, for sure.
Early play coming out. Blindside will also be spent to try to get some position here for the KC Pioneers inside of Shower, in which they will use that to grab an ultimate orb, and then Scourge will just teleport away to stay safe. But again, it's just every time we're watching the play start to unfold for the Pioneers, off screen, the play away from the initial execution gets figured out, and that's 2 kills again early for Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, on the save round, not a lot you can expect from Pioneers, but yeah, Sentinel's doing a great job just holding their ground and delivering frags when they need to. Again, I'll be curious, though, how Pioneers, I mean, the way that they're playing, it's very good setup for, like, pushing and pulling rotations and creating, like, little timings for yourself. And if they can time that out right, then they should be able to have some success getting some, you know, more forward presence on some of these sites and start getting some spike plants.
Yeah.
But then it's going to be about, again, can they fend off some of the retakes? So, yeah, we'll have to see. This is their next opportunity at. Looks like, again, they're just gearing up to go heavy-handed at B early, while keeping the Viper still, of course, a presence over on the A side. He's not putting the wall down this time, though. Or he puts a different one down now.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah, it threatens more of the, like, actual attack in the center of the site and coming through showers as opposed to trying to attack. But that Viper spit basically cancels it out.
Take flight.
Shazam. Aldrone sees 1. Not much else beyond that.
I think he saw 2, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty good read. especially depending on
still
what
have two
agents you
members
see.
that are. Yeah, I was gonna say, as you still have 2 more members through mid that could also try to help out with this, depending on what information he got off that too. So.
Yeah, seeing that he sees too long, and they had the Viper Spit established on short themselves, so they feel pretty good. They have a good read. Oh, that from Sick looked like it should have hit. That was so close. It felt like this one on Octagon.
Damage was confirmed. Scourge going to use the drift to get inside of the site, and that actually will be the first time now that for the KC Pioneers, they will actually get a foothold on a zone. Shazam still trying to lock things down. The Empress is also popped. Shock Dart comes through. Going to find a bit of damage, but unfortunately he gets caught trying to bring out the weapon. With that, the Pioneers finally on the board. I mean, it was 4 rounds and only 4 total kills through those 4 rounds. Finally, they're able to start tallying up some success.
Yeah, that was really well done. You know, obviously great use of the ult there for Scourge to get into the center of the site in that container, and obviously they had good smokes as well over towards Elbow to really make sure they could get in there and take care of things. And so their first attacking round is on the board. Still, though, Sentinels, of course, able to full buy, no problem. Opt for Shazam, actually going to be coming into this one as well, it looks like. Maybe looking to get a peek down long, be this time and actually get a frag rather than just getting a dart out. But you see Pioneers also looking to make their own pivot for some early showers control.
And that's going to be showstopper earned for JMO. Never mind.
Goodbye.
Sick pushes forward, following up off the paint shells, 1-for-1 engagement. I mean, so it's raised for raised. No ult on the table means that for, I mean, KC Pioneers, it was obviously pretty clear they wanted to try to earn that for an execution here. They're going to have to do it the hard way now.
Yeah, but I mean, 4-4 for them is going to, favor. It spreads the defense a little bit. Then they have to gamble or stack a little bit more than they would like to. So they could definitely still make something of this even without that ult. They still have From the Shadows available for Scuba. And use that to get behind enemy lines or get information or get into Heaven is a very common use of it, which he'll do right there. So it's going to help them start splitting up this A site. It's inside its own smoke still. Means that Tens have to be very careful here inside the site.
Scuba realistically just needs to play his life from this position. You cannot lose this here. Okay, good. First elimination 1. Gonna have Shazam watch at the corner from the cross, able to take down the elimination, but again, Physic is gonna have some space to get the plant off. This is decent news once more for the Pioneers. Shazam going for the Hunter's Fury, looking for an elimination, but he's guessed in the incorrect space. Does actually, I believe, tag Odorous there at the very end, so at least some more damage confirmed.
Yeah, actually, they're pretty lit up over here on the KCP side of things, and fully healthy on all 3 remaining carries for Sentinel, so they still have a good chance at this. A good vision block there to get them into the site a little bit, get them a little bit of space to work with, and they're actually making a little bit of a go on this. Tons and 10's good for 2.
Scourge does have his gate crash left over towards the Octagon. Going to use that to reposition, but this has been figured out by Zomzen. It's so tough. I mean, initially you think that Scuba does his job in a position to win a kill through the rotation, stall it out for Sentinels. You've got Physic who gets the bomb planted, and with that he gets the ultimate earned, but he just can't get off the site.
Yeah. It's one of those tough spots where, coming through your own smoke back into A could have worked, but it had to be timed perfectly with your teammates to make sure you overwhelm, the player who's getting pinched on site. And so the idea to fight the player that's rotating vent, not a bad call. It just took a lot of time to catch Dapper, who was able to kind of slip by the first time of asking, and it kind of bought a little bit more time. And a good retake at the end of the day from Sentinels there. Now they're up 5-1. Still have the operator in play.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he shot it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So they may not know that they're up against it.
Here we go. Physic looking to convert first blood, trying to track down Zoms. Hits him once, but did not finish the elimination. So at least they know that U-Haul is slightly weakened up. You still have that same wall from the opening round to cut A in half, but star placement comes through late, and the Pioneers are going to have to figure out if they really want to deal with this.
Yeah, it's the first time they will have used this wall to actually attack into lands. Like I said, those stars, those grab walls could come out or stuns, and they're going to try to go for it. And there is the grab well, but the rocket still punches through the cloud and takes Zoms down, gives him access to this site. Sick, though, quick to trade and keep his team in the fight.
Double live, tense, spamming, not going to be able to find elimination. Odorous does the same in kind. Shazam trying to work his way around the back again. Sick somehow still finds elimination. He's at 10 HP throughout that elimination. JMO trying to keep the play up. 2v2 though. Shazam on the way forward, not going to find the kill. It's just down to Sick at absolutely critical health. Going to take 2 incredible shots from him. Not going to happen. Scourge cleans things up. The Pioneers earn themselves another round.
Yeah, good trading from them. Being able to get down Zoms with the showstopper, get into sight, threaten that spike plant. Able to keep control of closet position, and then play out this 2v2 perfectly in the end. You think that JMO might be in trouble when he gets caught by the grab well, but able to still, make sure that rocket gets value. And then just playing around this Viper wall perfectly. So really well done there from the Pioneers, doing exactly what they need to do to piece together a round, keep themselves in this race. The problem is they need to build something consistently. They're only found a round here and there. They haven't been able to streak together too much or really put the pressure on Sentinels, and now look at this from Sig.
Gonna go showstopper. Oh, denied. Last pack to counter, throws us out aggressively. Tens beats him to the punch, though. Ooh, dicey interaction right through showers. But it's still in the end results in what Sentinels came from. I have to say it was someone from JMO. JMO, I think, sent one out. It happened so quick. I mean, Sick put it right in the middle of the alleyway. So, like, unless it, like, just barely bounced him back.
Yeah. Still good value. Tens gets the frag. They get away. They have a 5-on-4. So, I mean, it's not as if it was all for naught. Scourge going to be able to build up his ult. That could definitely be a big piece. They also have Viper Spit for post-plant if they can break open the site with Scourge. So, they definitely still have some ways back into this. It's just about getting around these Astra Stars and just getting that key space. But Tens disrupts things.
That is an absolutely brilliant elimination from Tens. The drift will come through. Scourge able to find elimination, so the play could still stay alive. But the spike is on the ground. Zom's trying to guard the next reinforcements, but denied. Shazam on the flank again. Finds himself Scuba, and now it just comes down to Scourge. 1v2 situation, caught between both players with no spike. And time is becoming a problem. He feels that, goes right through the snake bite, and that may have just cost him a round. I'm not going to lie. He's down to 10 HP.
Yeah, tries to fake the teleport there. It's actually going to force Shazam to rotate straight into... Oh, that was labored. He does get the frag. Now he can fake it again. This time he's committing to it, however, but it throws some doubt into Dapper.
The commitment will be there, though. Dapper's going to hear this. Scourge's going to play for the elimination. Sees the shoulder. He's killed off the time, though. Dapper's just going to run for it. Spams down the doorway. Scourge slippery. But not slippery enough.
Yeah, it's like, again, it's just Sentinel's able to throw daggers into the game plan of their opponent. I mean, obviously, this opening pick, it was his own.
Yeah. I mean, that was just a weird throw then. I mean...
Yeah, I think it went out too far. I think it also partially due to the fact that he got flashed, I think, as he was tossing it. Either way, they were able to get, you know, the pick for Tens, get the 5-on-4, and eventually play themselves into a victory. And now it's a share of 5 from Pioneer, so Sentinels with a great chance to find the 7th here pretty quickly.
Same Sova duel going on through B long. Sam wants to make sure that it's always kept honest in some form. For the Pioneers, oh man, you just got to try to make this round as costly as possible for the Sentinels.
Yeah, it's just about getting those ults for Scourge.
Absolutely.
Which they were able to get over at Octagon, so he's, I think, 2 or 3 away now from his ult, so he should have it, not next round, but the next after that, probably. Actually, could have it next round, somehow he finds a kill here. And again, they still have Viper Spit for Odorous.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, at what point do you want to try to even... You know,
combo
use
those
this,
two for sure.
Yeah, because you've got so much money built up for Sentinels at the moment. And they're so comfortable. And you have to try to force out some sort of a punish, but largely things have gone missing. Tens, you get the one.
Scourge, you got it.
Okay. Spamming through. That'll be enough for eliminations to come out. So 2 kills, plus, like you mentioned, the ultimate being earned for the KC Pioneers. You just wonder, you know, is it enough? Because you feel like you've got to find 4 here on this half of your KCP.
Between Scourge's ult, the From the Shadows, and the Viper's Pit, surely they combine those 3 for a victory. I mean, you figure you can use the Omen ult to either fake or get behind enemy lines while you're also invising your Yoru in the place, and then you have Viper's Pit for post-plant. So, I mean, if they do it just right, it should be a lot to handle for Sentinels all at once. Should be a very, very deadly combo, you'd imagine. So they're going to boom bot their way into at least getting some early hookah control to start this one off.
Fakeout will actually go first. And dimensional drifting into hookah. So he'll see 1. But Dapper's been able to stay alive through this. And Scourge is going to be in a really weird spot. Actually has to teleport away. So now here comes the take. Hookah's been alleviated. Beyond that, you also have Shazam, who's backed away from the Octagon. And with that, Scourge will find first blood, spamming through the container of the Odorous. Ten's trying to respond to as many as he could, but all 5 were looking at him, and he only finds 1.
Yeah, From the Shadows used to just clear out this back halls a little bit more. Spike will go down. They may not even need to use Viper Spit here. But look at Sick jumping in to disrupt the spike plant. That should be about it, though.
Spike planted.
In my mind, though, Sick finds that kill. If he could just slip into the container, he may stay alive. Like, that would have been a potential second if he could have stayed through that first elimination, but now it is just down to Zoms. 1v3 situation. Not looking great for him overall. And beyond that, I guess I'm a bit surprised and have to kind of catch myself here because I've been sitting here thinking that the Sentinels economy has been comfortable, but there were a couple of players who were actually underneath 1,500 credits, so this will be really interesting and just coming off this third round win for KCP to see what exactly Sentinels are going to be able to afford.
Yeah, not quite sure. I know they have a few alts at their disposal. I think they have Empress available, I believe. I think they have Hunter's Fury available now as well. I know they have those in play. I'm not sure about Firepower quite yet. We'll have to see. Indeed, they will be able to get some rifles for, but it's Stinger only for Zoms, and it looks like Shazam. Not sure what they'll have. Shazam is going to have a Phantom, and it looks like we see a Bulldog out of 10s.
Okay. I mean, do you agree with the call to force here? Up 7-3?
If they lose, they're approaching max loss bonus, so they might be able to get a little bit of something next round, even if they lose here. So I like it. Gives them a chance to get the round win here and still count with a 9-3 half, so I can understand it. Especially because they have a lot of alts to play around these weapons.
Yeah, yeah. Empress in specific is one that you have to be looking at here, I think, if you're 10s.
Yeah. Six been spotted by Physic there on the drone, so just kind of, again, putting that presence on A, but not necessarily committing to it. They're getting some stars down out of the Astra. And now they're pivoting back over. Scuba still has, presence outside of Hookah. He's going to go ahead and put one down on the window. So, again, they're kind of, pushing and pulling back and forth with this Viper Wall and this Omen. And making it hard for Sentinels to kind of settle in and know what they're up against, but it seems like it is going to be an A attack here.
It's going to be a late one, too. 45 seconds on the clock.
Yep. 10s, uh-oh.
Oh,
blow this up.
Oh, he's going to hear the gate crash right here as well. I mean, he could just sit here and wait for this if he wants to. Going to see one. Also saw Physic. Maybe more beyond that. Dismisses away. Wants to make sure there's no gate crash to the back. Now it comes down to KCP. They have to force their way forward. Line will go out to try to clear U-Haul, but Zoms is still in a position with the Stinger maybe to find some action. Not going to fully come through. Shazam with the Hunter's Fury tries to deny this spike plant. 13 seconds on the clock. You've got to find a way to plant this. It's a 2v3 situation, and Odorous is not in a comfortable spot to even see the site. He's going to quit the Viper's Pit. Trying to stick down for the plant and will successfully get this off. But a 3v2 situation, and it's quick to try to retake. Odorous finds the first. J-Mo coming through will find the second, leaving things just down to Shazam. 1v2 still has to deal with the Viper's Pit. No recon bolt to use. Right on in. Finds the first. Down to 7 HP, though. And it's J-Mo in U-Haul. Phantom v Phantom action. Still some time to play with here for Shazam. And it looks like Shazam is not confident on where J-Mo repositioned to. And in that second-guessing nature, J-Mo peaks, finds elimination, and KCP find 4.
Very big round to win, especially considering how it started. When Tins gets in the back lines there, gets a couple of big kills with that Spectre, you're starting to really fear for Pioneers' opportunities in that one, but somehow able to fight tooth and nail back through short A, get Viper's Pit down, put Shazam in a tough 2v1, and then capitalize on that. Gets them up to 4 rounds. Sentinels, though, still able to get the full buy here. They got Phantoms across the board. Or not Phantoms, Spectres across the board, I should say. So, I mean, at least they got a little bit of something. They have Vandal out there as well for 10s.
Oh, this could be a first bid for Physic, and it is. That's going to be instant aggression now for the Pioneers. But it gets quelled pretty quickly. It's initially Scourge who goes forward, but he just teleports back. So they do force Sentinels to rotate, but Scourge tagged down to 35 HP, and I think Scuba took some self-damage, or team damage rather, off of Physic's Hunter's Fury. Actually means that this 4v5 is not impossible for Sentinels.
No, certainly not.
Hence again.
Yep. Just always finding these really uncanny timings. Could very well have substantial impact here, especially if he and Dapper are kind of able to work together on pinching out through Hookah.
There it is. But a lot of the play actually is going through long. Dapper are going to need to try to keep this life outside Hookah. Poison Cloud will come through. Sick wants to try to clear with the Showstopper, and he actually forces them to teleport over towards main. You already have Odorous in a really forward position on this A site. He's going to find the first. More behind this. This is going to stall Sentinels out of touch. Oh, beautiful bait and switch. trades come through. Dapper nearly gets the beat on the Physic, but not going to happen. 3v2.
Yeah, he knew Physic was there because he got shot at as he was running through the teleporter. As you said, he was able to get the kill, though, but it's back into a 2-on-2 thanks to Shazam, and there's low HP available for the remaining 2 Pioneers members. Tens gets one of them already in showers.
On Physics in a really weird spot. Does have 2 shock darts to play with. Has to use these quickly, though. First one comes out. Ten's going to stick for it. He's going to survive through and be able to secure the defuse. So it's looking dicey. After the 7-3 call-out comes through for Sentinels, the 4 and they lose it. They're stuck in a similar position, but this time they clutch up an 8-4 half.
Indeed, they do. So a pretty solid defense there, all in all, from Sentinels. But certainly, Pioneers were able to find some opportunities here and there. Again, I like some of the ideas they had, how they were using their Viper Wall, how they were using, Omen and Raze to pressure Hookah and Fountain. Try to, push and pull, find little gaps they can try to weave through. This, again, Sentinels making some big plays along the way, making it harder than to find those opportunities and capitalize on them. Now we come into a 4-8 situation. I feel like Pioneers really need this pistol.
Yeah.
Again, winner making playoffs of this series. Loser has to wait for challengers too, because they will be eliminated from the bracket.
Sentinels, first blood. Oh my goodness, Odorous thinks he's zoned off the middle of the map successfully. Not the case. JMO also gives up his position. Paint Shells, though, will put Sick in a very troubling spot. It's also information on the spike being down, so JMO can actually try to hold this a little bit longer. Aldrone will come out, but JMO successfully takes down a second. So things will stay even in the numbers, 3v3, but Sentinels have collected the spike and backed away.
Indeed, they have. Looks like Physic and Scourge are looking to re-aggress Hookah, but together as a unit. Zombs tries to play off a little bit of an off angle, goes down, though. And so now it's a man advantage here for Pioneers. They back off of Hookah. Shazam will confirm that. But they still have a very tough battle ahead of them here. And they know that Physic's low on health, though, so that's what they're kind of trying to chase after. But they don't know about Scourge, who might be playing this close corner with the Frenzy. Oh, they spot it now, though, and that's him down. That's like taken. Recon bolt will confirm no one else is there. Acid blocking off the back hall to allow Spike to slip in.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia's going to come through. Scuba from Hookah. Up top.
Player
Oh, but Physic already falls, and now they know where Scuba's at. This is going to be a really difficult fight with the Frenzy. Shazam even trying to back away to make it even more difficult beyond it. And will confirm his 3rd elimination. Sentinels take the pistol, puts them up 9-4, and that will likely mean a decision has to come forward here for KC if do you want to just let a 10th go away, or do you want to try to force into a couple of weapons here?
I have to say I'm a little surprised that when Pioneers get this 3-on-2, I'm surprised they left Scourge in such a, tough spot there. If he goes unchecked, sure, he probably wins the round by himself, but it just seemed like a risk he didn't have to take when you're already up 3-on-2. You could play a little bit more standard, play together, and then you probably win the round just off of being able to have, superior trade potential.
But a decision that very well could cost.
Yeah. I feel like they left him stranded, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And it looks like, just to kind of answer that hypothetical, KC Pioneers have not opted to force buy into anything here, and with the first 3 kills coming in the first 15 seconds, this is a round that Sentinels will surely secure for 10.
One enemy remains.
Surely on the way to Sentinels now. Indeed. It's been sent off to the publisher. And that is double digits for Sentinels. Already a map to the good, and well on their way now to cross themselves into the Challengers playoffs. Of course, if you're not following the rest of the bracket, we did, of course, have 100 Thieves at XSET win, so they're already in playoffs. They are in the upper bracket final, which will be here tomorrow. And then Envy did 2-0 Gen G. So
yeah, pretty comfortably, I think, as well, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah, the second map they won 13-4, so they definitely didn't have too much trouble with that. So at the end of the day, if Sentinels hold on, we might still very well get the 4 teams we expected to see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just didn't really. It took the scenic route to get there.
Yeah, a little. Just wanted to play an extra best of 3 tonight. Want to get some extra reps in.
What? JMO just bounced the paint shells off the wall to Hookah. Didn't even get it inside.
Hate to see it.
Our ops team doesn't miss a thing, dude.
There. And now it looks like Sentinels are ready to pounce. They already have full Hookah control. They're coming up Octagon as well. They have a paint shell set up for the back of the side. But yeah, that is massive.
Brilliant timing for it. JMO able to find first blood. They also get the information the spike had been dropped as a part of that. So now time becoming a bit of an issue as far as what Sentinels want to do to retract this, if they even want to do that. I mean, look at the position for Physic. I mean, the defensive Sova already through and potentially going to threaten Spices.
Getting stalled so much, man. And yeah, the flank is now a real problem. Pioneers have this one designed very well now. They just need to finish it off.
Well, here comes the play. It's going to feel like a square peg into a round hole here, though, for Sentinels.
30 seconds left.
Time becoming a huge issue. No recon bolt to play with. Shazam is just dry peeking everything. And what? He's just allowed to come through and find one. Scuba doesn't necessarily finish the elimination cleanly, but still gets the trade. Odorous inside the nebula, pops out, finds 2 headshots. That's more like it. And for Dapper 1v4, no reason not to go for this. So see if you can make it as punishing as possible, but doesn't find even the first kill on the Scourge. So Pioneers do respond as you would need them to stay into this map. And it puts them on 5 now, at least.
Indeed, it does. And I have to say, they have like a pretty nice little fight distribution going on their team as well. I think there's only like 1 or 2 kills separating top to bottom. So they're getting good value out of the entire lineup. And they can keep that up and keep pushing forward off the back of this, you know, first gun run. Definitely still have some chances here to make this map interesting. But now they have to contest with the full buy of Sentinels.
Yeah, this is the must-win round here for the Pioneers. And they're going to get aggressive. Opening peek not just through Hookah, but also over to Spices.
Oh, he got
and the
stuck.
flash works out beautifully. Dapper could not get away, just ran into a wall. And the opening engagement favorable for the Pioneers. They go 2 for 1.
Yeah, multi-pronged aggression there, and they come out good on both ends of it to, like you said, one up a man ahead. 10's trying to lurk out of the Sheriff. Nice little one tap. Able to... Oh, I thought he was dismissing. He actually tried to heal off of that, and Physic catches him. So maintaining man advantage is going to be Pioneers.
Very winnable 2v3 situation, though, because you're going to get a 2v2 on the site, and Recon Bolt is just about to be charged. Shazam, again, just going to do this quietly, though. Oh, but doesn't fully clear, at least not initially. Physics still falls.
Enemy remaining.
And Zombs takes down Odorous. No, not like this.
Oh,
You thought for a second the peak was not wide enough for Shazam, and Physic was going to have a free kill, but now it's on to JMO for a 1v2.
Yep, that's really all it comes down to, man. It's just one of those situations where, unfortunately, just a little lapse of aim might cost him unless JMO can come up. He does have paint shells and satchels. He's got still some health to play with in a Phantom. Running out of time, though, and Sentinels have good positioning here.
Should see Zombs free here, though. Yeah. Or does he? Shazam covering it at the nick of time. I was going to say, he's still in around U-Haul. That could have been really dicey for a moment, but Sentinels recover the 2v3. It puts them up 11-5, and the Pioneers are now staring down what could very well be a smoking gun.
Man, they did such a good job hunting down Dapper there as well. Man, you just feel like if he hits that, then this could be a whole different round. Yeah, just a perfect little crossfire established here for these 2 players to never allow JMO away back in. So it is going to be 11-5. Last chance saloon for Pioneers.
Sentinels, man, they are just... You could feel the confidence starting to build back in with how they're playing right now. It's just everyone's taking 1v1s right now at this setup. Dapper's going to just use the Owl Drone to push in towards A. Screen will fall. He's gotten U-Haul control. If he finds this win versus Scorch, cannot find the elimination. Sick trying to follow up. Does keep things even at a 4v4. So there's still an opportunity really for both sides to either hold on to this or execute on this, depending on which side you're rooting for.
Yeah, Viper Wall now no longer available for Sentinels to use as a way to get into A site and plant. So they're going to back off to B. They still have their Astra up to block off some of those key angles on B and just try to pounce in and overwhelm Odorous on the other side, though he is now getting a rotation out of Physic. Sick, though, trying to get in, but oh, he has been chopped down.
Oh, the kills are not as significant as you would have thought for the KC Pioneers. All 3 players, as a part of that hit for Sentinels, came out in convoy form. And they only take away 1 to the Pioneers. Scourge going to gain some entryway to get back in, but it's going to be now a 1v3 for him. Finds the first, down to 26 health. Knows that there's some spam shots coming out of Hookah, that their cover's not going to last forever, and, well, he does get a decent look at 10s, but just too healthy as 10s. And now series point for Sentinels. Elimination point for KC Pioneers from here on out.
Yeah, I think Pioneers have a good chance at least getting this round, though, right? They have a Viper Spit they could use to lock down one area of the map early. They have a way to get Scourge out there with his ult, with the Dimensional Drift, to try to see if he can't pick up something or get some early intel, whatever the case may be. And they also have a Showstopper available, and they have a bunch of Spectres still. So they definitely have a lot of ways they can still find this 6th round. The question will be, can you really keep it going 7 in a row to force an overtime? I mean, that's the tough ask. But I think you just take it one step at a time. And again, this round they have a lot of options.
Drift will come out early for Scourge, just clearing things out. But look at Sentinels. No one has hardly even left spawn.
Yeah. He didn't really get too much with that.
Oh, no. Okay, I was going to say, if he gets taken down by Shazam and the Hunter's Fury, that would really be 5 seconds. And
he
still have to make a
basically
play.
he knocked like 20 or 30 seconds off the clock with that play, but didn't necessarily get any kills or get any big advantages. But he's slowing down a little bit. Sentinels, though, now looking to knock on the door of A.
And Sick is just sitting in Odorous' Poison Cloud.
Yep.
And you get the regen off, finds one elimination. Showstopper coming through the bolts of the raises. Sick, a little bit late in the trigger, nearly loses his life, but is fine. JMO not going to find any success with his, but still gets position over the U-Haul. Finds the first, wants the second, not going to find it. Physic and Scourge, last chance for the KZ Pioneers. One is on the flank, that's Physic. Scourge through U-Haul, dealt with. So it's just down to the Pioneer Sova, and he gets caught looking the wrong direction. Sentinels much cleaner here in Bind, 13-5. They 2-0, and that will be enough for them to secure their spot in the Challengers playoffs. Breakdown coming up after this.
Count that big bang.
Welcome back, everybody. The Sentinels, we got them twice in a row here on the second stream, and my goodness, were they tested, at least at a handful of different instances. XSET taking them down from the upper bracket, and the KC Pioneers at least making Haven a bit of an affair, but closing things out. Sentinels, not much of a problem there on Bind. And, well, Dust, I'll say this much, that's encouraging if you're a Sentinels fan, because over the course of their qualifier run, getting through Sonics, and now here so far through their opening stages of this Challengers main event, there were some things left to be desired from Sentinels, but regardless of how they did it, they still qualify for the Challengers playoffs with their win here.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we got the 4 teams we most expected to get through, right? Maybe, like you said, a couple of upsets along the way to knock Sentinels down to the lower bracket, to have them work a little bit harder to get to it, but at the end, we still got 100 Thieves, XSET, Sentinels, and Envy moving on to the Challengers playoffs, and still some chances to win some big money later on throughout this bracket. As we take a look at some replays here from good old Bind. It was kind of a walk in the park from the start for Sentinels. Pioneers eventually started to throw some challenges out there, but all in all, there was like never really a moment where I feel like Pioneers really took control of the game away from Sentinels. They were well out in front, and they never really gave up too much.
And it's still one of those things, and you had mentioned this a handful of times, so I hate to beat a dead horse, but at the same point, I think it does merit being brought up. The fact that the Pioneers were trying some things that were at this level. Some of the executions may have been a little sloppy, or maybe something went missed that ended up costing them a bit of a round. I mean, you talked about some of the instant eliminations that very well could have favored the KC Pioneers through and through this, but honestly speaking, we did see throughout this entire series why exactly the Pioneers got this far and were able to upset teams like Immortals along the way.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when you get to a point where you have enough skill and you have, like, an understanding of the meta down and, like, your strategy basics, it comes down to, like, tidying up and who makes the most mistakes. And in this situation, I feel like on Haven, Pioneers had a couple of mistakes on some retakes, and then even this round, what was the pistol round the second half, they had a 3-on-2 and they gave it up by, like, putting Scourge in a weird position. So it's just, like, little things like that I think if they clean up, they could definitely push these teams even harder. And I mean, they already did, upset Immortals, upset V1, challenged Envy decently on a map, and, again, they had a good little run there on Haven, I think, against Sentinels as well. So there's definitely some little bright spots here and there to look at if you're Pioneers. I mean, again, a team that hasn't been together all that long. I mean, I guess the core of the team has played together on United, but, you're bringing in a couple of different players. They've only been playing in like, smaller events. This is their first time really getting tested by some of the best teams in the region. And, they can learn from this and come back in Challengers 2, and they'll have some time, a couple of weeks to practice before Challengers 2 starts, and maybe they can clean things up and continue to cause some upsets and cause a disturbance in the bracket.
Yeah, I think that this is one of those instances, like you mentioned, just because it is their first go at some of these major squads, that you really do learn a lot about yourself when you're playing at this level. The things that were working versus, some of the other tier 2 teams that are out there. Not going to put anybody on blast, but, those teams that they're playing up against in some of the monthlies and other kind of standalone tournaments definitely will not punish you like these teams here do. So yeah, you'll learn a lot about it. I think you'll definitely see some of those vulnerabilities be made a little bit more exposed. But seriously, I am not going to lie when I say that some of the new teams that we've seen here through Challengers 1 have really showcased some great stuff. Pioneers obviously being the one at a forefront run, but Rise as well played really, really well. So all of those things really, really good. And of course, as we start to wind up the show, Credit Karma, instant karma moment of this matchup comes by way the KC Pioneers, mostly because they did reward some really great team play. This in specific was through the middle of the map. Scourge on Haven able to find the first, working alongside J-Mo, and them collectively as a double duelist worked really, really nicely together.
Yeah, again, this is one of those examples of some of the things that they do have going for them, where they're able to do some cool team play, some cool, like, little bait and switches there, like little micro, maneuvers to get themselves, good kills and good information and kind of build off of that. And yeah, again, like I said, there are definitely some bright spots to look at despite the loss today for Pioneers.
Yeah, well, that is definitely one of those moments that will give you the feeling of instant karma. So big shout out to Credit Karma there. Beyond that, though, we were treated to a number of just absolutely incredible individual plays. That's been, I think, the kind of big story point. I mean, we saw the 4K from Tens on Haven with the no scope through the smoke, plus into the shorty quick swap. Those moments absolutely impressive. And that's the thing that, I think you're looking at and you compare it to what we saw from JMO today, and you say, oh, you know, not his best day overall. I mean, TenZ is a different animal to try to cover one-on-one when you're trying to play up against him. But, you know, the success that JMO had yesterday versus version 1 was a bit absent here today. But beyond that, other players to note about, how about BCJ? We're going to be able to give our Aim Lab flick of the day when his play on Icebox came through. Just mind-blowing stuff with this transfer.
We called it the second we saw it. We're like, surely this is going to be it. And I mean, can you really blame us? The guy was an absolute stud throughout this series. Such a big part of how they were able to upset Sentinels and, you know, get the first ticket to playoffs in the bracket. And this continues to be such a strong force on that team.
So that brings us to the tail end of the bracket. We have just 4 teams that are currently left. Winners finals, lower semis, lower finals, all to come tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll be starting the day off, I believe, on the upper side of the bracket with 100 Thieves and XSET to kick us off. Take a look at the schedule to make sure I can actually confirm that that is indeed the case. Yeah,
no,
okay, it
nailed
is.
it.
So 100 Thieves, XSET to kick off the day, Envy Sentinels, and then lower matchup between those two in the lower finals.
Indeed, we'll be shrinking down to 1 stream tomorrow and Sunday, so we'll be able to catch all the action live without having to worry about bouncing back and forth. So it'll be great stuff. We got really just the cream of the crop of NA left to go throughout this bracket as well. There is no weak matches. It's going to be amazing Valorant action going forward, so you'll definitely want to tune in tomorrow because it's going to be a good one. I know that myself and Shift will be covering those first 2 games tomorrow. So definitely make sure you come by and catch that. Those games will be starting at, I believe, 3 p.m. Eastern time.
Correct.
So we will be live with that schedule that you see right up there, and I am stoked to get going.
Should be a really fun one. This XSET team is no joke, friends. So make sure you're here right at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. For tonight, we say farewell. Until tomorrow, hope you keep holding it down. Bye-bye.
Let's go.